You're watching America's Day at the Races. Hello to all of you on the Naira Bets app or watching live on YouTube. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we'll be on Fox Sports shortly as Keisha Clement and Anthony Stabile join you the day following Thanksgiving. And we started off, we did the Blood Horse Stakes preview together. We did Talking Horses together, and now we have the start of America's Day at the Races together.
We even ran an errand this morning before work. So,
Yep.
yeah, ready to roll for the next couple of hours. Some fun racing. A big card down at Churchill today. 4 stakes here at the Big A. Let's get into it, Keisha.
We'll kick things off beneath the Twin Spires with the first race at Churchill Downs. It's a $62,500 claiming race, a mile on the main track. Taking a quick pause to welcome in Fox Sports. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us today on Fox Sports 2. Keisha Clement and Anthony Stabile here with you. We get ready to get right into the live racing action. We've got Churchill for you, Aqueduct as well. Race 1 beneath the Twin Spires to kick things off as we welcome in for the first time today, Paul LaDuca live with us at Churchill. Hey, Paulie.
How's it going, Acacia? How's it going, Anthony? Happy Thanksgiving, I guess, post-Thanksgiving. Hopefully your pants are a little bit looser today, as mine are. Great card today here at Churchill Downs. 12-race card. Miss Revere in race number 9. Obviously, Bubble Rock will be the favorite in there. And then race number 11, the Clark Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, will be on display. And a good crowd so far here today. To get to race number 1, you know, when I looked at this race, it looked like a 4-horse race, 1, 2, 3, and 5. Dug a little deeper. I thought the 2x2 for Michael Maker got on the dirt last time out and ran second behind Keystone Field. You know, Michael, when he claims horses, most of the times he claims them and puts them on the turf. He puts his horse back on the dirt. I think he loved the effort. Girolamo's Attack, the 3, I think can maybe get to the front end in here. So I just went 2-3 in here to start off my pick 5. If I was going to go a little deeper, I do think the 5 in here has got a shot. Spa City, Sonny Leone, and Eric Reed with a little precursor maybe to what's going to happen later on in the card.
Can't wait to see the Kentucky Derby winner a little bit later on. Paul, thank you. They will team up with Spa City here in the opener. Final thoughts, Anthony?
I like the 2x2. A lot of deuces there. Joel Rosario for Mike Maker, first time. Horse is a perfect 3 for 3 going a mile.
Let's see who wins the opener at Churchill Downs. Loading into the starting gate, we send it up to Travis Stone for the call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Spa City toward the outside. Fen Club in between. Contact Tracing is there. Girolamo's Attack tucks in behind early on. The back 2 Whiskey Double and 2x2. Up the chute they go. Now there's 4 across the track. Spa City up for an arrow lead. Contact Tracing is right there. These 2 head in head as they cross over. And down inside Fan Club comes on and Girolamo's Attack behind them. Onto the main track they go. Fan Club comes on to take over. Fan Club's the leader by a length down the back stretch. Runs Spa City prompting in second. Contact Tracing on the outside third. Girolamo's Attack is an up close fourth, just 2 lengths off the lead. And then at the back are 2x2 and Whiskey Double, but they're only 4 lengths behind Fan Club, who hits the half-mile pole after an opening half in 46-4. Onto the far turn. Fan Club opens up a length and a half now. Fan Club rounding the far turn. Spa City Contact Tracing coming with their runs now. And they come on 2 and 3 wide. And 2x2's on the scene. Fourth on the outside of Girolamo's Attack. Whiskey Double's been moved to the far outside. At the quarter pole, Fan Club still in front off the turn. Fan Club cuts the corner. Contact Tracing is there. So too Spa City. 2x2, fully extended but grinding away. Whiskey Double down the center. Eighth pole, Fan Fan Club and Spa City head-to-head. Fan Club inside, Spa City outside. Spa City grabs the lead right at the 16th. Fan Club fights on, but it's second best to Spa City. Spa City won it. Fan Club was second. 2x2 was third, and Contact Tracing was fourth.
Spa City first off the claim for Eric Reed, gets the win. Sonny Leone in the saddle. Of course, as Paul mentioned, these duo will team up a little bit later in the Grade 1 Clark with Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike.
Foreshadowing of things to come, perhaps, as a good start to the day for your Kentucky Derby winning human connections is Spa City. I remember when this horse had a lot of promise for trainer Kieran McLaughlin. He was part of the Godolphin band. Getting the job done here in the opener. First off that claim on the rise in class as well. Sonny Leone getting the job done for Eric Reed.
Eric Reed, who claimed Rich Strike for $30,000 and would go on to win
Churchill Downs.
the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs. Claimed this horse for $50,000 and stepped him up a notch and got the win. Well done. We'll take a little bit of a preview at some of the stakes action that's coming up a little bit later on today at the Big A. We have 4 stakes in the card, including the Grade 3 Comley. We're going to see the return of Kathleen O, who was undefeated going into the Kentucky Oaks, where she was beaten just by 4 lengths behind Secret Oath and Nest. We haven't seen her since the Kentucky Oaks, though. Here she was running a 98 by her speed figure in that victory down in the Gulfstream Oaks.
There was considerable improvement from each of her first 4 starts, and then she didn't have the best of luck at the draw and the trip she pulled in the Kentucky Oaks. Ran very nicely, beaten just 4 lengths, and now a considerable layoff. I think you worry about that a little bit. Gone almost 7 months, and she comes back at a daunting 9 furlongs. Acacia. We'll see if Hall of Famer Shug McGahee and Javier Castellano, also enshrined across the street from the Spa in the Hall of Fame, can have her ready to roll. First time off almost 7 months.
She won first time out. She was precocious. She, again, went into that Kentucky Oaks undefeated. Let's see if she can get back on track. I do think it's interesting that they bring her back going the 2 turns. And I'm curious to see how she's developed into the latter part of her 3-year-old season. And glad to see her back on the racetrack. She's obviously a filly with quite a bit of talent. And you could see with that 4-to-1 price in the Oaks that she had taken a lot of buzz going in to face the top 3-year-old fillies in the nation.
She was favored for a while in the Kentucky Oaks, if my memory serves me correctly. And again, she did not have the best draw. I thought she ran nicely. I mean, she's beaten 4 lengths to Secret Oath, who was the hot filly at the time, and Nest, who was the budding star. So you're not going to hold a 4-length loss against her. She doesn't have a lot of speed. Let's see how the race develops for today. Let's see how she returns off the long break.
At Churchill Downs, the highlight today is the Grade 1 Clark, where, of course, we will see Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike looking to add another Grade 1 to his resume. He loves Churchill Downs. That we've heard many a time, and he is 2 for 3 there with that second coming 2 starts back in the Lucas Classic. Here he is yesterday schooling in the paddock, and Paul got a chance to catch up with his trainer, Eric Reed, while he was schooling, and said he's feeling fresh. He's ready to go. They've been pretty easy on him since that 4th in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, I think that's important to talk about. He's coming back in 20 days, and taking it easy on him would probably benefit him, just for the simple fact that they've made it a point. I mean, the Kentucky Derby winner skipped the Preakness for the first time in almost 40 years for a non-injury reason. And you would imagine that it is because he benefits from time between his starts. Well, now he's going to come back in 20 days, and it's a tough ask for a horse who has had the time. He is fresh. He had a good portion of the summer off, and he's come back a faster horse than he left, maturing as a 3-year-old. He's back at his, I mean, you can't even argue this. The biggest opponents of Horses for Courses could not argue that he is just a different animal at Churchill Downs. He just is. There is no fighting that. But he's being asked to do a lot today. And again, pace going to be a factor in here, there's not a ton of early pace in here. And we'll see how it unfolds for him. Connections get off to a good start for the day. He's home. He gets the home cooking. And I'm sure he'll be favored based on his popularity and his return to Churchill Downs.
We'll see if he can add another grade 1 to his resume a little bit later on in the Clark. That's just one of the graded stakes that we have coming up today. There's 4 stakes at Aqueduct today. Fast and firm. We still have races 3 through 9 to go, races 2 through 12 at Churchill, the Mrs. Revere, and the Clark. The features there at Churchill Downs. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Turning our attention over to the Big A, we'll continue on with the live racing action. Race number 3 is our next order of business. We're going a mile on the main track in this first level allowance race. No surprise, the number 4, Cupid's Heart, just one race away from being undefeated, is currently your favorite. She'll step into open company for the first time, and we'll kick off the middle pick 4 after this.
Whether it's Division 1 or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. So you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. You can also follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Race 3 coming up on the main track. We saw Suspended Campaign go by out of the same race. Here's Wasp.
Yeah, Wasp was third last time, a long way behind Tizzy in the Sky, one of the contenders in the Comely later on. We'll see if the cut back to a flat mile helps her.
Big price. Here's Vienna Code.
One of 3 statebreds in the race. She's been off the board in her last 6 starts. Needs a little bit of a form reversal in here.
Even money now, short price on Cupid's Heart.
Should be on or close to the lead with the filly coming up here.
There she is, spiked, blinkers on.
Yeah, she gets the Rogue's Badge, Fingal's Cave on her car, Gina Romantic, as she's running against some nice fillies. We'll see if Jose Ortiz decides to press Cupid's Heart.
And Spooky Road off the win is a main track only last out.
Yeah, big win last time out. She got a good pace to run into that day. She likes it here at Aqueduct, and she likes this one-turn mile.
That's the field for the third race. Even money on your favorite as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale getting a good look at these fillies. Maggie, even money right now on Cupid's Heart.
Yeah, Cupid's Heart, she looks to be a good one, Acacia. She has won 3 of her 4 career starts as she does step out of State Bred Company for the first time here today. But let's face it, she's not meeting the toughest group of open company. And as Anthony said, there are 2 other New York breds in here anyway. Look, she is now 3rd off the layoff. She's very strong looking in her appearance. And 2, she's just a bit more settled. You know, when she came back at Saratoga, while she at first was nice and relaxed, she kind of got really on the muscle and really puffed up once they put the tack on her. And now today, with that stretch out and distance in mind, she's just a bit more relaxed. And I like to see that. Now, she is a big, good-looking filly, but she is built more like a sprinter in that she's built more downhill. Those elevated hindquarters, very strong behind the saddle. Now, I don't think she has a problem with the one-turn mile. Anything beyond this, I think you're getting into a little bit of dicey territory, and it just pushed me, and primarily her price pushed me to take the current co-second choice in number 5, Spiked. Maybe it was a fact of her not liking the off track last time. She was wired by Missy Greer, whom she pressed the whole way, but it was her first start off a little bit of a break. She was fairly keen that day too, and just really on the muscle. And today she's a bit more settled in the paddock as those short cup cheater blinkers go on. And it just feels as though she's a filly that may lack a touch of focus in some of her races. And I think with that equipment adjustment, it should just provide what she has been missing in some of her previous efforts. And Acacia, she just looks fantastic. Really fit here, stringing these 2 races back to back.
She certainly is interesting, Maggie. Thank you. Spiked 3-1 right now on the board. As Maggie mentioned, Missy Greer wired the field last time out 2 starts back where she was going a distance that she might not have preferred, Anthony, to, in going the mile and an 1/8. She was beaten by Fingal's Cave, who was on a tear and a talented horse, and thought that she had run quite well. She looked like she had a little bit of upside to improve today.
So I'm not one that entirely relies on speed figures. In fact, I probably incorporate them less than most people do. But her race going that 9 furlongs is so much faster than any of her other races that it troubles me when trying to figure out where she belongs here. I put her 3rd, and I almost put her 4th, because I'm starting to think that she's just not that fast. I really don't like the filly she beat in her maiden win. I know she chased a quick enough pace last time and slop, and I don't think she really handled that wet track last time. But my problem is her best race was that race going to 9 furlongs. And whereas I don't think she wants to go to 9 furlongs, I don't know if she's fast enough to keep up with Cupid's Heart. And I don't know what she wants to do. I think she's still trying to figure out, and the fact that she's a point less than Wasp on the tote board kind of leads me to believe that smarter people than me feel the same way.
That's fair. We'll see if those blinkers add a little bit more focus on today, as Maggie touched on. Cupid's Heart, the favorite, though. Maggie expressing maybe that the one-turn mile should be fine as she does stretch out. This is the furthest that she's gone, but she's been very impressive in her last 2 races, winning by 5 lengths and 5 1/4 lengths, respectively.
It is so hard to go through any set of conditions. 2 life, 3 life claiming races from the maiden win, open company allowance, state bred allowance, which is what this filly did. And she's not only done it, she did it off of she won her first allowance race off a 9-month break. And then came back and absolutely romped again in the second level. Here is the second level win. Yeah, she's stepping up to open company now, but I'll tell you what, the barn could have went back and handpicked a group of open company horses. Number one, there's 2 state breds in here, along with Cupid's Heart, so half the field is state breds. Suspended Campaign has had an awful lot of chances. Vienna Codes had a bunch of chances. Spooky Road comes in off a starter allowance win just 8 days ago. Her main competition figures to be Wasp. I think her main competition is Wasp. I don't think Wasp wants to go to 9 furlongs. She cuts back. She gets on a fast track for the first time in a while.
Wasp.
Yeah, Wasp.
Yes.
I think if Cupid's Heart stubs her toe today, I think Wasp is the one that picks her up.
We'll see if Wasp can pick up the pieces. Has had several in the money finishes. We'll see if she can build off of that third place finish last time out. Loading in for this allowance race. Can Cupid's Heart keep the momentum going? We'll soon find out. Sending it up to the voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle, for the call of race 3 at the Big A.
We are set for race 3. And they're off. Spooky Road, Spiked. Cupid's Heart now moving up to challenge for the lead. So it is Cupid's Heart and Spiked, and those two are right together. Vienna Code is next in third. Wasp is now moving up in between horses. On the far outside is Spooky Road, and farther back is Suspended Campaign, who trails the field in sixth, and now they're moving up the Aqueduct backstretch. With Cupid's Heart, the odds-on favorite, leading here by a half length, now by a full length. Spiked runs in second. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Spooky Road next in third by a head, with Vienna Code down at the rail. Then comes a Wasp, and it's a huge break back to Suspended Campaign, who trails the field. They're approaching the half-mile pole, with Cupid's Heart leading here by a length. Spiked remains in second. Opening half, 47 and 4. Spooky Road is in third and moving up a bit. Then Vienna Code and a Wasp. And now they're midway around the far turn. It's Cupid's Heart on the inside and Spiked on the outside, with Spooky Road sitting just behind them in third as they come for the quarter pole. Cupid's Heart and Spiked, they are heads apart for the lead. Spooky Road is in third. And farther back, it's Vienna Code in fourth. 3/4 up in 1:13 and 2. Cupid's Heart, Spiked, Spooky Road, 3 of them across the track now with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And here is Spooky Road now to take over. Then Spiked. Cupid's Heart is back running in third. Spooky Road with a quick turnaround to win again here at Aqueduct. Spooky Road at 10-1. Spiked was second, Cupid's Heart third.
It was 6 days coming into her last effort, which was an open-length win, an 8-day turnaround today, and Spooky Road gets another victory. She was traveling beautifully on the outside of that pace stool.
Owner trainer Linda Rice treating Spooky Road like a harness horse at this point. Every week, she's dropped in the entry box.
And she's flourishing.
A racing office dream. And she was good again today. You know, you turned to me at around the 3/8 pole and said, she's really traveling. She looked a winner from the half-mile pole every step of the way home, and gets the job done by almost a couple of lengths. Yeah, you know, Maggie pointed out a lot of good things about Cupid's Heart. She did not want to go this far. I think Jose Ortiz made a little bit of an error when she did not. Cupid's Heart did not get away from there that cleanly. Yep. I would have thought that if she didn't, Spiked would have been the one to get to the top, but she didn't. Final time of 1:40 and 1. Track's a little tiring here today, Acacia, and we'll see how that plays for the rest of the afternoon.
Spooky Road picking up another victory. She was a 10-1 upset here. It was 6-5-4-1. Spooky Road traveling beautifully on the outside under Jose Lezcano. Bringing prices in a bit back at Churchill Downs. We turn our attention to race 2. It's 1 1/16 on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, 3 allowance competition here. There's a look at Jungle Juice, some speed from the inside.
Jungle, that brings back a lot of bad college memories.
Does
Acacia.
it bring back the memories or the lack thereof?
I mean, the lack thereof in a big way. As a St. John's graduate, I wouldn't mind having some of those brain cells back from the Jungle Juice days. Wow. Who am I kidding? I had Jungle Juice probably about 3 years ago. It scratches down to a field of 4, and the horse coming out of the sprint, Republique, is the one who comes out. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the game plan would have been, but I'd have to imagine that it would almost have to help Jungle Juice's cause that she came out of here, because coming out of those sprints, I would imagine she was going to be forward today. Mm-hmm. The inside has been such an advantage at Churchill Downs. as well as being forward, that you would imagine Bug Rider Renee Diaz just gets Jungle Juice out of the gate. I don't know if that's going to help. I don't know where that race 2 back came from. She hadn't run that well in over a year. If she can find that race, she'll be tough in here. If she can't, I got to imagine number 3, Grayson's Macho Gal's not too far behind, and the favorite Will Secret is ready to pick up the pieces. But I will say this. That is a short price on Will Secret in here.
I know that she has back class. It looked at a time like she had a lot of promise. She won the Honeybee at Oaklawn last year. We saw her. You see Malathaat Clairiere several times in her form search results, the horses that she was facing at the top company in the Distaff division last year in 2021, and she just hasn't quite been the same this year.
She has not taken this step forward from 3 to 4. That is, if you own a nice filly like her, one that's been, multiple stakes placed, a grade 3 winner already, that is your biggest fear.
Yep.
Because she can't add to her value. She has not added to her value in her 4-year-old year.
No, she
She's
hasn't.
devalued herself, if anything.
Yes, we'll see if she can turn things around today. But let's meet the rest of the field as they step onto the track, kicking things off with, when we discussed a little bit already, Jungle Juice.
We'll see which one shows up. If the 1-2 back shows up, she's going to be ultra tough. If the one that was present last time shows up, she figures to trail this field of 4.
And she wears those cheek pieces, a little bit more open as far as the equipment versus blinkers, particularly for horses that are trying to look behind them. Here is your favorite, Will Secret.
Yeah, she just does not have a lot of early speed. Comes in off 3 consecutive third-place finishes at much better prices than the prohibitive 3 to 5 she is right now.
Very short price in a compact field. Here's Grayson Macho Gal. I noticed she was sharp back in the paddock. Will she be forward?
John Ortiz, Van will travel from Prairie Meadows to Ellis Park to Presque Isle Downs. Her last 2 are real troubling after a huge effort in the Iowa Distaff 3 starts back.
The 4 is out. Here's the number 5, Candy Raid.
Candy Raid has not hit the board since taking the Bourbonnais Oaks back in April against straight 3-year-olds on the all-weather at Turfway Park. Her only try on the all-weather. It was clearly her best effort. She is another one who has very little early speed. Just beat 1 home in the Claiming Crown Tiara in the slop a couple of weeks ago, 13 days ago to be exact, at Churchill.
Will Secret is 4 to 5 as we bring Paula Duca in. Polly, can your favorite run back to those big races she had as a 3-year-old?
That's the question in here, Acacia. And when you look at the pace scenario in here, you guys make a great point. What's going to happen in here with Jungle Juice to 1? Because when you look at the rest of this field, okay, you have 3 other runners in here. They're all winless here at Churchill Downs. Now, you can obviously say they've been against way tougher, but the 1 has won 3 races here, and maybe that's where that race came from 2 starts ago that Anthony was talking about. I think the horse just likes the racetrack. Now, is she good enough to beat the other 3 horses in here? Now, Grayson Macho Gal, you made a good point. In case she's got the eye even through a camera lens some odd thousand miles away. The 3 was a little washy on the neck, if I had to be dead honest with you, but it wasn't really getting too rambunctious on the racetrack. Was, just a little warm. It's a beautiful day out right now. It's like in the low 50s, and the sun is out. And I would think that's telling me that this 3-horse is got to get to the front end. Because when I look at Grayson Macho Gal, it just seems like she just has packed it in when she doesn't get to the front end. The 2 starts back in the Groupie Doll, she got hooked up in a wicked speed duel. And I get what happened there, but the other 2 horses that she got hooked up in the speed duel with, they kind of kept on for 3rd and 4th. It wasn't like they completely wilted away. In her last 2 races, I just don't know where they've come from. She just has not run well, but she has to get to the front end. It looks like the 1 and the 3 have to get to the front end to win this race. So that set it up for Will Secret. And then it's a dangerous proposition for Candy Raid, a horse that comes from way out of it. But how can you trust a horse that both wins are, one of them is over synthetic, and the other win was over basically first time out at Ellis Park for maiden 30 at 50 cents in the dollar in a 5-horse field, and the horse got a 28 buyer. So I just don't know where to go with the 5 here. Even though the 3 was a little bit washy for me, I'm hoping that Ray Lou Gutierrez, who's been on the 1, he guns to the front end and sends and just says, catch me if you can.
We'll see how it plays out today. Paul, thank you. The pace is definitely a question in this race. On top of, can Will Secret run back to her races? I think at even money, too. No doubting she has class, especially given what she's facing in here, Anthony. But given how murky the setup of this race does look, on top of the fact that she's a little bit off form, I think that's why you even see the other three runners pretty close in price.
Yeah, she might just be better than these horses. That can absolutely happen. But, I mean, she hasn't run a fig that would overwhelm these horses in over a year.
Back at Aqueduct, we saw Spooky Road pick up another victory. This is a filly who is in very good form right now, traveling beautifully on the outside of the two favorites. Cupid's Heart was able to secure the lead. She has some distance limitations, it looks like, and Spiked was able to outlast her in the pace duel, but sitting in the catbird seat, so to speak, was Spooky Road.
Yeah, perfect setup with Spiked pressing Cupid's Girl, did not break that alertly, and able to stay in raging form. 2 wins in 8 days now for Linda Rice and London Trains. This filly.
23.40. She was a generous price too, 10-1 off that quick turnaround over the two favorites, Spiked and Cupid's Heart. That's the third race at the Big A. Stakes action coming up next at the Big A with the Notebook for the 2-year-old New York breds in the spotlight coming up next. Back at Churchill, moving towards the starting gate for race number 2, Compact Field Will Secret, a short price for the coach, Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, we'll see if she can live up to this 4-5 favoritism. I'll tell you the horse I would not be betting on here is Panty Raid. Candy Raid. Wow. It was an old Todd Pletcher runner. Candy Raid. Laugh at me. I had Jungle Juice on my mind. I bet Jungle Juice.
Oh, God.
I bet Jungle Juice in here. That price is ridiculous. The way this racetrack's been playing, how is this horse 9-2? How is she the longest price in here? That win, by the way, 2 back, that was at Churchill. She's 3 for 10. Paul mentioned the other 3 fillies are winless at Churchill. She's won 3 times.
Yeah, good point. Including going 9 furlongs, 2 starts back, so no distance limitations here. They load in. Can Will Secret get back on track today? We'll soon find out. Travis Stone standing by with the call for race 2.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Grayson's Macho Gal breaks out on top. Jungle Juice, not the best of beginnings, races up toward the inside to be second. But Grayson's Macho Gal has taken charge and steps out to lead by 2 into the opening turn. Goes a little bit wide there, and Jungle Juice was forced outward. Will Secret wide on the track, racing up into third, and Candy Raid heads over to the rail to save ground fourth. Up top, it's Grayson's Macho Gal with a 2-length lead, unchallenged so far. Jungle Juice and Will Secret, they're together, second and third, now 2.5 behind Grayson's Macho Gal. A margin of 4 from there to Candy Raid, who's allowed to settle in at the back of the pack, 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. 5 furlongs remaining. The opening quarter managed in 24 1/5 seconds. The opening half in 47 1. Grayson's Macho Gal steps out now to lead by 3 with 4 furlongs to go. Grayson's Macho Gal hits the far turn in command. Will Secret is on the move now, up into second. Jungle Juice back to third. Still a ways back to Candy Raid fourth. Round the far turn, catching up to Grayson's Macho Gal. Will Secret is drawn to within a half a length. Grayson's Macho Gal is set down for the drive. These two head-to-head off the turn. Candy Raid rolls up into third. Top of the stretch, Grayson's Macho Gal hanging tough. Will Secret fully extended. These two still head-to-head. Candy Raid third. 8th pole coming. Grayson's Macho Gal's a tough customer. Will Secret desperately trying to get by. Short lead, 16th pole. Will Secret in front. Grayson's Macho Gal will fight to the finish, but is second best. Will Secret, a hard-fought win there. Grayson's Macho Gal and Candy Raid.
The class prevailed for Will Secret. She was finally able to wear down the tough pace setter, Grayson's Macho Gal.
Yeah, simply just a little bit better than her brave rival to the inside today. Louis Saez set her down for a drive, and I think it was important. Louis rode her for the first time last time and was probably a little too complacent on her. He chased after her to go after the leader, Grayson's Macho Gal, today, and he didn't stop. He was relentless. Once he put her in a drive, he continued to drive her home. And I think that's what probably got them the money today at Churchill.
I think he got his arm workout this afternoon.
You're not kidding, kid. Yeah, he was moving on her. He started at around the 3/8 pole, and he did not stop pumping until they passed the wire first.
Will Secret got back to the winner's circle for the first time since March of 2021. Trainer Brad Cox, he looks for his second score in the Grade 1 Classic. Do you remember his first? 2018 with Leo Frick. He'll have a chance with West Will Power later today.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Nodo ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Getting ready for race number 4 at Aqueduct, which is our first stake of the day, the Notebook. Excited for this one. The 2-year-old New York breds in the spotlight. There is Acoustic Ave in the paddock, currently your second prize. As we head down, get a paddock report from Maggie as we have these New York bred 2-year-olds in the spotlight. Maggie.
Yeah, Keisha, also our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, as we'll take a look at your current second choice, at least the last time I looked at the board, and that's number 3 in here, Acoustic Ave, whom is riding a nice little win streak into this Notebook effort, albeit both of which coming up at Finger Lakes. But, you know, last time he was involved with that torrid duel for the entire race with Andiamo a Firenze, in which Stonewall Star kind of joined the party late. She would eventually settle for third, but will come back and win here last weekend. Not necessarily flattering the race that much, only posting a 69 buyer, but sometimes that's apples and oranges. This horse has just progressed really nicely from, you know, his first start, or first 2 starts when I last saw him up at Saratoga to now. He's just so much more mentally mature. He was acting up on the track in that second start, and he's very calm and well within himself. And 2, he just continues continues to get stronger throughout. Now, he is going to have Don't Lose Cruise breathing down his neck, so to speak, and Don't Lose Cruise is talented, but just based upon appearances, the horse that I prefer the most in this compact group is number 1. That is Starquest, as I thought maybe got the wrong type of ride last time. He actually broke on top and he wanted to show more speed, but he was wrangled back. It was kind of like his first start, he figured things out within the running of the race, and then second time he's like, oh, I got this, and also stretching out in distance. He wanted to be more forward, and then it just kind of backfired in Arctic Arrogance winning that day. If anything, he's gone forward from that effort. Like I said, I thought a mile would suit him, but I think with the turn back, it actually might be better given the way that he ran in that last effort, in that Sleepy Hollow occasion, because he did come up a bit short, and he might get the right setup today.
Let's see what kind of trip he pulls. Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on Starquest, as it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. We'll meet the field for the Notebook. New York bred 2-year-olds kicking things off with Starquest, the homebred for Chester and Mary Broman.
I think he improved with a little distance. You and I agree with that. He cuts back to a sprint today. I don't know if he's fast enough to keep up with Acoustic Ave and Don't Lose Cruise.
Here is M. Shindy.
Blinkers on, shipping down from Finger Lakes. First start for Tally Lynch.
Acoustic Ave comes out of that win in the New York Breeders' Futurity.
3 for 4. Lone defeat came to Andiamo and Forenza. He avenged that one last time at the Finger Lakes.
Your even money favorite, Don't Lose Cruise. Did I say it right?
He did. Overcame the 10-hole and dueled on the front end to get out of the maiden ranks with a gaudy buyer fig of 84 last time out.
And last out maiden winner, Flashy Alex.
Yep.
That's it.
I got nothing for you.
Right.
Now he could use a little pace. So I was joking with you. Cuts back to 6 furlongs. He'll need a little help up front.
There is Don't Lose Cruise for Rick Schosberg, as Brad Ortiz looks to surpass the stakes record in a year, currently tied with Garrett Gomez. Can he go one further with this 2-year-old right here?
The foals I've seen by them are just very athletic, very balanced. They move well. The ones I've been around have good temperament. They're just very nice horses. To me, he checks all the boxes. He's a high dollar sales yearling. He's got the conformation. You know, he's got that blazing speed, and he's passing on his look. So I'm very high on him.
Volatile is fast. Wins by 5 lengths on the wire.
Volatile, victorious in the Vanderbilt.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Getting ready for our first of 4 stakes today at the Big A. It's the Notebook for the New York bred 2-year-olds to kick things off. There is Don't Lose Cruise.
They put the apostrophe in the wrong place, according to Carmela Samil, who is part owner of this one with Clear Stars. And you get Don't Lose Cruise. They want it said that way, by the way.
Yep.
I don't know if it's to point out their mistake. I'll say mistake.
They're embracing
nicely.
it. I like it.
Yeah, you have
I
to
like
embrace
that.
it, right?
Yep.
Embrace the chaos of the apostrophe going before the O and not after the N. Don't was good. Breaking his maiden.
Hey, a Triple Crown winner. One with a name that was misspelled, so.
You make a great point.
Yep. Anything can happen.
They're the same price on the tote board. I believe Acoustic Ave was a little shorter in the tricks, in the pick 3, the double.
He's ticked over to favoritism now.
Yeah.
Fun matchup between these 2-year-olds. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
You know, I don't think they had to admit that they made a mistake with the name, as the dam is De Wild Ride. So Don't Lose Cruise. He comes in here with some gaudy figures, and like I said, he's a bit of a longer, leaner type. He is that gelding, so he's not quite as bulky and robust looking as his fellow colts in Starquist and Acoustic Ave. And he could very well win here. He got on his toes, he got a lovely warm-up, but for me, at a fairly short price, sometimes with these 2-year-olds, you have to base more on who they've beaten than what that figure is. Not to say that figure's not, the figures that he's run aren't true. But look, he was second against Canarsie, who was very disappointing coming back later in the Sleepy Hollow. But Starquist, he was beaten by Arctic Arrogance, who will look to come back in open company next time in the Remsen. And Acoustic Ave, and maybe Andiamo Frenze isn't going the right direction, but he was very good during the latter half of the summertime. So, like I said, he's okay, but just based upon physical appearances, I did prefer the 1 and 3, and I thought that number 1, Starquist Acacia, could get the right setup, and if I was just blindly selecting horses, he would be my selection based upon appearances.
Good-looking son of Nyquist. Maggie, thank you there. He is on the track, Starquist, who Maggie mentioned, he has broken sharp, actually, in both of his starts. In his debut, it looked like he was totally taken aback by what was happening with kickback and racing and drop back, and then it kicked in later to close. Interested to see what kind of trip he gets today.
Yeah. Be curious to see what all of the closers have to deal with in front of them today. Is it a 2-horse race between Acoustic Ave and Don't Lose Cruise? Or can one of the outer back markers pick him up and lay him down late here in the notebook? Red Ortiz Jr. looking to break the record, by the way. This would be win number 77 in the stakes race. The late, great Garrett Gomez won 76 in 2007. So we may see some thoroughbred racing history right here in the notebook.
The 2-year-olds in the spotlight. First stake of the day at the Big A. Here's John Embriel with the call.
The gate. And they're off in the notebook stakes. Don't Lose Cruise is out for the lead with Acoustic Ave racing in second, and Starquist is next in third, followed by M. Shindy in fourth. Farther back, Flashy Alex is fifth up the backstretch. Don't Lose Cruise leads by 1.5 lengths with Acoustic Ave giving chase in second. Starquist is down at the rail. M. Shindy is on the outside. Big break back to Flashy Alex, who trails the field in fifth. The opening quarter in 23-1. Don't Lose Cruise by a neck. Acoustic Ave right there on the outside in second. 2.5 lengths. Starquist has now moved into third. M. Shindy is fourth. And farther back, Flashy Alex. It is Don't Lose Cruise and Acoustic Ave. And the two of them are right together as they hit the top of the stretch. Don't Lose Cruise on the inside. Acoustic Ave on the outside. The two of them hook up as they come for the 3/16 pole. Starquist is all out in third. It is Don't Lose Cruise and Acoustic Ave. They continue to battle it out. Starquist is getting closer in third. They're at the 16th pole now. Acoustic Ave, Don't Lose Cruise, Starquist on the outside. The battle to the finish. Acoustic Ave narrowly. They come on, and it is Acoustic Ave to win it. Acoustic Ave narrowly. Photo for second. The late closing Starquist and Don't Lose Cruise.
Acoustic Ave fighting it out down to the wire, able to hold off the number 1 Starquist. What were you seeing in the stretch, though, Anthony?
Yeah, they made contact. It looks like the Don't Lose Cruise is the one.
He was
that
coming
comes
out a little bit, I think.
Way.
Yeah,
it looks
to
that
intimidate.
way. We'll take a look at it right here. It looks like they made contact there. I'll tell you what's really interesting. Starquist made this really tight for second with Don't Lose Cruise. This is a head bob here. We're going to try and stay with it. I think it's 3-4.
I think 3-4-1. Now here's what we're talking about. Really with the 2 horses in front. Yeah, right there. Don't Lose Cruise. It looked like Irad Ortiz was trying to come out and either re-engage his horse or intimidate the outside runner, Acoustic Ave. And one thing about Acoustic Ave, I will say, and he's shown that in his last 2 starts, he fights for it.
Yeah. Or herd. You can call it what it is.
Yep.
He likes to herd.
It was hurting.
It was hurting. They made contact at Rubbins Racing from the great days of Thunder from the early 90s. I don't think there's anything here.
Well,
yeah.
it was the 4 coming out into the 3.
Yes,
and
I
the
believe
3
so too.
Acoustic Ave.
Yeah, they
got his
rubbed.
nose down first.
There was rubbing. I mean, I don't think there's anything to this. And the Don't Lose Cruise did hold on for second over Starquist. Well, I'll tell you what. Coming out of this race, I think the one I want the most is Starquist, especially when the
I think he's
distances
still
get a little
figuring
longer.
things out.
He absolutely is. He ran in spots all day today, and if he runs in if the light bulb clicks on a second and a half sooner, he may have got the job done here in the notebook today. Nice effort though from the top 3.
Acoustic Ave, not the fastest out of the gate, but Manny Franco hustled him up and he fought for the win once again. 3-4-1-6. Acoustic Ave and Manny Franco picking up another New York bred stakes victory. Bring your prices, reactions, and more from the notebook after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. Standing now in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. The notebook in the books. A very tough game effort once again from Acoustic Ave. And my husband, Miguel, saying he thinks this is stakes win number 14, we think, for Dean Reeves with Christophe Mott this year. They have been quite the duo.
They have. I was also corrected. Don't Lose Cruise, the mistake story was just that. It's because of the Wildcat pedigree. But I got a Fugazi story, so I apologize. Congratulations, though, to Connection. That's a crazy number. 14 stakes races City Man, good for a couple of those.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Christophe Clement, the trainer of Acoustic Ave, he's standing by in the winner's circle with Maggie.
Well, Geisha, we were just stating how game Acoustic Ave is. Christophe, he seems like one of those horses that thrives when he can get in a little bit of a fight out there on the track.
No, absolutely. He's as game as they come. He was very game, as you know, in his last race. Same today. I was a little bit worried at the quarter pole from both the inside horse and the one coming on the outside. But Manier just had a little bit left, and it worked out.
What I think is credible to him is that he doesn't necessarily need the lead. He broke slightly flat-footed today, and Manny went to plan B.
And absolutely. He actually broke okay. He came back with a cut behind. I think the one horse, somebody must have struck into him behind coming out of the gate. But he's been a fun horse. Miguel, my son's been telling us from the beginning how excited he was, and he was right, because he's fast and he's game and it's fun.
He's kind of like Senbei 2022 winning and might be on his way to a championship New York bred season.
Yes, I hope so for Mr. Reeves, and I'm delighted for Dean, and it's a nice horse, and they overcome a lot, which is nice.
Quick question about Voodoo Zip coming up in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint. It was a bog last time. Did that play into anything? But really, he ran a very good race. He was the only horse to make up ground last time.
And absolutely. The turf course have been very funny at Aqueduct. They're very difficult to read. I mean, I'm a lucky guy. I won quite a few races on the grass, and even me, it's difficult for me to understand the turf course here. Overall, it has been amazingly speed-faring. He does not have any early speed. He's got to come from off the pace. I just hope that they go as fast as possible in front.
We'll see you. Best of luck later, but a nice way to start the day with his notebook win.
Thank you so much.
Acoustic Ave, Christophe Clement and Acacia, he is just a fun horse to watch. These are the kind of horses that you just get excited about on the racetrack.
So much heart. Love to see it. I completely agree, Maggie. Congratulations to Dean and Patty Reeves. Acoustic Ave with the win. Another homebred for the Bromans as horses they bred running 1 and 3 in the notebook. It seems like pretty much every New York bred stake checks through Mary Bromans have their hands all over it.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Back over at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 3 now. It's a mile and a 16th on the main track, meeting the field, kicking things off with Ironsides.
Ironside's going to stretch out off of 5 sprint races, 4 on dirt, 1 on turf. Son of Midshipman, better hope it helps the cause.
Here's the 2, Talks Cheap.
Showed speed from a tough draw last time, drops a little bit more in class, and I would imagine that Edgar Morales is going to be on or close to the lead with this son of Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, he's on his toes today. Here's the number 4, Ransom Painter, stretching out.
Stretching out, fresh gelding, 2-month break, cuts in half, bullet 35 and 4 move at Churchill coming in. This gray should be forward.
Here's the number 5, Out of Alcatraz. That's a good place to stay.
Yes, it is. First time off the Aaron Shorter claim. Source was forward from the rail, then tired late off of an August to October layoff last time. Claimed that afternoon from Tom Amos.
Big drop in class for Prince of Roses.
Yeah, last time this horse was in for a tag, he got beat just 3 parts of a length for $50,000 at this trip at Churchill Downs. Son of Cairo Prince and other figures to be forward, and appreciate the class relief in here.
Number 7, River Boy, blinkers off for the stretch out.
Claimed out of his last race from Shug McGay. His first 2 turf races not very good. His dirt race worse. He's finished 8th in all 3 tries.
And led Tasso to the outside.
Yes. Stretches back out. Tried this mile on the 16th at Keeneland 2 starts back to no avail. Comes back in just 6 days for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen and one of the leading riders in Tyler Gaffleone.
7-5 right now on the number 6, Prince of Roses. This horse ran a big race, 2 starts back for $50,000. Now drops in for the 20. I'm sure a big reason that we see such a short price on him now.
Yeah, his last race was just awful. Mm-hmm. His first race was just awful. They've all been around 2 turns. Trainer John Ortiz has made it his business to give this son of Cairo Prince plenty of distance to start his career. Barnes not going great right now either. And I think there are some faster horses in this race. He's a big favorite in here. And I know that his best race came at this trip over this course. Now he's 4-5.
Whew.
Wow.
Who do you like other than him?
I like Talks Cheap.
Mm-hmm.
I like Talks Cheap. I think that race last time on the stretch was a big effort. So...
has that speed, had outside post in the last 2 races, including 2-back, which was a 5-furlong turf sprint. We'll see what Talks Cheap can do now, just his 2nd time going a distance of ground off a good effort last time out. Your favorite, a very short price, Prince of Roses on the big drop in class. They start to load in for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. We send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for Prince of Roses, River Boy, and Lead Tasso. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Prince of Roses with a good beginning. Talks Cheap is there and Ransom Painter between them. Talks Cheap, Ransom Painter, Prince of Roses backs off the track from 3rd. Ironsides comes through toward the inside to be 4th early. Out of Alcatraz, angles off the rail to track the pace from 5th. River Boy and Lead Tasso are the back 2. Clubhouse Turn and Ransom Painter goes on with it now. Under a hard hold, Ransom Painter grabs the lead and strides out a length and a half. Talks Cheap defers into 2nd. Prince of Roses keeping pace with them in 3rd. Out of Alcatraz, also under a hold, moves up on the outside 4th. Ironsides coasting along in behind that 2nd flight, while 5th. River Boy, Lead Tasso, the 2 trailers still. 6 or 7 lengths off, Ransom Painter, who heads down the backstretch run. The opening fraction was sharp, 23-2 to a 47-3.5. There's 4 furlongs to go, and Ransom Painter hits the far turn in control. Talks Cheap getting closer now. Talks Cheap coming on 2 wide as they round the far turn. Prince of Roses revving up 3 wide. Ransom Painter's giving way, so now it's Prince of Roses and Talks Cheap going head-to-head with River Boy revving up as well, coming on 3 wide. Ironsides is right there in behind while 4th, and Lead Tasso's caught up too. They're off the turn. River Boy comes off the turn, and just like that, opens up by 2.5. Prince of Roses left behind. Ironsides comes through toward the rail. Lead Tasso on the outside. 8th pole, River Boy bounding away by 4 with a 16th to go. And River Boy is going to win this full of run. The final margin about 6 in the end. Ironsides got 2nd. Prince of Roses 3rd. Lead Tasso 4th.
River Boy off the claim, stretching out. A big turnaround today for Joe Sharp.
Acacia, there were an awful lot of lead changes in this maiden 20. More often than not, these races are just dominated by 1 or 2 runners. Didn't happen here. They just kept alternating on the lead, one handed off to the other. When River Boy took the baton, he was not going to give it back up today. He took the baton and he rolled on by and just won that open length. I mean, 17.5 lengths, 8.5 lengths, 34 lengths. Talk about a form reversal. 6 lengths. The next time he's in the PPs, it'll say 6, but there'll be a 1 before the 6. Galloped.
As Luis Saez picks up another win on the gelded son of Sharp Azteca. He found his friends today, definitely found the right kind of field. When we come back, we'll recap the stakes action that we saw yesterday on Thanksgiving Day at Churchill Downs. Played hard with another big performance in the Fall City, and the ageless Delica picking up another graded stakes win in the Cardinal.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Yesterday, we saw some nice graded stakes action at Churchill Downs on Thanksgiving Day. In the Falls City, it was 1 1/8 miles for the fillies and mares. Played hard. We know she likes the distance. We know she has talent. We know she has speed, Anthony. She put it all together yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, nice effort. We found out after her victory that Phil Bauer said she will return as a 5-year-old.
Great.
And they'll try to get her to win a Grade 1. This ride on her by Joel Rosario yesterday, reminiscent of the ride he gave Latruska in the Shuvi in 2020 up at Saratoga when the Shuvi was in the latter part of the meet during the COVID meet. And I'm sure Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer would love for her career to go the way Latruska's career went after that Shuvi. Going to let her race as a 5-year-old. I think that's a great move considering Malathat, Clairiere are all heading to the breeding shed. She's a nice filly. I don't think she came with her A game yesterday.
Okay.
I think she was a little, Joel handled her a little interestingly yesterday. I thought the inside was good, yet he kept her in a 4 or 5 path, able to hold off a turf horse. So that race is going to look bad on paper, but I think she ran really well.
After that, it was the Cardinal 1 1/8 miles on the turf, and Dalika, who does just about everything. She sprints, she won 1.5 miles, and she picked up another victory, another graded stakes win, going 1 1/8 miles yesterday at Churchill.
When the gates opened and Brian Hernandez Jr. was able to get pretty much loose on the front end in here and go 49 to the half, it was over. For all intents and purposes, it was over.
She's a cool mare.
She really is. She's won it going 5.5
Yep.
and going 12.
Isn't that amazing?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And she's 6. That was her last start, I believe. So she goes to the breeding shed. Well accomplished. A Grade 1 winner by way of that Beverly D win. And over a course that has been under a lot of scrutiny, she won her Grade 1 there in the Beverly D. So nice to see her go out a winner.
She's as consistent as they come, though, for trainer Al Stahl. Some big results yesterday at Churchill. Back here today at Aqueduct, getting ready for the 5th race. 2 other than allowance race coming up, 6 furlongs on the main track. There's your favorite In Dreams as she makes her first start since February. Maggie, what are you seeing?
I really like this horse. He is very handsome as he does make his first start for the Horacio de Paz barn. We saw out of sight last week here. While he didn't win, I thought he ran very well, doing a lot of the dirty work up front just before tiring within the last 16th of a mile. And he made an excellent impression on me that day too. So I feel like Horacio's taken these horses for rep racing and has done well with them. Now, this is one that I haven't ever seen before, but just a lovely balanced son of Frosted. Came in here with good energy, is incredibly strong looking, and just looks ready to go. Given the fact that we haven't seen him since February, I couldn't ask a horse to look any better here coming in off of the layoff, as I don't mind, the 6 furlongs. I think that makes a lot of sense for him. As we'll take a look at number 8, Outlaw Kid, and it feels like, the betting public, they're pretty smart around here. They're not just betting this horse off of turf form as he tries the dirt for the first time. There is more turf/synthetic from the dam, and the other sibling wasn't much to write home about. He looks all turf to me. And furthermore, when you go back to the race 2 back, where he posted that big figure in his 3rd start, he looked like an Adonis. I mean, it was like he walked into the paddock and it was like, oh, this horse just looked fantastic. Like he was absolutely thriving. And then since then, he's just kind of regressed a bit slightly. His coat's gotten long and wispy. He doesn't look quite as well muscled and bulked up. So that coupled with the fact that I don't think he's a dirt horse has me looking the other way, Acacia.
Some interesting concerns, Maggie, thank you, with Outlaw Kid, who will try the main track for the first time. And it is a big question in here, Anthony, because as you had mentioned earlier, it's kind of a pivotal point in the year where George Weaver will decide, does he keep this horse here in the winter? Does he send him down to Florida looking for turf? Does he give him a break? What does he do with him?
I believe he's the most talented horse in this field. If he can dirt, you have races like the Gravesend, the Toboggan, the Tom Fool. You have a lot of stakes races for him. So
let's meet the rest of the field. The 1A Cadre stays in.
Yeah, Cadre stays in as this part of the entry. Draws outside. Got the job done at Mountaineer last time out.
Here's the number 3 stage left. Could he sit a trip?
Yeah, he took advantage of a huge pace meltdown in Saratoga to get the job done. His last 3 efforts, though, have lacked that punch he had that afternoon.
Coming in his first start since February. Good notes from Maggie in the paddock. Here's In Dreams.
Yeah, it should be the speed in here. Best race came on a muddy sealed track with Lasix. He gets the Lasix back, but it's dry as a bone on the main track today.
More speed. Here's the 5 Secret Rules.
Yeah, there was a time and place where he'd be the favorite in here. We'll see how much speed he shows under the 10-pound apprentice, Matty Olver.
New York bred, big engine.
He used to be a rail runner. Now he kind of comes from all over the place. He's won 5 of his 10 lifetime wins here at the Big A.
Turf to dirt for cash now.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit of a pace collapse as well, though he could be a little more forward coming out of the turf sprints. Dirt sprinting does not seem like it's going to be what he wants to do.
And Outlaw Kid to the outside.
Yeah, he could be the best horse in the race. He's done really well in his turf sprints, even last time when he was kind of up against it from a pace scenario. Be curious to see how the Son of Violence handles the main track.
The dam was all turf and synthetic. See what he does on the dirt today. There's a look at the number 5, Secret Rules, who does come out of a 3rd place finish and has that early speed. It's unfortunate because he was entered back on November 5th for $25,000, and that was to be Matty Olver's first mount initially, and it looked like this horse was just the lone speed. Unfortunately, he was a vet scratch that day, and we do see him back here in a much tougher spot. There he is on the inside, hanging on that inside lead. We know the name of his game. He has speed. He has races on the go back. What kind of pace setup does he get today? Secret Rules.
I know he needs to. See, if I was Matty Olver, I'd put him on the front end. I would just try and I'd go as fast as I can, as far as I can. I think that's his best chance. And I think his speed is his best weapon. I think trying to sit off of a horse and In Dreams, I don't think that's a good recipe. I would be on the front end in here. Or at the very least, I would try it. It's not always going to work out, but I'm a big believer that you have to use your best weapon. And if you get beat using your best weapon, you get beat. If you don't get beat using your best weapon, you're always going to have some regret and some what-ifs in your mind.
We know the name of his game. Maggie, what are you seeing from Secret Rules out on the track?
It's kind of interesting for the fact that Bill Mott and Lee Einsteiner just said, here you go, have him for 25, and then he's off from May to September. Then, as you mentioned, Akeisha, he was a vet scratch for a much lesser tag a month or so ago, 2 months ago, but they seem pretty intent on kind of protecting this horse. You know, there's no way he gets claimed here for 62.5, and they chose to run him waiver claiming for 32 on the raise off that layoff. He looks fine here. I don't have any problems with him really, but he did have a shoe repair back in the paddock to his right hind. It's worth noting, not it's negative or positive in any way, shape, or form, but it is interesting that they keep protecting this horse, but I just feel like he's in pretty tough against some of these horses. As we'll take a look at number 3, Stage Left. I thought he ran well last time, and Edmondson, he wired the field that day for the most part. He was kind of out wide chasing throughout, and he still stayed on resolutely, and he's warming up well today. He looks really healthy overall. I think he, is kind of, for me, and the board would suggest that too, the alternative if you're not in the trusting state of mind with In Dreams. But Akeisha, I couldn't get over how good In Dreams looked in this field.
Good to hear, Maggie. Thank you. Excited to see what In Dreams does as he comes back, making his first start for Horacio de Paz. He ran a huge race at Oakon 2 starts back, and then the one time I saw him was when he ran in the Swale down at Gulfstream, and he actually looked best that day. Disappointed behind my prankster, who turned out to be a decent sprinter over the winter in particular, and then we haven't seen him since. So he's got some questions to answer, but I was encouraged by what Maggie was saying from In Dreams.
Yeah, it's tough to take a horse off of Brad Cox.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's coming in, and it's not like he's the loose speed in here. If he was, his job would be so much easier, but with Secret Rules right to his outside, and Secret Rules, by the way, was over the summer was entered at Monmouth once or twice and scratched, so it was a long time between drinks for him. But he ran well enough, and like Mags pointed out, on the raise, wavered, right? I don't know what to do with him. I'll tell you what, he's a big price. I'm a little surprised In Dreams is this short.
Really?
Yeah, just because of the presence of Secret Rules. Without Secret Rules, I would understand it. Still have to deal, Secret Rules or no Secret Rules, Acacia. Got to deal with a 9-month layoff.
Yep. Long layoff, as you said. First off the trainer switch, it's always a hurdle to overcome.
Yeah.
Horacio De Paz takes over the training with this one. And there's a look at stage left. I had some interest in him potentially getting a good trip in this race. And he's a horse that has just kind of held his form pretty well since he's been with the Cantermasis.
Yeah, he's been okay. That 97 at Saratoga just sticks out like a sore thumb. I guess it wouldn't be a sore thumb, right? It would be a green thumb. That's a good one. That was a big race. He's never come close since.
I was like, what kind of reference are we making here? Yeah.
Yeah, I better stop on my reference today before I get in trouble.
Stage left. I think I think that was definitely a big race from him. Peaceful Waters was a horse that he came back to win impressively in his subsequent start. He was a horse that had been a head scratcher over the summer for Al Stahl because he wouldn't switch leads, and he would be kind of on the front end and wouldn't change leads and was getting run down. And stage left definitely took advantage of that. But overall, I thought he was consistent. And this time of year, consistency is key too, and maybe just a horse that's happy and healthy.
He's certainly a contender in here. Outlaw Kid just ticked down to favoritism. I could not argue he's not the most talented horse in this race. I think he is. At this point in their careers, I think he is. If he takes to the main track, it opens up a bunch of doors for the Weaver Barn, Randy Hill and the others who own this horse. I think he'll handle the dirt. I wouldn't take 5-2. I think he'll handle the dirt. I picked Big Engine, hoping for a little pace between In Dreams and Secret Rules. And I hope the pace comes back and Big Engine comes a-firing.
We'll find out how it shakes out in the 5th. Johnny I standing by.
Kadri steps in. We are set for the start of race 5 and the late pick 5. And they're off. A stumbling beginning for number 4 In Dreams, and he is the early trailer. Secret Rules, there is Big Engine, and now moving up is Cash Now in between horses on the far outside. Right there is Stage Left, and now moving through at the rail. That's Stage Left at the rail. In between horses there is Cash Now, and on the outside is Kadri. Secret Rules is now back running in 4th. Outlaw Kid is in 5th, followed by Big Engine, and farther back is In Dreams after that awkward beginning. They're racing around the turn, the quarter 23-2. Stage Left leading Kadri by a length. And then Outlaw Kid next in 3rd. Secret Rules is down at the rail and racing in 4th. They're at the head of the stretch. And it is Stage Left who now opens up here. Stage Left by almost 4 lengths. Outlaw Kid moving up on the outside of Kadri. It is still Stage Left with the lead. Outlaw Kid and Kadri giving chase 2nd and 3rd. Then Big Engine and In Dreams. They're coming on for the finish. It is Stage Left holding the lead. Stage Left and Eric Consell. Outlaw Kid completes the exacta. Kadri was 3rd.
Stage Left with the win. Eric Consell took initiative early on when the pace situation changed, when In Dreams stumbled and Secret Rules wasn't on the lead. He was aggressive on the inside to get position with Stage Left, and it paid off.
Yeah, Eric Consell found himself on the lead, so they were not going particularly fast up front. And he found himself on a very easy lead. I don't know. There were a couple of real curious rides in here. I don't know why Jose Lascano didn't go on with it with Big Engine when he broke as alertly as he did, and nobody else who was supposed to be on the lead was anywhere in sight. And then Eric just took advantage of it. He held rail and went Outlaw Kid tried getting by Kadri a number of times, and Kadri just kept getting in his way, bumped him a couple of times. I wonder if he would have had a clean path around, if he could have built a little momentum and gotten to stage left. I don't think that would be out of the realm of possibility. Let's see what happens at the start. The whole thing changed when 2-1 favorite Acacia in Dreams just did
he
not
went
break.
right to his knees.
Wow.
Bad stumble at the start.
Yep. Day was over there.
Yep, that really took him out of it. He was pretty far back early on. And throughout much of the race, completely changed the makeup of the race after that from In Dreams. Stage left, though, there he is. Picks up another win. Eric Cancel aboard for the Cantromasi brothers, and he put himself right in the right spot and was able to get the win today at 7-2.
Took some money. He was the third choice on this
did.
board.
He did.
Very interesting.
We turn our attention back over to Churchill Downs next. It is race number 4 coming up, a mile and a 16th on the main track, a $30,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, the fillies and mares. In the spotlight, there are the horses stepping on the track. Pretty wide open tote board right now. Ship It currently 5-2. First off the claim, 2-1 now for Steve Asmussen, and Tyler Gaffleone going to be in the saddle.
Yeah, gets off a sloppy track, sloppy sealed track, stretches out, fast track. This horse is 0 for 4 in her career beneath the Twin Spires. They're asking you to take a short price on her.
I think anytime you see Steve Asmussen reaching out to claim one, you've got to take the worst of it with the price. Here's 1 second off the layoff. Give me Candy.
Hey, give me Candy. Off the board in her last 3 against Allowance Company. Broke her maiden at Delta Downs. The only time she's ever hit the board in 7 tries.
I think the 3, Lanterns Candy went by. Here's the 4, Hal's Dream.
First time Lasix drops in off a series of stakes races after breaking her maiden on debut at Keeneland on the grass back in October of last year.
I haven't seen that filly since March. Here's Wicked Wonder stretching out.
Yep, she had a nice, useful prep against $40,000 2-life sprinting. Stretches out to the distance she broke her maiden at third asking.
Number 6, I Need a Girl Like You.
Got beat a long way getting back to the main track. In fact, 2 times this filly's run on the main track, she's gotten beat a combined 33 lengths.
Maiden win on turf. 2 starts back. Here is Monocacy.
Has gotten a check in her last 4 consecutive starts, all sprints. She'll stretch back out. She's never been long on the dirt.
In Spiteful, going back out to the distance.
Yeah, she tried it back in October of last year to no avail. We didn't see her for 10 months, came back to break her maiden, and then finished off the board against Lesser in her last 2.
And there's the 3. She didn't actually go by. She was last. Here's Lanterns Candy.
First off the claim here for the Schultz barn, who wins at 17%. Got a maiden win in start number 12 last time and was claimed out of that.
Let's see if she can keep the momentum going. That's a field for the 4th. Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, difficult field to navigate to. $30,000 horses, non-winners of 2 races lifetime. And the one Ship It is your favorite as of right now. And I think it's just because of the back numbers that this horse has under the Ship It, Cipriano Contreras. He's going to actually have a big say on this race. 2 horses claimed out of his barn are in this race, the 3 Lanterns Candy and the 1. Now, Ship It, if you go back to the races at Oaklawn Park, 2 and 3 back, they win this race. They really do. But, can she get back to that? She got beat by Ipsen Gratis on the drop for Cipriano Contreras for 20. She might have not taken to that sloppy racetrack. But Anthony made a great point. She's 0 for at Churchill Downs. Then Acacia made an unbelievable point. When Steve Asmussen claims horses for himself, he usually doesn't raise them up in class. He can usually bottom him out. We already saw that the other day with his son on the horse, that he raised the horse up in class. So he puts his horse up maybe not in class, but basically at the same level, 30 non-2. So I thought the 1, even though maybe a bad gamble at 9-5 is the horse to maybe beaten here. Hal's Dream, the 4, dangerous. First time gets Lasix. I don't care looking at the numbers. When I read Kenny McPeak, I see a horse that wins first time out on the turf. He tries the Goldenrod, the Sweet Chant, a little stakes race at Turfway. Now drops for 30, a 3-year-old filly getting Lasix for the first time, and he's monstrous on the drop. He won a ton of races in the last meet here, and it's really tough to tell on form how this filly's going to run, but I just wouldn't let her beat you. And then the 5 in here, Wicked Wonder, you know, I love that race too. I'm along with Anthony. I thought it was a nice little tightener. The win, I get it was a slowish win on an off-the-turf event, but this horse has won around 2 turns, is dropping in class. Daniel Pite's having a nice little meet, although a quiet little meet. Giovanni Franco will be aboard. So I thought those 3 horses had a big shot. The outside horse for me was the 7, Monacacy. Has decent numbers at 6 furlongs. Can he, you know, or can she replicate those numbers going 7 furlongs? Or not, excuse me, that in 9 furlongs or 8 furlongs here, 9 furlongs, excuse me, or 8.5, gosh, excuse me. If she can repeat some of those numbers, she can get in the winner's circle here. But the more I keep looking at this race, I had this race 1-5, 5-1, and I'm scared of the 4.
All right, Paul, thank you. Does have a touch of class, does Hal's Dream. Just 1 race on the dirt, but that was in the Goldenrod in just the 2nd start of her 2-year-old year. And she's been tough to keep on the racetrack, too.
I really like a horse in this race.
What's that?
I mean, that's not something you're supposed to say about a race like this. I think Wicked Wonder just makes so much sense in here. It's scary to me.
Okay.
2 starts against special weight to start her career, forget that. Drop her in for the tag. She breaks her maiden pretty easily off the turf. She tries to start her. She doesn't run well. Gets a break. Back on the turf. Doesn't run well. And they tried to run her on turf twice in 2 off-the-turf races at Fairgrounds. Comes back off of the July to October layoff. Gets his 3/4 sprint. Danny Pite's is old school. So he gives the distance horse a little 6 furlong race to put a little speed into her. She doesn't keep up going the 3/4. Now she finds herself in a race that does not have a lot of early speed in here. I would imagine Giovanni Franco is going to break running and see how it unfolds from there. Does Ship It try to protect? Does Inspiteful try to go over the top of the huge price? Maybe I Need a Girl Like You, find some of her turf speed from 2 back. I would imagine, though, that this horse is laying no worse than second, a length or so off the lead. And I think Giovanni Franco could put her in the right spot. I like her a lot today. She's the price I thought she would be. I thought she'd be in the 7-2, 4-1 range. Now she's 3-1. She's the price right around where I thought she would be. I like Wicked Wonder an awful lot today.
You're definitely going to get a better price than the favorite. She's 3-1 as she stretches back out versus Ship It, who is 8-5 right now on the board. And I know it was a layoff. She didn't do much running last time out. She absolutely could take a step forward for Steve Asmussen, but some things to prove today. Race 4 at Churchill Downs coming up next. Let's send it up to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Off to a pretty even start. Ship It down inside takes the early initiative. Inspiteful comes on from the outside. Gimme Candy is there. Lanterns Candy pulls back off to settle into 4th as they hit the clubhouse turn. And it's Ship It and Gimme Candy to go head-to-head early on. From the far outside, Inspiteful's on to grab 3rd. Lanterns Candy a little bit off the rail, racing 4th by 2. I Need a Girl Like You comes away 5th. Hal's Dream down inside 6. Wicked Wonders 7th. Monacacy at the back in 8th. 5 lengths from top to bottom. Pretty tight pack as they turn to the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 23-4. Gimme Candy sharing the lead with Ship It. Opening at the inside for Lanterns Candy if she wants to take advantage, but she backs off as Ship It angles back down toward the rail. Inspiteful continues on in the clear while 4th. I Need a Girl Like You 5th. Hal's Dream advancing inside 6. Monacacy. Wicked Wonders now the trailer as they move to the far turn. The half in 48 and 2/5 seconds. Up top, Ship It and Gimme Candy continue to guide the field along with 3 furlongs to go. Lantern's Candy is given more rein now, and here she comes with a 3-wide bid as they round the turn. And farther back, Hal's Dream is picking it up as well. Monocacy's now 5th. They hit the quarter pole. Gimme Candy comes away with a short lead. Ship It gives way down inside. Lantern's Candy's right there too, and Hal's Dream pops outside for the final furlong. Gimme Candy set down, holding on to the lead. Lantern's Candy fights on but is second. Hal's Dream third. Wicked Wonder fourth. Gimme Candy first. And she spurts away. Gimme Candy under the wire to win it by 4 in the end. And the photo for second goes to Lantern's Candy. Hal's Dream third. Wicked Wonder fourth.
It was a Candy Exacta. Gimme Candy able to get the win. Second off the layoff. Lantern's Candy just holding on for second.
Best hops a drop. Acacia had never been in for the tag. Tom Amos gets the job done with his main man Edgar Morales in the saddle. Good job in here. The 5 Wicked Wonder much farther back than I thought she would be in the early running. Ship It set the pace like we thought. She tired badly. Good job by Edgar putting Gimme Candy in the right spot. Right place, right time, gets the job done.
Edgar Morales picks up yet another win beneath the twin spires for his main man Tom Amos. Gimme Candy victorious, bringing prices after this.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised the Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. In the 5th at the Big A, Eric Kinsell put Stage Left in the right spot, and it paid off. This horse got the right kind of trip, got comfortable in the front end, and got the win.
Yeah, nice job by Eric, taking advantage of some misfortune of the rest and just getting to a loose lead and able to hold off the Turf Horse, Outlaw Kid, and all the rest.
Stage Left, no doubt about the winner. Of course, the pace did change dramatically when In Dream stumbled significantly at the start off the layoff. We'll see if hopefully he can get a better trip next time, second off the bench. But Stage Left the win for the Kanjamasi brothers, $9.40 winner, Eric Kinsell in the saddle, 381A. At Churchill Downs, we owe you some prices there as well. Gimme Candy got the win. The Candy Exacta, Gimme Candy over Lantern's Candy. And Edgar Morales and Tom Amis just seems like they just keep winning over at Churchill.
You know why?
Why?
They do. Edgar's had a really good meet. A little bit of a coming out party, if you will. You know, in a little bit of the national spotlight on our program and others. He's just been riding really, really well, and this is a good example. In a race that did not unfold the way some people, including myself, thought it would. He was in the right place at the right time, and he takes a horse who was in for a tag for the first time and at a big price and just rides a liking. Exactly.
$23.40, big price.
Yeah, 10-to-1 shot. He made it look very, very easy.
Well done by the team. Back over at Aqueduct, we continue with our stakes action on the day, the first graded action of the afternoon, the Grade 3 Long Island, and there is a mare who loves these distance turf races, Temple City Terror, trying to pick up another win. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie for the Long Island.
But yet, oddly, Acacia, she's never won at this 1 3/8 distance. Her, cream of the crop distance is 1.5 miles. She's not going to get it today, but it still doesn't preclude her from winning this Long Island handicap, as she looks great. And I noticed that up at Saratoga this year, and I had asked Brendan Walsh, as she was 14-1 or nearly 15-1 going into that Glens Falls. Do you just think she is a horse that really despises a wet course? And he said yes. And then I said, because she looks fantastic. And he's like, I really think she's going to run well. And lo and behold, she ran a very good second behind Warlike Goddess. And she comes in here off of a stakes record performance in the Dowager. She was the only horse to really do any running that day, and she just feels like she's ready to do some more running over this field. So we'll see, though. Chad Brown does send out a threesome to take her on, and arguably, at least from my vantage point, the horse that looks best, I don't mind Rocky Sky whatsoever, but the horse of the three that looks the best is number 5, California Queen, which she's a little bit confusing, at least from my standpoint, in that she's a horse that looks like shorter is better. Not these longer distance races, but she's very one-paced. So you kind of want that grinding type of horse, where that's exactly what she is. Now, she is second off of the layoff, so there's every reason to believe that she needed that last start in the Athenia. I wasn't in the paddock. Maybe, Acacia, you were. I just wasn't here that day. And she is a little bit of a heavier type, so she might need to race into fitness a bit more. And she still looks as though she might need another race, but I like that. I like when these fillies and mares carry a bit more conditioning, and she is here. So we'll see what she does and how she's ridden, because I think possibly being a bit more forwardly placed could suit her well.
She's 6-1 now, Maggie. Thank you. Unfortunately, I was also not in the paddock for the Athenia. That was Richie. So I can't add anything there, but California Queen does come in off a little bit of refreshing since September, but that was a 11-month layoff that she was navigating coming into that Athenia after a tough beat in the Grade 1 EP Taylor, which that Grade 1 event, Anthony, was the only time she's actually been the favorite since she's moved to Chad Brown's barn.
Yeah, she's been short prices, but you're right. The only time she's been the actual chalk, and she ran well. You could say it was her best race here in North America.
Let's meet the rest of the field, kicking off with a runner going back to the turf, Big Time Lady.
I would imagine she's going to be in front in here. No other reason to run this state-bred daughter of Big Brown. She's a big outlier at 36-1.
Has won on the turf, but that was a pretty slow maiden race back at the start of her career. Here is your 3-5 favorite, Temple City Terror.
Yeah, her best 3 races have come in her last 3 races. Starts 26 through 28, the 6-year-old daughter of Temple City. Should be able to get the job done today. 3-5 is a short price.
Tick, 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 boom.
You got all 3 ticks in.
I did.
Made up some ground to get the job done in an A other end. 3 back at Monmouth. Tried a minor stakes and a 2 other end in the last 2.
First of 3 for Chad Brown, Rocky Sky.
Got the job done in the way, going this mile and 3/8 distance over the track. See if she can run down Capital Structure. She'll have to deal with Temple City Terror today, though, as well.
California Queen went by. We talked about her. Here's Capital Structure to the outside.
You know, she's a little tricky to ride. Daughter of Loop de Vega. Was 8-5 when second best last time out. She is winless in 3 stakes tries. We'll see if she can make some noise here as the second choice this afternoon.
very soft mouth, tricky filly to handle out on the racetrack. But there's one who's in great form. Temple City Terror looks to make it 2 in a row in the Long Island after this.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get a look at Jones Beach.
Yeah, I love that place.
Known as the Pencil Point, the Jones Beach Water Tower, first built in 1930.
I've been to Jones Beach since a Dave Matthews show last September.
Did you know that the architectural inspiration is the bell tower of St. Mark's Basilica in Venice?
I did not know that. No, I didn't. And I made a mistake. I thought that's where I tailgate. It's not where I tailgate. That's the point on the loop, I believe, where you can go to the Meadowbrook Parkway, the Wantagh Expressway, like I said, the loop. So yes, if you live in Queens or on Long Island, you've been to many a concert at the Jones Beach Amphitheater.
Holds over 300,000 gallons of water.
Wow.
In that steel tank. You learned some things today, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. This is an educational program.
It is.
1-2 on Temple City Terror. Let's get back to Maggie trackside.
We've gone many different directions already on this young show today. I mean, even going back to Jungle Juice earlier on as Temple City Terror, the price is ick, but she really solidified me picking her, watching her warm up. She looks sensational on the racetrack too. But let's take a look at the shortest price of the Chad Brown trio. Actually, she's the same price right now as Rocky Sky, and I think she should be a slightly bigger price than Rocky Sky. Remember, Rocky Sky finished in front of her, and I thought, as you guys were mentioning, as Capital Structure is a tricky horse to ride, Irad rode her perfectly. I don't know what else he could have done last time. She needs cover. He got cover. She needs a rider to stay out of her mouth. He stayed out of her mouth. He came with the one late run. She was just second best to Rocky Sky that day. And if anything, physically between the two, Rocky Sky looks that much better than her. I don't know. Unless the distance, I don't know, it's the same distance she ran in the Weah. I just don't see why she should be a shorter price. And look, they're the same price right now than Rocky Sky. To me, I'd much rather take Rocky Sky at 9-2, but I'm taking 1-2 on Temple City Terror. Acacia.
And she is the one to beat. Maggie, thank you. Unfortunately, you have to take the worst of it with the price, but Temple City Terror for Brendan Walsh. I remember speaking to Brendan when he first started stretching her out further distances, and he said, you know, I think her demeanor will really suit going longer because she was running a mile and 16th, and she actually took quite a long time to break her maiden. And then once she did, I mean, he was absolutely right about going further when she won that Kirtana going a mile and a half back last year.
Yeah, the distance has just been her friend throughout her career. I think it's funny, Maggie pointed that out. She's winless at this distance in 4 tries. I don't know if it's going to come back to haunt her today.
2 of those have been on a soft turf, though, and Maggie pointed out that that's something that she likely doesn't prefer.
Yeah, she just doesn't prefer it, right?
Yep.
She doesn't like getting her feet stuck in the ground. She likes to be able to just bound over it, if you will.
I'm with her. I hear you, girl.
I get my feet stuck in all kinds of ground, so I want nothing to do with the soft ground either.
Race number 6, the Long Island from Aqueduct. We'll send it up to John Brial with the call.
And they're off in the 1.3 furlong Long Island, and it is Big Time Lady who goes out for the early lead, with California Queen racing in second, and then the favorite Temple City Terror in third. Right alongside is Rocky Sky in fourth, followed by Capital Structure and Tick, 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 Boom, the early trailer in sixth, as they go around the first of 3 turns. And it is a Big Time Lady, big long shot here, who has the lead and has opened up by about 4 lengths. California Queen down at the rail. Alongside is hard-held Rocky Sky. And then comes Capital Structure along with Temple City Terror. Tick, 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 boom remains at the back. The opening quarter over the firm turf in 24-3 as they now close in on a Big Time Lady. Under the line for the first time. Big Time Lady holding on to the lead. Rocky Sky is closer now in second. And then it is California Queen down at the rail and Capital Structure on the outside. 1/2 mile and 50 seconds. Around the clubhouse turn with Big Time Lady in front, and the lead is now 2 lengths. Rocky Sky in second. California Queen is down at the rail. Capital Structure on the outside in fourth. At the back now are Tick, 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 Boom and Temple City Terror. They race midway up the backstretch, 3/4, 1:15-3. Big Time Lady tracked by Rocky Sky. It's Big Time Lady by a length. Rocky Sky runs in second. California Queen is down at the rail. Tick, 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 boom on the far outside. Then Capital Structure and a Temple City Terror as they head for the far turn. And now Rocky Sky makes her move. Oh, steadying there was a Big Time Lady, and that affected Capital Structure as the field goes around the far turn. So it is Rocky Sky who leads by a length and a half, with California Queen racing in second. Temple City Terror is on the move now on the outside. Rocky Sky is in front. Temple City Terror trying to get to Rocky Sky with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Rocky Sky on the inside, Temple City Terror on the outside, and it is Temple City Terror to take over in deep stretch. Temple City Terror and Jose Ortiz to win the Grade 3 Long Island Stakes.
Temple City Terror, she's all class. Another confident ride, this time under Jose Ortiz, and she was able to run down Rocky Sky.
That's the other thing about her. She never keeps a rider.
Yeah.
Last time she had a rider for back-to-back starts was back in April and May. It was Adam Beschizza.
We didn't even want to stick with her, huh?
Yeah, I mean, nobody travels with her. This was worth $300,000 today. Jose Ortiz said, I'll take it. I have no problem with it. He set her down for a drive at about the 3/8 pole when there was a little incident where the speed backed up and kind of got steadied. Everybody seems to be okay. Everybody crossed the wire, thankfully. But she put on a turn of speed that you don't normally see from her. And Jose set her down and let her roll. And he beats the 3 Chad Brown runners who run second, third, and fourth in number order.
2, 4, 5, 6. Temple City Terror, who went off 3 to 5, gets the win. And the pace, as we anticipated, was set by Big Time Lady. She was trying to run off on the front end. And you'd kind of called this too, Anthony, that she would be several lengths in front. And as she was backing up, I think Capital Structure was the one that really took the worst of it at that point too, but always traveling was the number 2, Temple City Terror.
Yeah, never really in
Never
doubt.
in doubt. No. A very, very talented, classy mare by Temple City. Gets another graded stakes win for Brendan Walsh, this time with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Bring you prices, reactions, and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Race 5 at Churchill Downs is our next order of business. We're cruising right along here. A mile and a 16th on the main track, 30,000 non-winners of 2 in life for 3-year-olds and up. Horses stepping onto the track will meet the field of 10 that will be dealing with tepid favorite, Mr. Creed. Starting things off, though, with the #1 Beyblader.
Got the job done in start number 9 when stretching out off a series of sprint races for Timmy Gleishaw.
11-1 now on the board as he faces winners for the first time. Here's Alexis and Nico.
Who also faces winner for the first time. Got out of the maiden ranks in start number 8 when shipping to Hawthorne as the 3-5 favorite against Special 8 comp last time.
#3 is currently your favorite still, Deep State.
Mr. Creed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Creed.
It's okay.
I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Florent Giroux is going to climb aboard the son of Jimmy Creed, who was second at this level. Actually, second against a little bit better last time out. Third last time out.
I was obviously just excited to talk about this horse, Deep State.
Yes, this is where we all are mentally. We're in a deep state right now. Dropping in a little bit for Brian Lynch, who's had a really nice meet there. I wonder if this horse can be a little more forward like he was 2 starts back as opposed to last time when he was out the back.
Here's a Lord Captain.
Got the job done at Belterra Park 2 back, returned to the dirt, finished second going 9 furlongs last out.
One Cool Dude, maiden winner last out.
Galloped home at Keeneland going 9 furlongs at a big price, second time blinkers, first time blinkers on dirt. See if Joe Talon was aggressive with him today.
Another last out maiden winner, Conspiracy Fact.
Just his second start around 2 turns proved to be the winning one. He got in the maiden ranks to start number 7. He might be a horse that's ready to go on a little bit of a run here.
Turf to dirt, here's Fort Defiance.
Yeah, he ran a couple of times on the grass to no avail. Broke his maiden on the all-weather at Turfway Park 11 months ago.
Another one who broke his maiden last time, here's Paid in Full.
Paid in Full. Got the job done. Start number 7 last time, dropping in for 15. Also stretching back out around 2 turns. And there's the 10.
There he is, Coastal Chaos.
First time off the claim for Tom Amos. The blinkers go on, so does Edgar Morales. He returns to Churchill Downs, where he lost his only start.
That's the field for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. 5-2 favorite, Mr. Creed. Let's check in with Paul Duca.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a favorite home here. If you're live in these pick fives, good luck. The lowest you can do right now is to the 4 here, Deep State, and the 3, Mr. Creed. They're around 2,500 or 3,000, somewhere in that aspect for 50 cents. If you want to start another pick five, we do have a 12-race card here. Pick five, middle pick five starts here, and then the late pick five when Hall of Famer Gary Stevens is going to join me for the stakes races start in race 8. But in this race, you know, I thought it was between the 3 and 4 when I got into this race, Mr. Creed and Deep State. You know, Mr. Creed put the blinkers on last time, first time in the Norm Cassidy barn on the bump in class. And, you know, this horse lost to Tonal Impact 2 back. Tonal Impact was the horse that won for Steve and Keith Asmussen, that magical moment in the winner's circle. So I would think Mr. Creed's a player. The gray Deep State, this is a horse that is 1 for 11 lifetime. You know, they put blinkers on this horse 3 back. They've had blinkers on him before. He's run some good dirt races. Now, his last 2 starts, he's thrown his head completely to the start. And you keep on looking back, he's had issues at the gate. He needs to get out of the gate, and it seems like it's getting worse and worse. He's a player in here, a major player, but he cannot have that hiccup and be way, way behind in here. I think if he can get out of the gate, he's a major player in here. The 7 Conspiracy Fact, gate to wire winner, laughs last time out. I know it was for maiden 15, but it was pretty well done for the second time around 2 turns. And the first time around 2 turns, this horse ran a bang-up race in his only 2nd career start. So I can see there could be some improvement with the 7. And then the 10, Keisha, there's not many horses that could actually match up with Harley. I think I got from the exercise rider, Harley, I asked her, you know, why do you love riding Harley so much? She goes, because Harley makes my butt look so small, and I love it. He's about 2,400 pounds. I would say the 10 horse, my goodness, he's the one horse I've seen at this racetrack that is almost as big as Harley. He is a monster horse, 1 for 20 lifetime for Tom Amos off the claim. Love looking at him. I just don't know if he can win this race. I'll stick with the 4 Deep State.
All right, Paul, thank you. Everybody loves Harley. He is really
2,400 pounds
in Kentucky.
He weighs 2,400 pounds.
Look at the size of him. The average thoroughbred weighs 1,000, 1,200, and they're light boned.
So you're going to tell me he's twice the size of a thoroughbred?
Yeah, look at him. Well, this article I'm reading says he's 2,100. Maybe
wow.
Put it on a little bit, you know. That was before Thanksgiving.
Wow.
He's a big boy, Harley.
Okay.
He's the greatest, though. We love seeing him. He has his own Briar, you know.
I do.
Yeah.
How big's that box? Does it come in a case?
I think it's in Maggie's office right now. You
Travel
can go,
crate?
You can go look at it.
I will.
Yeah.
Let's take up half the office. I mean, he's
We love Harley.
2,400
It's a
pounds.
Briar horse. He's a regular size box.
Okay. I like Conspiracy Fact. I really liked his maiden win, the number 7.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to go on a nice little run here for Al Stahl.
Almost all in for the 5th at Churchill. Travis Stone is standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. One Cold Dude mid-pack bounces out on top. Conspiracy Fact is there. So too Paid in Full. Lord Captain toward the inside pulls out of there as they race for the first turn where One Cool Dude and Paid in Full, the 2 quickest into the turn. Paid in Full for that outside post comes on to take charge. So Paid in Full steps out to lead. One Cool Dude pulls back off to sit second. Conspiracy Fact rank while third. And then down inside, Lord Captain is racing along in fourth. Coastal Chaos moves up from fifth. 3 lengths back. Fort Defiance now sixth. Alexis and Nico running along seventh. Mr. Creed is eighth. Deep State ninth by 4. And Babe Blader's the trailer a dozen lengths off the lead. The opening quarter in 23-3. Paid in full down the backstretch run. Room at the rail for one cool dude. And he punches up on through to challenge for the top spot. And Conspiracy Fact is looming to their outside third with 4 furlongs to go. Lord Captain nudged along fourth and toward the rail. Coastal Chaos fifth, 4 lengths back. Mr. Creed racing sixth, still 6 lengths off the lead. Deep State follows that one in seventh round the turn. Then it's Fort Defiance, Babe Blader, and Alexis and Nico. They move for the top of the stretch. Nothing left for Paid in Full, Conspiracy Fact, and one cool dude. Head-to-head as they hit the quarter pole. Coastal Chaos is wide off the turn. Deep State is picking it up. Mr. Creed's in behind horses as they race for the mid-stretch marker. One cool dude down inside. Conspiracy Fact outside. Coastal Chaos splits them, and Deep State is rolling down the center. And here's Deep State, who sweeps to the lead and kicks away. Deep State wins it. 2.5 in the end. Coastal Chaos was second. Conspiracy Fact was third. Tight for fourth, Mr. Creeder, Babe Blader.
Race 5 at Churchill Downs. Bit of a scramble in the stretch there, Anthony. There was a lot going on, in particular with Conspiracy Fact drifting out. Down the inside is where
he looked home Jerome on the far turn, and he just kept going out and out. And Deep State down the center of the course for a pretty easy win at this level. And the job done. 4:10 as Coastal Chaos found his way to the inside to get the place money.
Deep State, the half-brother to Grade 1 winner Heart to Heart.
Heart to Heart.
Also trained by Brian Lynch. Back at Aqueduct, we did see Temple City Terror get the win. She'd been purchased for $600,000 by Town and Country, and this was her first start in those silks. And hopefully we get a chance to see her next year because she's fun to watch.
She sure is. Nice big effort today. She had a nice, good kick today instead of that grind she usually has.
Trained by Brendan Walsh, who's with Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Brendan Walsh as he sent out Temple City Terror in this Grade 3 Long Island. And Brendan, just a mare that looks as though she's thriving right now. And these distance races, talk a little bit about the road that you went on to find out that this was really her niche and she excels at it.
I think she's found her way as she's gone along, Maggie. It took her forever to break her maiden. I think it took her 9 or 10 runs, and we were getting frustrated. But she, you know, as she got older, she got much better, and the last 2 years have been fantastic. She's just gotten better and better, and I think she's only really getting to the pinnacle now, you know.
She just seems to be taking her racing so well in stride, and I think it was evidenced with the kind of crafty move with the drama unfolding on the far turn that Jose Ortiz was able to make with her.
Yeah, no, Jose gave her a great ride. He didn't panic. You know, she was a little closer today than what she normally is, but so was everybody else, I think. But you know, I don't know that he really hit her even. She did it quite easy in the end, and like I said, she seems like she's getting better and better all the time.
Yeah, she's nearly at $750,000 in earnings. Now you got to run, you got to catch a plane as you're coast hopping.
Coast hopping, yeah. We've got Senton tomorrow in the Seabiscuit in Delmar, so we're headed there now. So if we can keep going like this, it's easy to do.
Well, hopefully you can shed that jacket too as you head to where the turf meets the surf. Wishing the best of luck there, but congrats here.
Thanks very much, Maggie.
All right, Brendan Walsh with Temple City Terror. She is really the terror of these long-distance turf races for these older fillies and mares as she puts in another A effort.
She did indeed. Maggie, thank you. Town and Country Silks with the win. A good purchase was Temple City Terror at that Horses of Racing Age sale, and she picks up another graded stakes win. She was the short price favorite, and she delivered.
She did. Middle pick 4 comes back $205 to the quote-unquote free bingo square on the 9-race card here at the Big A today.
The graded stakes action continues. The Cumley coming up next. Kathleen O is 4-5 off the layoff.
That's cray-cray. as the kids would say. I can't believe she's prohibitive right now.
Very short price on the board right now. Well, we are going to be off FS2 for a little bit. Just the messenger here as Texas A&M and DePaul running late. As soon as that game is done, we'll be hopefully back on FS2, jumping over to the Arizona State-Arizona basketball game. We're saying goodbye up here on the desk. Stay with us on the NyraBets app. You can watch on YouTube as well. America's Day at the Races continues with the Grade 3 Comely coming up next. Stay with us for a lot more live racing action to come on this Friday.
Hey, JK.
Hi, Maggie. How are you?
Good. Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As the greatest stakes action continues here at the Big A, we have the Grade 3 Comely coming up next for the 3-year-old fillies contesting over the 9 furlongs. And we see heavy favoritism right now on the horse who did show a lot of promise early on in her 3-year-old campaign, but that we have not seen since the Kentucky Oaks, in which she ran okay that day, but obviously emerged out of that with a issue, and we have not seen her since May. Now, she comes back in here. She looks pretty fit from the lean perspective, but also as if she could use the race to strengthen up a bit, as this is only the second time she's gone the 9 furlongs. It's a little bit of a test. Yeah, you do, you get that bit of a breather when you go the 2 turns around that first turn. You kind of can settle back into your stride a bit, but still, it is a stamina demanding distance to come in off of a layoff. So I'm a little bit dubious at a short price. But look, it looks as though she's grown a bit. She's gotten taller and just a bit scopier as well. And she's an uber classy filly. That's her biggest kind of draw, is her whole demeanor, and that she just is just so willing to kind of overcome things a lot of times and run through the kickback. And she just exudes that here in the paddock yet again. But let's take a look at some of the challengers that are coming by way of Kentucky. And number 2, 63 Caliber, daughter of Gunrunner, cleverly named, is riding a 2-race win streak into this effort. Now, she comes off a bit of a freshening as she makes her New York debut. I don't know her, obviously. She's pretty washed out here in the paddock. Nobody else is. And she was a little unnerved when she first walked down in here. She's settled a bit since they've gotten the tack on her, and she kind of looks like your typical typical good-looking gun runner filly, has some size to her, very athletic looking. But for me, when you look at the prices on the board, the horse that's more than double her price, that, yes, has been beaten by her, Scratch Cat. Scratch Cat looks 10 times better than her here in the flesh. Scratch Cat's weight is fantastic. She's dappled head to toe. She's a cool customer, I should say a cool kitty, in that she's just really laid back. And yeah, that's kind of her running style in that she does not possess much early speed. She just takes a while to get into stride. But I think necessarily when you're going the 2-turn mile and an eighth, I think that bodes well for her. And I think that should play favorably into her hands. Like I said, she's the longest price on the board, but here in the paddock, she does not look like she should be, as we welcome in 2 new members of our America's Day at the Races team, Greg Wolf and Richard Migliore. Hey, guys.
Hey, Maggie, thank you. Great to be here on terrific Saturday of action. Of course, the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. We're set to see him in the Grade 1 Clark, trying to become the first horse to pull off a Derby Clark double in the same year since 1901.
Wow, we're going back a ways now, aren't we? But he's a horse that has shown a fondness for Churchill Downs. Obviously, his biggest victory in the Kentucky Derby came there. And the way he broke his maiden, albeit for maiden 30, was at Churchill Downs. And arguably could be undefeated there.
Talented horse who has proven he's not just a one-hit wonder. He ran big again in that Lucas Classic against older horses. This race for 3-year-old fillies, Grade 3 Comely. Kathleen O, she was in a lot of ways, ahead of most of this class early. Very precocious, started 4 for 4 till she got beat in the Kentucky Oaks. We haven't seen her since. Seems like some of these other fillies, though, may have caught up and surpassed her, and it's going to be tough to win off the bench.
Well, we're going to have to see that. I think it's just a mile and an eighth is the big question coming off the bench. She's got a steady diet of half-mile workouts. I'm not questioning Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. He knows how to get his horses fit and prepared. But to put it in proper context, this filly was undefeated and was just over 4-1 in the Kentucky Oaks and was beaten 4 lengths to Secret Oath and 2 lengths to Nest, who is going to be your 3-year-old filly champion.
Some other fillies in here that definitely warrant some interest that are big numbers. She's obviously talented, but to make her that short a price off this kind of a layoff, going 2 turns in a mile and an eighth, a lot of respect for her right now. There is Nostalgic. She just was second beat a neck against older company in the Grade 3 Turn Back the Alarm.
And her 2 best races of her life have been at Aqueduct. She seems to have a very much an affinity for this race course.
And Tizzy in the Sky, I thought interesting too on the outside. Speed, she won at a mile and an eighth, poised to take a move forward. She's lightly raced. Here's 63 Caliber. Tom Amos sends this one out. Kendrick Carmouche rides.
Yeah, off a good effort last time and beat older fillies and mares in the slop in an allowance race previous to that.
Part of that amazing night where gun runners had 5 stakes wins in the Churchill Downs card. Scratch Cat, the Phil Bauer runner who was beat by 63 Caliber.
Yeah, more of a closing type, and she'd like to see things get a little heated on the front end.
Here's Kathleen O, even money.
Yeah, very talented, was undefeated going into the Oaks, trained by a Hall of Famer.
Nostalgic, just missed against Battle Bling, older company last time out in the Grade 3.
Yeah, Battle Bling's in very good form, and her best races have come at Aqueduct.
Morning matches. She was just second in a Grade 1 against Society, who went gate to wire and went to the Breeders' Cup Distaff off that.
Well beaten, but ran well in the Cotillion.
Here's Falconet, Todd Pletcher. She was second, beat a neck in that Seneca overnight to 63 Caliber.
Honest filly, shown up every time, taking a step forward pretty much every race, and part of the pace.
And this filly is interesting. Back-to-back wins, is going to be potentially the one to catch on the front end, and is one going a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, has already won at the distance at the race course and is speed. Jose Ortiz takes them out. Last time, Jose Gomez rode her. I thought Jose might have taken a little too much hold of her last time, and she still won off. I think Jose Ortiz would be a little quieter and probably let her use a little more of that speed.
Grade 3, Comely coming up. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinch and JK. A lot of respect on the board right now for Kathleen O. How tough is it going to be to win, though, off this layoff?
Yeah, I mean, it is a long layoff. You're going 9 furlongs. But I will say this. We've seen it very often, and we might see it here in a little while, too, with Rich Strike. Horses that participate in the Kentucky Derby or the Kentucky Oaks, they always seem to be overbet moving on through their careers. Rich Strike will be one of those horses that will always take a little bit more money than he deserves, and it seems like the same situation is happening here with Kathleen O. Can she win? Sure, absolutely. She ran fast numbers early in her 3-year-old year. She was 4-1 in the Kentucky Oaks for a reason. But I think there's some other horses that offer some value. The 5, Nostalgic, is one of those horses. She came back last time and ran well, closing into a slow pace, trying to pass horses off of a little bit of a break. I expect her to take another step forward with that 9-furlong race under her belt already. I think Nostalgic is interesting. But the horse that I'm really interested in, the horse that I'll be picking in here, is the 8, Tizzy in the Sky. I'm a sucker for tactical horses. I love a horse that can kind of make their own trip. Tizzy in the Sky is drawn towards the outside and has the ability to, if she wants to make the lead from the outside, she can. But she can also sit off of someone if someone wants to be aggressive inside of her. But the one thing I will say is a lot of times in these types of races, when you're looking at a horse that's 7-1, 8-1 on the board, who you project to get loose on the lead, you're trying to say that that's really the only way they could win that race if they were to get loose on the lead. And they're not necessarily as good as the top 2 or top 3 in here, but the pace scenario is what actually helps Tizzy in the Sky. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think Tizzy in the Sky might be the best horse in here on paper anyways. She's run fast numbers. She's on back-to-back wins. She won by open links last time at the distance. I just think that she actually might be pretty darn good, and she has a pace edge. I will take 7-1 on the horse that arguably could be the best and has a pace edge every day of the week.
7-1, yes, she's one of the many intriguing runners in this spot. And the fact that, too, she's going to be the one to catch, and she proved she could stay the 1 1/8 last time out. I'm surprised you're getting 7-1 right now.
Yeah, I think she is a bit of a generous price, too, and she's natural as far as her speed goes, and the outside does give her the options, just like Jonathan was talking about. If the 7, the horse right inside her, Falconet, wants to go, she can stalk, but if she makes the lead, she's already shown the ability to get the 9 furlongs. She throws her ears up. She kind of settles nicely.
Meanwhile, here is Nostalgic, Grade 3 Gazelle winner, and she has that recency, and she's done it against older company as well. Battle Bling, older filly or mare, and she just missed against her by a neck at a 1 1/8 on this racetrack.
A tough older mare, too, Battle Bling, who's really gotten more successful as she's found more speed. She's kind of a one-pace grinding type of mare, and she kind of got away a little bit turning for home, but Nostalgic just kept on coming with this relentless rally into that slow pace. And her best races have been right here at Aqueduct, going back to the Gazelle. Even her Demoiselle here at Aqueduct was a good race when she was beaten 4.5 lengths to Nest. She's a major player here at 4-1.
Let's go to Maggie for more as we get set for the Cumley.
Certainly. Nostalgia makes a lot of sense in here. Like I said, I'm going to shoot for the stars a little bit and just pick the horse that looked best, and I don't know, hoping for a little bit of pace to take place here, as I think number 8, Tizzy in the Sky, is going to see some company up front from number 7, Falconet, and they both got to go, a good pace to get over and clear as they head into this turn. And Tizzy in the Sky is a beautifully put together daughter of Sky Kingdom. She's lovely in her frame. She's just well balanced, and I like what I saw from her. She did continue to get a bit hot in the paddock throughout the time. It's kind of like 63 caliber. Number 2 in here kind of was washed out when she first came in and then dried up a bit, and she just kind of continued to get a little bit more hot. But she isn't acting up, and she didn't seem nervous by any means, Tizzy in the Sky. But like I said, I just don't think if she was drawn more inside, I'd be more of a favorable outlook on her. And she's a generous price, though, and she looks the part. I just don't know dynamically how she works things out. Well, another one that's going to be hoping for some pace to close into is number 6, Morning Matcha, although she was wired last time by Society in the Grade 1 Cotillion. She ran well in defeat, making up, more ground than most, although she did get to do it up the inside, which I still strongly believe was the place to be at Parks on Pennsylvania Derby Day. I like this filly. I always like her. She's a little bit of an overachiever, being by New York sire, Central Banker, the PA bred, and she just kind of shows up each and every time. And she shows up wearing, her best outfit, so to speak, and that she always looks the part too pre-race for trainer Butch Reed. So one that should be a generous price, as she's 7-1, that I would not be afraid of using, Greg.
Yeah, Mig, let's go back to the pace of this race here. This first turn comes up almost immediately at a 1 1/8, the way this track is configured here. And Irad Itis Jr., he's on Falcon at the 7. His brother's on Tizzy and Sky, the 8. Obviously, Arad's not going to do his brother any favors here. How difficult do you think it could be for Jose on Tizzy and the Sky to get clear?
Well, if his brother's intent on the lead of the 7 Falconet, he just needs to follow her over. Let him kind of blaze the trail over. And she's shown the ability to sit off a horse and finish the deal anyway. You still got to come out forward. Don't leave the gate with too much of a preconceived notion. We saw earlier in the day there were 2 speed horses in the 5th race. One of the speeds stumbled badly, and it looked to me like the rider on the other speed horse was kind of already anticipating not getting in a duel and then wound up not making the lead. You have to come out forward and let it sort itself out. And also, 63 Caliber with Kendrick Carmouche, he's a rider who knows how to protect inside position. And I'm not saying he's going to go to the lead, but he's going to make sure they have to use themselves a little bit to get over.
And here it's the rail with a scratch of the 1. Kendrick for Tom Amis on 63 Caliber, that Seneca overnight winner. Even money on that filly right there. Kathleen O came into the Kentucky Oaks undefeated, went off at 4-1 in that race early May, first Friday of May. We have not seen her since. This is the comeback effort for the filly from Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. Grade 3 comely from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're all in. Doors open on one of the horses here, about to be closed. And we are just about set for the 7th race, the Comely. And they're off. Scratch Cat, 63 Caliber from the inside, and Tizzy in the Sky from the far outside. Tizzy in the Sky looking to get that lead going into the clubhouse turn, and she's got it. Tizzy in the Sky is the early leader with 63 Caliber, who is racing in 2nd, and then comes Falconet next in 3rd. On the inside is Scratch Cat, who is now back running in 4th. On the outside is Nostalgic in 5th, followed by Morning Matcha, and the early trailer is the even money favorite, Kathleen O. They've reached the backstretch now. The quarter 1 in 24 and 3. Tizzy in the Sky leads by a length. 63 Caliber in 2nd by 2.5 lengths, with Falconet in 3rd, followed at the rail by Scratch Cat. And then comes Nostalgic, Morning Matcha, and Kathleen O continues to trail. It is Tizzy in the Sky who ran the opening half in 49 and 4. And the 3-year-old fillies now head for the half-mile pole. Tizzy in the Sky by a length. 63 Caliber remains in 2nd. It's 3.5 lengths to Falconet in 3rd. Kathleen O begins to pick it up in between horses. On her inside is Scratch Cat. On the outside is Nostalgic. Morning Matcha is the trailer. It is still Tizzy in the Sky. 63 Caliber now moves right alongside and right behind the duo of Falconet and Kathleen O. 3/4 up in 1:15 as they come for the quarter pole. 63 Caliber has taken the lead now from Tizzy in the Sky. Kathleen O is all out in 3rd. Falconet is on the outside. And then Morning Matcha. It is 63 Caliber who has the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Kathleen O now moving up, but it is 63 Caliber who has the lead. Kathleen O continues to gain a 16th to the finish. 63 Caliber trying to hold off Kathleen O. They come on for the finish in the Comely. 63 Caliber by a neck. Kathleen O from off the pace to finish 2nd in the Grade 3 Comely Stakes.
3 in a row for 63 Caliber. Tom Amis, Kendrick Carmouche, My Racehorse Stable, and Spendthrift Farm.
5 for 7 now, lifetime for this daughter of Gun Runner. And just what I thought Kendrick Carmouche would do. He let her run into that first turn, protected his inside position, made sure Tizzy in the Sky had to go on. That created separation. Then he was able to ease out to her outside. He put just enough pressure on her to keep her honest, kicked clear, turning for home, and was just able to hold off your favorite, Kathleen O.
$11-1 on 63 Caliber. Same price that she was last time out when she shocked everyone in that Seneca overnight.
Yeah, and again, perfectly judged ride by Kendrick Carmouche on a filly that's shown a lot of ability, a gun runner filly. Kathleen O looked like she had to extricate herself from a little bit of traffic, but came on gamely and just missed.
2, 4, 6, 7, 63 caliber with the upset win. Here in the Grade 3 Comely. Welcome to those back with us on FS2 who are watching Pac-12 football. Big upset here. Kathleen O, good run all in all in your estimation here first off the bench?
I think it was a terrific run. She was kind of pinned down inside of the 7 Falconet, and it looked like she really didn't hit her best stride until she was able to get out from the kickback. You see she was covered with dirt when she was coming back. But once she got clear of that kickback, she really leveled off and finished. I think it was a terrific comeback for her. And maybe trips made the difference. 63 caliber working out that perfect trip with Kendrick Carmouche, where Kathleen O had to just wait a little bit to kind of extricate herself from not the most comfortable position.
11-1 upset here in the Grade 3 Comely. Tom Amos with a filly that everyone keeps doubting. Now back-to-back stakes victories at 11-1. Grade 3 win here.
5 for 7 lifetime now. I mean, she was beaten first time out, going 5.5 furlongs. And the Indiana Oaks didn't run her best, but 5 for 7. She's honest. She's hickory. She shows up. And she has tactical speed that was doled out, meted out perfectly by Kendrick Carmouche.
Good for Kendrick. Nice win for him. He's had a tremendous meet here at Aqueduct and keeps it going strong. We're going to get back to Churchill Downs. We have more stakes action ahead in New York in a bit. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship is next, but right now race 6 at Churchill Downs. $50,000 maiden claiming event kicks off a pick 4 at 6 furlongs in this spot. Mean Sue actually going to step up in class from maiden 30 debut. That's the favorite for start number 2 with Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, but ran very well on debut. I know it was for maiden 30, got a decent figure, showed good speed, chased throughout, and maybe it's just a confident raise in class here.
Yeah, it could be a good sign of things. Look who shows up as well with a 9. Lily's Creed, Tom Amos off the claim.
Yeah, first time off the claim for Tom. Goes to his main man, Edgar Morales.
Being told the favorite, who's 8-5 right now, we were just talking about Mitsu, did get loose. And there she is. So we could see her coming out of the race. We will keep you posted, obviously.
Yeah, the longer it goes without them catching her, the more likely there will be a late scratch. Sometimes they'll catch a horse quickly, and it's not that big a deal. They just got a little extra warm-up. They'll bring them right back. But it looked like she was being a little bit obstreperous, a little tough to catch.
Well, that would change things a lot, certainly in this race, if she comes out of this. As we take a look here at Lady Strum. It's a first-time starter for the always dangerous barn with youngster Steve Asmussen. He has Tyler Gaffleone aboard 7-1 on this debuter who does have a work at Churchill.
Okay, it looks like the 4 has been apprehended now. Again, we're not privy to how long she was loose or how much she ran around, so we'll wait to get word on that. I think Lady Strum's very interesting. Obviously, Steve Asmussen's tremendous at, winning with young horses. And this horse is earned by Irv Woolsey and Keith Asmussen, that's Steve's dad, who breaks and trains all these horses. And they bought this filly for $20,000. So they have a lot of license to where they run her. And the fact that she shows up for $50,000 maiden makes me feel like she's shown enough in the morning training to give them some confidence to start her at 50.
With the exception of the 4, and that was an easier group. It was maiden 30, not a lot of form really to go off in this spot. I'm shocked at the price of Classic Farewell. That's a big number. And it was a Monmouth race first time out, but 2 maiden races. The next at Keeneland was 86-1 in there, but did have an excuse a little bit. Maybe it could at least get a piece of it, but a huge number on the inside.
Yeah, substantial class drop. When you're going from maiden special weight or maiden allowance races to a maiden claiming race, you're basically eliminating that factor of horses that people think have an opportunity or a chance to develop into stakes quality runners.
And she's staying in this race, it looks like. Your favorite at 9-5.
Personally, I don't think it's a good sign. I'm going to elevate the 3 who I had already thought, had a chance. I like Quinteros as a sire. I like the fact that this horse is owned by Keith Esmerson in partnership with Irv Woolsey. They won the Arkansas Derby a couple of years ago as partners, and that the filly shows up for 50 off a series of steady works. I think it's a confident sign.
Yeah, we didn't get a good look at just how far Mean Sue had run off before she got corralled by the Outriders, but they deemed it enough to, or not significant enough to scratch her from the race, but not something typically that you do want to see, obviously. Expend that energy.
Well, I always think about horses. It's like a steam engine, right? Like the pressure builds, and when that steam comes out of the engine, they lose power. And when a horse gets loose like that and they run around, to me, that's losing some of that steam.
Have you had scenarios, though, where horse did take off on you a little bit, you stayed in the race, and you did come back and win?
Well, a little bit, but not getting loose. I mean, in New York, we're pretty quick. They're very careful to protect the betting public. If a horse gets loose, they'll tend to scratch them pretty quickly, and, hey, there'll be another day. They don't want to put a horse in the gate that maybe isn't going to run their best, up to their best potential that day.
Still favored despite the fact that she did run off. 2-1 here, and she's jumping up in class, but the best figure, or at least tied for it, that anyone has run in this race of those who have run, and she does have that upside as well. This is just start number 2 coming up. So they will load with her as the favorite. Singing Emma, the 2, taking money as well for her second start for Al Stall.
Took some money on debut, is 8.5 to 1. Is dropping to a third of the price, 150,000 claiming into this. I'm going to go with the first-time starter, Greg, the 3, Lady Strum.
Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffleon, they'll team up with a 3. Starts at pick 4 here in the 6 from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Catherine Blaze, goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mean Sue broke on top. Down inside is Lady Strum racing for the lead as well, and Tim Bavati joins them from the outside. Singing Emma comes through down inside too. Scramble is on early. Lady Strum short lead, Tim Bavati, and Singing Emma second and third chasing. Mean Sue is back into fourth. Classic Farewell Racing fifth. And then it's Lone Street in the center of the track, 6th. Break of 3 back to Lily's Creed, who's now 7th. Sense of Heart is 8th. She's Jersey Tough in 9th. And Catherine Blaze is the trailer. Far turn run, contested quarter, 21 and 3/5 seconds. And Tim Bavati takes over with 3 furlongs to go. Tim Bavati opening up on the far turn, but Mean Sue is coming on and coming on quickly now. Here's Mean Sue with a 3-wide sweep right to the front outside the quarter pole. And Singing Emma comes through toward the inside. Tim Bavati is back into third. They're off the turn. Mean Sue's in front by 2. Now it's by 3. Now it's by 4. Mean Sue by the 8th pole. Tim Bavati fights on. Singing Emma late on the scene is Lily's Creed. Down to the final 16th. Mean Sue with a 5-length lead. And it will be Mean Sue down to the wire, the winner by 4 lengths in the end. Lily's Creed ran on for second. Sense of Heart might have grabbed third from Tim Bavati.
So no ill effects from running off pre-race in here. Mean Sue, much the best here in the 6th under Rafael Bejarano.
She may not have minded her manners in the post parade, but she certainly couldn't have been more professional in the race. Eased back off a very fast pace, loomed up around the far turn and powered away. And Lily's Creed looks like she got up for second. Coming out of the same race, Mean Sue was second. She was fourth. That race certainly looking a lot stronger now, isn't it, that maiden 30?
Yes, it is. That was dominant from the second-time starter for a barn that only had 4 wins on the year coming in here. Andrew McKeever, nice job with this filly. as we head back to New York. Grade 3 Comely. And how about 63 Caliber? She has put together a 5-for-7 record. She's won 3 in a row now. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here's winning rider Kendrick Carmouche aboard 63 Caliber. And Kendrick, I think taking advantage of your inside post with a filly who has that good tactical speed paid dividends today at the windows and with the victory.
Yeah, I had to use the inside post to make this filly get a little forward. I watch all our replays, and she looked like a filly that want to be outside, get a comfortable run into the turns, and I studied that pretty good. And once we broke, I saw Jose come over. I was pretty much looking for the other filly that I thought would be in front too, but she never broke as sharp. So, I mean, I know they was walking, but I just really thought that if I get early position, I could have won the race. And I think Tom Amos and all the owners, you know, they just shipped the filly up, and she's getting better. I'm just glad I'm gonna be a part of it.
The Louisiana breds working things out.
Yeah. You know, right after Thanksgiving with a little bit of gumbo and that dirty rice inside of you and turkey, you can't beat it.
Now, Kendrick, too, sorry, I didn't study. How many gun runners, actually, you run in son of a gun. You know what I've noticed about them, and you can speak to it as a rider? When you ask them, they literally lower themselves and really stick their necks out.
Yeah, you know, they're not very big, but the ones that I've been riding been like really big and lanky. So this filly was really big and lanky, and I ride running son of a gun. He's huge and lanky. So, you know, you see a lot of them just stocky and you know, they run you off their feet. That's how they beat you. But these, they got good grinds, and they really kick when you ask them, you know. I mean, my filly pricked her ears at the 16th pole, and soon when she saw Javier coming, she pinned them right back. I said, they're not going to get past her, and running son of a gun is the same way, you know. So it's a good thing that the dad passed through him, you know.
That will to win, you can't always find that in every racehorse. Congratulations, Kendrick.
Thank you, baby. Louisiana in the house, baby.
Twice, with Tom Amos being a lawbred, as well as they team up to get this nice win with 63 Caliber in this Comely, guys.
Yeah, how about that? You know, I looked at this race initially. I'm like, what's going on here? We had Tom Amos. We had Phil Bauer in this race, too. 63 Caliber, though. Amos going to Carmouche. My racehorse stable, Spendthrift Farm. They get the money at 11-1, beating an even money favorite. That's going to play big in these multi-race wagers.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But a good run from the runner-up, too. Kathleen O coming off the bench showed that she's come back in good form as well.
Yeah, she's going to be fun to watch next time out. Wide open turf sprint up next. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, 6 furlongs, outer turf. And there's Gear Jockey, who's tackled some seriously tough company, including Golden Pal last time out.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
I feel like he's getting all the good of Medaglia d'Oro. A lot of quality. They move well. They're very uncomplicated horses. The ones I've seen, they're very easy to like. They have balance and motion, and the ones I've been around seem to have good minds and easy to work with. So I think he's a very exciting horse. From my personal experience, it's been very positive. And I think that's congruent for most people. Everybody I seem to talk to, if they're Pinocchio's, are trying to buy them because they can't get one bought yet, and the consignors seem to be very happy selling them. So, and the folks I work with and the people I'm around in my world, I think he's been very well received.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage from Aqueduct in Churchill Downs with the Derby winner still to come. Trying to pull off the Derby Clark Grade 1 double. Right now, it's a very competitive turf sprint, and that is a look at Dancing Buck. We'll have the outside post for Michelle Nevin. Huge effort, biggest number by a mile. He's running his career last time out.
Yeah, and he's had plenty of time to recover from that and natural speed. And the fact that he's run 4 times on the Aqueduct turf course with 3 wins in a second, I mean, I think he's just in raging form right now.
Somehow, is it the outside post? Is that why he's 9-2?
I don't know, but as quick as he is that going to be an issue? I mean, even if someone goes crazy, let's say at the 5, nothing better, he's shown the ability to stalk already, too.
Surprised to see him up on the board at that number. Dominant performance. You see him rolling by 5 lengths. You don't see those kind of margins in turf sprints very often. That means you were just so much the best. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Turf sprints, Greg, can be the most chaotic races that you see at the racetrack because things can, I mean, look at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, for instance, with Golden Pal not breaking and completely changes the dynamic of the race and sets things up for a horse at a big price just because things happen so quickly that there isn't much time to kind of correct them or overcome them. So let's take a look at some of the horses in here. Number 9, Gear Jockey. He comes back to the NYRA circuit as he was coming in off a bit of a break when finishing 4th behind the aforementioned Golden Pal in that Grade 2 Woodford. He kind of chased the winner the whole way around there and then just kind of was a bit even late, kind of showing that he hadn't been racing for most of the summer. And he comes in here, a horse that in the past, when I had last seen him, which was last year, could get himself fairly revved up, but totally relaxed here. All good in that respect. Still looks as though we might need a race. I could be wrong here, but he's a little bit on the heavier side as he did miss the bulk of kind of turf sprint season. So I liked his last effort, and I think he could build upon it, but just wish I was looking at a more fit-looking horse. As we'll take a look at a bit of a long shot in number 4, Anaconda. The last time I saw him was his first start for Joe Sharp, in which I thought that, yeah, turf sprinting, you know, kind of made a bit of sense, to be honest. And he's just really, really strengthened up for Joe. He was a bit weaker across his top line. That has completely gone away. He's dappled head to toe. He's very energetic for this turn back in distance from the mile to the 6th. I think at a price in here, Greg, he's a little bit intriguing, and he's certainly run fast enough races in the past.
Maggie, thanks. So big number, yeah, 17-1. Joe Sharp, Paco Lopez, you see getting a leg up. They'll team up. Want to remind everybody, NYRA Bet's Saturday contests. They're here. They're better than ever. They have added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. You can register now to win cash prizes. Registration ends today, 5 p.m. Eastern at NYRA.com/contest. Good luck to everybody getting involved. As we get set for the post parade here coming up. Mig, I thought with a 2 coming out really made the 5 very interesting in here.
Well, the 5 has speed as well, nothing better. Kind of interesting sprinting. He showed great speed last time. Actually rated a little off the pace going a mile in the Red Bank, albeit a pretty fast pace, and rallied to be second.
Here's Voodoo Zip. We'll kick off the post parade for West Point Thoroughbreds, trained by Clement.
Yeah, he's going to have to work out a trip from the inside. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to break that single season stakes mark.
The one Maggie was just talking about, Anaconda, just went by, and here potentially is the lone speed, big with the scratch of the 2.
Yeah, nothing better is fast. I think it depends a lot what Manny Franco does with Dancing Buck.
Here's Thin White Duke, David Donk, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, been in really good form, closing turf sprinter type here.
Chewing Gum at 16-1 for Belmont.
Chewing Gum has had races in the past that would be good enough, but at 7, has he maybe just lost a step?
Scuttle Buzz, Rudy Rodriguez, Junior Alvarado at 20-1.
Was in raging form earlier this year, winning the Elusive Quality. He's going to have to find one of his better races.
The class Gear Jockey is lined up against No One Can Touch.
Gear Jockey is closing in on $1 million in earnings, being predominantly a turf sprinter.
14-1, Yes and Yes, another David Donk runner.
Nice, consistent, hard-knocking kind of horse. Shows up with an A effort all the time.
Run, Curtis Run. He ran a big race for Mike Maker last start to win a stake.
Yeah, coming from way off the pace against straight 3-year-olds.
And here's Dancing Buck, still on the board at 4-1 off that 103 Beyer speed figure.
I think that effort was outstanding. You know, the ground's labeled firm, but it's not as firm as we get in the summer, and he gets a good outside draw. I think he's stalking the 5-horse from the outside and projects to get a good trip again.
3 minutes to post coming up. Jonathan, is Dancing Buck as good as we saw last time out, or was that a one-off?
Well, the answer to that question is probably in about 4.5 minutes. But I do think that it looks that could be the case. Dancing Buck has always kind of shown some talent, has always done really well in these turf sprints. But I was very impressed with the performance last time. You talk about the speed figure, 103 Beyer speed figure. Speed figures, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating. In football, I like speed figures. I trust speed figures, and I thought he ran extremely well. And the other thing to add to that is he ran on a yielding course that had a little bit of a give to it. And I think that considering where we are, the turf racing basically almost being over in New York, you'd like to think that there's probably a little bit of give in the ground. And the fact that this horse has handled it, I think helps. And more than anything, it doesn't matter if it's a turf sprint on a Wednesday at Gulfstream. If you have speed and you're drawn outside, I love those types of trips. And I'm sure Richie can elaborate on it a little bit. But when you don't have to get stopped in such a short race, I think that it's a huge thing. I'd much rather lose a little bit of ground with a tactical horse who can run their race, and I feel like that's what's going to happen with Dancing Buck. If you don't like Dancing Buck, maybe you don't trust that speed figure. I think the other horse that I'd like to talk about a little bit is a 6th Thin White Duke, who ran some really big races this summer up at Saratoga. He was 3rd to Golden Pal, who was likely one of the greatest turf sprinters we've seen in a very long time. And I know that Golden Pal didn't really run his race that day up at Saratoga, but Thin White Duke was right there and has come back and won 2 races since then. I just think Thin White Duke has really found what he wants to do, which is sprint on the turf. You should be able to work out a nice trip with that kind of middle draw. Should be able to tuck in, save some ground. So I like the 12. That'll be my pick. But if I was playing any multis, I'd want to make sure I'd have the 6 on my ticket as well.
All right, JK, thank you. 5-1 on Thin White Duke, who is going to be coming from well out of it. See if there's the pace to set it up for him. Meanwhile, Rat Ortiz Jr., what a year he's had. It is a mortal lock. He is going to be your Eclipse Award winning rider of this past year.
That's a certainty.
And history, just an incredible season. 77 stakes wins.
And he's got plenty of opportunities. He's tied right at the moment with Garrett Gomez, but we've got a lot of racing left to go this year.
Tied with Garrett Gomez, and this would be the record breaker coming up. Let's go to Maggie for more.
This race is giving me knots in my stomach. It's just a really hard race to decipher. I mean, if I was blindly picking horses on looks, I'd pick Chewing Gum, but I've blindly picked Chewing Gum plenty of times in the past. And as Richie said, I think we missed the pinnacle with him. He might be kind of tailing off a bit here. But let's take a look at number 1. That's Voodoo Zip. I think he ran very well in defeat last time out behind Dancing Buck, who I'll get to in a moment, as he was the only horse to make up any kind of ground. It's just a matter of, as Christophe Clement was saying earlier, if he gets the pace. If the pace develops and he gets it to come back to him, then he's right there. He looks sensational. He's looked great in the paddock, great in the warm-up, very settled horse that used to going back a ways, get very kind of wound up prior to his starts, but he's just so much more mentally mature these days that I think it makes him an appealing prospect. But let's go with a horse that can be tactical, as JK was just pointing out with Dancing Buck. I don't think he is necessarily the speed of speed. I mean, Jose Lezcano is giving Gear Jockey a huge warm-up, so we'll see. I feel like that horse can be very forward in this spot. And unfortunately, taking the worst of it with Dancing Buck going to 5-2, but he just looks great. And everything that JK pointed out, I think speaks volumes of him, of the course condition, of the fact that he doesn't mind it here at Aqueduct, that's for sure either. And I feel like he's a horse that's doing well here for Michelle Nevin. Greg?
And he is, that price seemed way too big. We saw him as high as 9-2 on the board. We knew we weren't going to get that. He's now the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. And the outside post gives his rider Manny Franco options. Come out running. Somebody like the 5 Nothing Better is in 10th on the lead. You're in the perfect stalking spot. If he doesn't break the 5 horse or nobody else goes and you wind up on the lead, then it's going to look a lot like the last race, isn't it?
3-1 favoritism here. Outside slot for Dancing Buck. There he is. And we'll see if he can repeat that huge effort he produced here. As you mentioned, you brought up the record on this turf course. 3 for 4 here. His only defeat is second. Obviously loves it at Aqueduct. That can mean something. I just could go back to the 5 in here. There's such a big scratch of the 2 for his chances to be potentially loose on the lead here.
He gets Horatio Caramanos, who's never ridden him before, so it'll be interesting to see what tactics he takes.
There he is. I just think inherently quicker than Dancing Buck.
Making a nice impression physically, I'll tell you that. Good-looking son of Munnings.
Turf course, before we took that break, was playing to speed as well. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. 6 furlongs, $150,000 purse. See if Dancing Buck can go back-to-back. Let's go upstairs to John and Brielle for the call.
Waiting for Run Curtis Run and Dancing Buck. They are in the gate for the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. And they're off. Dancing Buck broke well, but there goes Nothing Better to the front. Dancing Buck is next in second. Voodoo Zip is down at the rail, passed there by Anaconda. Anaconda has moved into third. Then comes Gear Jockey and Run Curtis Run. They're together 4th and 5th. Thin White Duke is in between horses and in 6th. Alongside is Yes and Yes. Voodoo Zip has been shuffled back now down at the rail. Then comes Chewing Gum, and the trailer is the gray Scuttlebuzz. The opening quarter mile, 22 seconds. Nothing Better leads here by a half length. Dancing Buck on the outside is right there in second, a little more than a length to Run Curtis Run and Anaconda. Their heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Gear Jockey is next in 5th, followed by Thin White Duke. Voodoo Zip down at the rail. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. Here is Dancing Buck up to challenge Nothing Better for the lead. Anaconda runs in 3rd. On the far outside is Thin White Duke. Down at the rail is Voodoo Zip. Chewing Gum is making a late run, but it is Nothing Better trying to hold off Anaconda. Nothing Better, Anaconda. Nothing was better today than Nothing Better as he wins the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship in 1 minute 7 3/5 seconds.
2 ticks off the course record as well as Nothing Better. Quickest in this field, does it gate to wire, and that was huge with the 2 scratching out of this race for him.
Well, you called that shot. He was going to make the lead. He made the lead, but Dancing Buck looked like he had his measure turning for home, and this horse fought back. So not only did he show the speed you anticipated, he showed a tenacity. He wanted it. He did not want to lose. When he was set down by Horatio Caramanos, he found more. Anaconda worked out a good trip under Paco Lopez. Maggie talked about that horse, how good he looked in the paddock. 17-1, so you get 9-1. The Greg Wolf special, Nothing Better, over the 17-1 Anaconda, who was pointed out from a physical perspective. And that's pretty good exacta.
Not bad at all. Hope you put it together. And a rider we don't see much on this circuit. A big moment for him.
Good rider, especially a really good turf rider.
9-1, big upset here in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Gate to wire win for Nothing Better. Horatio Caramanos aboard. We'll be back with the prices right after this.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, looks the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Nothing better at 9-1, gate-to-wire win, and digging in and showing some heart down the stretch.
He really did. Looked like he was collared by your favorite Dancing Buck on the outside, but he had something left under Horatio Carmanos, dropped his head, and kicked on to the wire. Good size son of Munnings here. Got it done for Jorge Duarte. Was a good rider and has turned into a good trainer.
6-time winner now from 14 tries on the lawn. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, this is like a reunion, as both of these guys used to ride for my dad. But Jorge, you turned into quite a good trainer as well, and nothing better here. As you said, he's been solid this year, just maybe overlooked coming up to New York.
Yeah, he had a very good summer. We've been very happy with him. This was his last race this year, and he's doing well, and we had a lot of confidence.
Talk a little bit about getting Horacio here to ride him.
Horacio's been always a guy who always tried for us at Lower, and it was hard to get a rider here today. And I said, Horacio, you want to ride a horse that's very live? And he said, yes, sure.
Horacio, how was the drive up? You've always been so adept with these turf sprinters too.
Yeah, thank you so much. I gotta say thank you, Mr. George, and the owner, everybody give me the opportunity. He called me. He said, "You wanna come to ride my horse?" I said, "The horse got a good shot." I look in the chart. I said, "Wow, he ran big last time in Loro, 102 and change." I said, "Well, it's in New York, but this horse got a good chance." Just the instruction was get a good break, go on the lead. Horse go on the lead, really easy. The pressure came in the middle of the turn. I start to pop on the shoulder, let him pick it up. He's going, but when I whip him the first time on the left side, he gave me a beautiful kick to the wide. I mean, he was so strong all race.
Well, beautifully executed ride by you. Congratulations to you both with the slight upset here in this Aqueduct Turf Sprint.
Thank you so much.
All right, the trip up 95 was well worth it today for those two guys, Greg.
Indeed, nothing better. Big victory here. Coming to the New York circuit, getting this Turf Sprint Championship. Again, this was a good group that lined up.
Very good group, and Jorge Duarte rode his last winner as a jockey 2010. It was assistant Al Goldberg, trained his first winner in 2015. That was the 102nd win as a trainer.
7th at Churchill, starter allowance at 7 furlongs. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Mig. Yeah, a little tough starter allowance here. Starts the Derby City pick 6 20-cent variety. We're up to about $50,000. Obviously, race number 9 is the Miss Revere on the turf, where Bubble Rock will probably be your favorite. The depends off California Angel too as well, and then Rich Strike in race number 11 in the Clark. Race number 12, I think a lot of people might single the Rusty Arnold runner if you wanted to get into this pick 6. This race right here, I thought was very, very tough, just like all of them have been. You know, when you look at this race, you know, the 8's taking a lot of money in here, Mr. Thunderstruck, and I can see why. This Son of Dominance has just been in very good form. Now only 2 for 17, but second, first, doing a little bit of a clunker. But after that clunker at 1 to 5, Donnie Van Hemmel, or actually Kelly Von Hemmel, who was doing the training now in Donnie's hands, you know, gave this horse a little bit of a rest. And, you know, he's been very, very consistent. So I can understand where the public's going with the 8 here, Mr. Thunderstruck. I don't know about, well, now at the 3 to 1, maybe a little bit higher would be a little bit better proposition. The 4, Hometown Hero, interesting horse for Jonathan Wong. We've seen him now expand out here to Kentucky. We've seen him win a couple races at Keeneland. He's won one here. This horse went at 96 cents on the dollar and just didn't get out of the gate last time out. This horse is now putting the blinkers on and has had blinkers on before in the past. I would think would be on the send here with Ricardo Santana. And then the 390s Country, I thought made an unbelievable appearance on the racetrack at 9 to 2 for Gerardo Corrales. And, you know, this horse has got some decent pace and has got some decent numbers as well. And I just couldn't avoid 90s Country because next year at Saratoga, us 3 are going to go into our little room and play a little Friends in Low Places because that's how I feel about both of you guys.
That might be our theme song for next summer at Saratoga when we share the office again.
Yeah, I like that. That's very funny.
3 to 1. Favorite here?
I think we could sell that as a reality show. You just put a camera in there and just let it roll for the summer. They'll edit it. It'll be a hit.
All right, we'll test it out maybe online, see how it does. We'll need some editing on there.
Oh yeah, no, strong edit. We'll get Ernie Munich to edit for us.
90s Country right now. The 3 at 5 to 1. Gerardo Corrales will ride. It's a wide open race. 3 to 1's your favorite. Hometown Hero. Mr. Thunderstruck was a little interesting. The 8 in here.
Yeah, I absolutely. I kind of gravitated towards the 3 a little bit. 90s Country. And then I like the fact that Paul thought he made a nice impression on the racetrack as well.
Going to be forward, too. Tactically, has the ability to be close early. As we see the 9, Atris. Dyler Gaffleon step up to the gate. And here's long shot Outworking, who will cut back in distance slightly. Start of the Derby City 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit awkward out of there for Outworking. Good start for Oncoming Train, who's racing for the front. Trigger Happy is there, too. And Atris on the far outside. So they cross over, and Atris is up for the lead with 6 furlongs to go. Trigger Happy keeping pace down toward the rail. Oncoming Train is back into 3rd. Outworking up into 4th. 2 lengths back, Mr. Thunderstruck is racing in 5th. 90s Country advancing in between while 6. Speedboat toward the rail. 7th. Hometown Hero 8th and already 9 lengths off the lead. El Franco 2nd to last early. And Tiger Moon, the trailer, down the backstretch run, 22 and 4. The opening quarter, they're on to the far turn. Trigger Happy confronted by Atris. An Oncoming Train, an Outworking, the 4 of them across the track. And right in behind is Mr. Thunderstruck 5th, angling over toward the inside to save ground for the run to the quarter pole. And Hometown Heroes picking it up as well. So too El Franco, but is forced to go wide. They hit the quarter pole. Oncoming Train has taken charge off the turn. Opens up to lead by 2. Mr. Thunderstruck is up into 2nd. Hometown Heroes now 3rd. Racing for the 8th pole. Mr. Thunderstruck storming down the center, has collared Oncoming Train and has taken the lead. Mr. Thunderstruck to the front. Oncoming Train back to 2nd. Hometown Hero. Tiger Moon too late. Mr. Thunderstruck under the wire, 2.5 in the end. Oncoming Train was 2nd, tight for 3rd there. Hometown Hero or Tiger Moon.
Mr. Thunderstruck 3rd off a short layoff. Don Von Hemel and Joe Talamo team up.
Set the right trip, got that nice run down the outside. We've seen a little bit of a different Churchill Downs strip, not as dominant towards the inside. And you like this horse, Mr. Thunderstruck, leaving me in awe of your selection.
What? I was trying to see the final price he went off at here. And survey says 4-1. Okay. So Talamo, Don Von Hemel team up, Mr. Thunderstruck, and that's the start of the Derby City 6 late pick 5 we'll get into next. It includes Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike in the Grade 1 Clark. That is still to come. We're going to look ahead to some Saturday action. Grade 2 Red Smith coming up on tomorrow's card. And this is the field that is going to line up. Soldier Rising for Christophe Clement. Troubled trip last time out, went just behind Astronaut, who ran third, who will face again. He was a nose behind him. Clean trip. Most believe tables will be turned.
Yeah, he did have a tough trip. I think he's a little bit tricky to ride, a horse that will kind of hang with horses a little bit. Manny Franco maybe not as familiar with him as Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz has the ride back, and he seems to have an affinity or an understanding of this horse's habits. He saved ground, he cut the corner. This is what you want to do, and then he just runs out of room. But did he run out of room because he couldn't quite make the gaps, and then it got tight? I mean, it wasn't like he was flying when he didn't make that first, group. No doubt he had trouble, would have been closer. I prefer others.
All right. Jose Ortiz will ride. He's 5-2. Morning line in that race. If you look to others, where would you wind up in there?
Honestly, I like a bit of a long shot, a horse that won going 1.5 miles in Saratoga that made his first start in the country, Mooney Love. I think that horse should take a big step forward. I like the fact that Joel Rosario stays put, that he rides that horse.
Meanwhile, back to today's action. And we have our Nightcap coming up 10 minutes away from the start of race number 9 here to close out this card here in New York. And that is a look at North Pole. 9-5 on the board. The one to beat off the claim for James Begg. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at North Pole, Greg. First off the claim for Jamie Begg. And I know maybe statistics wouldn't suggest it, but Jamie's horses always look the part, at least. As this guy, he can be an obstreperous type to get the tack on. He can get a bit nervous. And so far, so good with him, to be quite honest. And this physically is by far the best he's ever appeared prior to a race. Just his coat is resplendent, considering it's nearly December, and just well-muscled, defined, just is becoming, or just looks more athletic than what I've ever seen from him in the past. So maybe this time for this over $1 million yearling purchase, lucky number 14 will be the change. As we'll take a look at 2 for Charlie Baker. Number 2, Phoebe's Frosty, was not in the paddock for the turf try, but was for the off the turf event in which he was an MTO that day. And he was coming in off a long layoff. So as we sometimes see with horses, they can be almost overly fresh. And he was just really, really sharp, just doing maybe a bit too much pre-race. And it kind of, got to him a little bit, I think, towards the end, just expending all that energy. Yeah, he is not the most talented horse in the world. Let's call a spade. But now he's third off of a layoff. He's behaving 10 times better. It was actually bad to get the tack on that day at Saratoga, and he stood there like a statue today. And just more fit, stronger, 1-turn mile, I think, back to the main track is going to be to his liking. Number 10, Looking Grand. He'll try the dirt for the first time as he drops yet again in class. And looking at the pedigree, he's by looking at Lucky, so that will be fine. The Dam, she was better on the turf, but all the siblings won on the dirt, albeit in lower class races. But this is a maiden 20, so why not? And I don't see why he could not be effective with this surface change, Greg, as he is second off the bench, looks ready to go to me. An interesting proposition.
He is even more interesting, too. I think first time on dirt, as Maggie mentioned, but you see that work, 2 back. On the dirt, bullet drill, quickest at 26 in the morning on the Belmont training track.
Yeah, you got to like when a horse is coming into an effort sharp. North Pole's your favorite, but he has disappointed at short prices in the past too, hasn't he? I'm looking for alternatives.
3-5 favorite last start. It was 14 lengths clear of the third place finisher in that race. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the promo code to use for new members at sign up, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NyraBets.com. So 8-5 favorite. There he is. 13 efforts for North Pole. 3 seconds, 6 thirds. And we'll take a look at that race I just alluded to last time out. Actually had the lead in the stretch. He gets run down, but a long way back to the rest of the field, which is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, 14 lengths back, but you can go back to the race in August 19th in Saratoga. He's beaten 3/4 of a length. Before that, beaten ahead.
For maiden 40, that was a tougher group.
Yeah, but it feels like, to me, he's a horse that likes to run with horses, not necessarily away from horses. I mean, it looked like he was going to win this race, and he's just like, oh, okay, wait, I'll let you get your picture taken. He just seems like a pretty polite horse.
Well, Strong Light.
That's who I like.
He outfinished, North Pole did, when they met.
Yeah.
But Strong Light, he's got a second, 4 thirds. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. He's second choice at 2-1 right now. There's the gray for Michelle Giangiulio, second off the claim.
When they met last time, Strong Light was buried in kickback. And he just looked like he was running with the emergency brake on. He was having trouble getting through it. When he finally sifted to the clear, he actually finished with big interest and galloped out really well. He tried Maiden Allowance Company over at Parks in the slop, a subpar effort. He subsequently has been gelded, and I think that's going to help this horse because he seems like a horse with has had a bit of a short attention span, you know, what we term a bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. Maybe this will give him a little bit more focus, and he's also drawn a little bit more outside, and maybe he doesn't get inundated with that kickback that he resented so much in Saratoga.
Doesn't really have the ability to kind of keep with this pack early. He's going to be pretty far back.
Well, he doesn't have speed, but maybe first time gelding, maybe it'll put him a little closer, just having a little more focus. One thing we know, you get Kendrick Carmouche, who is pretty good at gearing a horse up and usually putting them, at least placing them, again, for a horse that doesn't have natural speed.
Well, it's the 3, the 7. They're taking the majority of the money in this spot. I think the big surprise on the board is the 8 in here, Poppy on Ice, who just went through our screen, down to 5-1. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, really often when I'm looking at these maiden claiming races, the first thing I want to try to identify is which of the horses that are dropping. I do feel like, you know, we talk about it often on the show, the biggest drop in racing is maiden special weight to maiden claiming. And when I looked at that, my eyes obviously went to the 7 Strong Light, who Michelle Giangiulio claimed for $40,000 and then ran protected. And I think that that's a good sign. You want to see that. You want to see when they went ahead and spent the $40,000 to claim the horse, but they weren't willing to lose the horse. They liked what they had saw that day when the horse ran in August at Saratoga. And then also you like what you see training in the morning. Now he comes back, and doesn't run particularly well down at Parks, but there was a sloppy racetrack. It was a 2-turn race. Maybe that wasn't what they wanted. Now they're in here with a much easier group. And the other horse that I think is interesting is the 3 North Pole. This is a horse that's been claimed a lot. And another thing I like to see in these claiming races, a horse that gets claimed a lot. They've shown something. They've shown talent in these very sharp horsemen and horsewomen around the racetrack that continue to want to have this horse in their barn, I think is a good sign. Eventually someone will get this horse figured out. I'm just not crazy about the price. So I'll go with the 7 in here, but I do think the 3 is extremely live.
Here comes our post parade. Jonathan, thank you. We start with Phoebe's Frosty, 1 of 2 in the race for Charlie Baker.
Draws inside, has shown some speed, should be forward from the inside.
13th time out, and this horse was claimed by trainer James Begg. Just missed by a head.
Well, listen, he's very logical. He's been very competitive. I just wonder how bad he wants it when he gets down to the wire.
Big long shot Sharpoon, biggest price on the board.
Yeah, we just have to improve drastically.
Whiskey Warrior is a big price. Only start on dirt. It was in the mud and ran 3rd against State Bred Maiden 40. It was taken off the turf.
Yeah, ran very well that day. Was it a product of the wet track, though? That's the question.
Grand again will stretch out and might be the horse in front early.
Yeah, adding blinkers after showing brief speed sprinting.
Here's Strong Light, the new gelding.
They're going to get that warm-up. That'll get him a little bit more revved up under Kendrick Carmouche.
Poppy on Ice. So this one stretching out. Missed by a half length, sprinting for maiden 20 last start.
Yeah, actually closed okay last time to just miss. Stretching out, will he have the same closing kick?
And here's Looking Grand. First time on dirt. Doesn't have that bullet drill on the dirt 2 back for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, and the mare has actually thrown 4 dirt winners out of 6 foals to race, including this foal who's trying now the dirt for the first time.
So 7-1 from that outside post. Jose Gomez will ride for Charlie Baker, but public firmly behind North Pole. That 0 for 13, not scaring anybody away here.
No, and listen, it's very logical. I understand it. I'm going to go with the 7 because I just thought that he would have been a lot closer to North Pole last time. And now they show it back in the same race with a little bit of a different dynamic. He's drawn outside. I think Kendrick will have him a little bit better place than he's been.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, as we take a look at Strong Light, and Richie bringing up the great points of this guy just maybe a bit distracted and getting out of the gate. And 2, his first few strides out of the gate, you notice him. It's like he's just dragging his front end. So with the gelding, you hope that that alleviates that propensity to be a bit weaker there, to lack that bit of push. And watching him warm up, I mean, he was moving very efficiently. You know, his hind legs were very much in line with the rest of his body. A lot of times when horses, you know, have that weaker hind end, they're a little bit splayed behind and kind of go a bit wide. I didn't see that from him at all, at least today. Honestly, a horse that I don't have any previous notes on, so not sure how he typically moves, but at least with the new gelding, it looks as though he is taking to it favorably. But Greg, going to take a little bit of a stab with the horse trying the dirt for the first time and Looking Grand. You know, looking back through my notes too, I had noted that he just looked a bit weak behind the saddle as well, and another horse that's just really strengthened up. And we'll see how he takes to the dirt. It's a little bit of a shot in the dark, but in these kind of races, you're supposed to take a little bit of a shot, right?
We'll see how it plays out. Good luck. And why not take the new face? You know, a lot of these runners have had multiple opportunities on the surface, Mig. So at least you're getting something new here with Looking Grand.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I go back to the pedigree. I'm looking. The dam had the Lost Tigress, 11-time winner on the dirt. Slambone only ran once on dirt. That was a win. Acadian Connection, 3 for 4 on fast dirt. Now you got Looking Grand. Sweet Nada, 2 for 15 on dirt. Funny Slam, 1 on the dirt. So she's produced dirt runners, and I guess I got to root for him too. It's over at Sugar Maple Farm, about a half hour from my house over in Poquag. Beautiful place. New York breds. Good outside draw. Jose Gomez. Maggie just talked me into it at 7-1, but I picked the 7.
Meanwhile, this horse right here is probably going to be the one in front that everyone's going to have to try and catch. We saw this barn have a huge win for them a couple of weeks ago on our program. Blinkers coming off, which stretching out. Maybe that speed can hang around for a little bit to at least get a piece of it.
The horse's first race back in October of 2021 was very good at Keeneland. Maiden 50, showed good speed. Came back, showed brief speed, stopped. Came back again, showed brief speed again and stop. Now you get the blinkers off and stretching out. Does he get a little bit more comfortable, get in a better rhythm, maybe breathe a little bit better? A lot of questions there, but speed's not a bad thing to have in these kind of races either.
Not at all. Second biggest price on the board, probably going to be the one in front. And a rider too, Heeman Harkey, who doesn't get a lot of big opportunities on the circuit, but a rider who is reliable, you can count on to use the best asset of a horse if it is speed.
He's been riding quietly very well here. He's 3 for 16 at the meet with 2 seconds, 2/3. He doesn't ride the cream of the crop. He's doing it with long shots. He's doing it with horses that a lot of other riders don't want to ride, and he's been putting them in the right places.
8-5 favoritism, Meg, shifts now for the first time to Strong Light, the 7 here in the rematch with North Pole. So the horse who was behind him that day when they met back at Saratoga August 19th, the one to beat on the board now.
Surprised by that. I am surprised by that.
Even though you like the 7.
Yeah. I do. I just thought, the 3 would be a clear-cut favorite, and the 7, you might get 2-1, 5-2. I didn't think he'd be 8-5.
And big number 2 on this horse, Whiskey Warrior, has never run on a fast dirt track. It was in the mud. It was a race that was meant for the grass that came off. And his figure that he ran in that race, not far off the best of this bunch. Let's go upstairs. John Imbriel, Nightcap from Aqueduct.
The stall door is opened on number 3. Doors once again closed. And they're off. Bobbling beginning for number 2, Phoebe's Frosty. Here is Grand again to go out for the early lead as Sharpoon now moves up and Phoebe's Frosty is gaining ground down at the rail. North Pole is up close. Onto the main track now. Phoebe's Frosty is down at the rail now to take the lead. Grand again and North Pole, they are right together, second and third with Sharpoon, who is racing in fourth. It's a 5-length break back to Whiskey Warrior, along with Lookin' Grand. Then comes Strong Light, who is down towards the rail, and the trailer is Pappy on Ice. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Phoebe's Frosty and North Pole, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Grand again sits just off of them in third with Sharpoon in fourth. Strong Light up into fifth now, a half dozen lengths from the lead as the field heads for the far turn, opening half mile in 48 and 3. And it is North Pole now to take over the lead from Phoebe's Frosty. North Pole is in front and clear by a length and a half. Phoebe's Frosty is dropping back as Strong Light gains ground. Strong Light now moves into second, chasing North Pole to the top of the stretch. North Pole the leader. Strong Light runs in second, and then Grand again in third. 3/4, 1:16. It is North Pole and Strong Light. They are 1-2 with an eighth of a mile to the finish. North Pole in front by 2. Strong Light is in second. It is still North Pole with the lead. Strong Light, one last try on the outside. They come on for the finish. North Pole, Strong Light on the outside. Strong Light got it. Strong Light at the very end under Kendrick Carmouche.
Strong Light turns the tables. And the rematch with North Pole here. Start number 10 breaks his maiden. Another win for Kendrick.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you can say with some certainty now, North Pole just doesn't really have that winning desire. He's there. He basically has the race won. He's held off Strong Light to the length of the stretch. And
Should
then
have
the
finished
last,
the job here.
Supposed to finish the job here. I mean, and I don't think a lot separates these horses. I think North Pole probably has a touch more ability, but it was Strong Light with that relentless pursuit to the wire. And I just think North Pole loses his focus and just doesn't really want to finish the deal.
Both Strong Light, North Pole, they went off at 8-5. North Pole, though, was the slight favorite. Strong Light, maiden breaking win. Michelle Giangiulio second off the claim. Multiple win afternoon for Kendrick Carmouche. We'll get you back to Churchill Downs when we return. Race 8 coming up. Start of the late pick 5 is next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Strong Light turning the tables on North Pole from that summer matchup at Saratoga. Kendra Carmouche, Michelle Giangiulio for 10 Strike Racing and Four Corners Racing.
Relentless stretch drive from Strong Light to catch North Pole, who we were watching the ice set replay with his ears up and just not really bearing down. Even when he got the challenge from the outside, his ears were still up and kind of losing his focus.
3,225 in the late pick 5. Two $20 horses in the mix there as we head back to Churchill Downs and their late pick 5 begins in this race coming up. Condition $50,000 claiming sprint at 6 furlongs for fillies and mares 3 and up who have not won 3. Or if you have, you can be a 3-year-old. And this is a 3-time winner, 3-year-old filly, Sue Ellen Michigan.
Turning back in distance off the claim, moving up to the $50,000 level.
9-5 favorite, the New York bred filly. Waters of Maram. Here's the 3 at 16-1.
Yeah, turning back in distance and moving up in company again. Her last couple races were okay.
9-2. Mike Pewich sends out She's Cold as Ice, and Julian Leperoux rides the 4, the gray here.
I was very interested in her. I thought she had a real good look, especially turning back. She's run a couple of good races going 7-8. Should be well-placed stalking.
Second off a short layoff, and it was an impressive comeback for St. Arrow's Girl, who's 5-2.
Yeah, big effort there under Luis Saez, showing good speed. Moves up in company, but certainly earned her right to do so off of that effort.
LaGarrity, she's had problems getting out of the gate the last couple of starts.
Yeah, it kind of been an issue with her, and she didn't really want to give anything away here. She didn't want to have to be on that hard chase.
4-1, here's Solid Tune, Florent Giroux for Whitworth Beckman.
Yeah, going from the turf back to the dirt, but has run a couple of good races on the dirt, even though she's never won on fast dirt.
A big scratch of the 8 coming out, who's going to be coming off a long layoff. Talented filly. We'll have to wait to see another day. Super Cat Lady scratch as well. And here's the 10. Can't be touched. Speed outside.
I think adds definitely pace to this race, particularly with an apprentice aboard from the outside. I think there's ample speed in here, Greg.
Let's head to Paula Duca, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens with him as we get set for the start of this late pick 5.
Yeah, the excitement is growing for Rich Strike, and I am with Hall of Fame jockey here, Gary Stevens. Great to be with you as well. Gary, let's get your impressions first. You were able to see Rich Strike yesterday in the paddock, and you had some glowing reviews.
Yeah, I mean, look, Paul, we've got the best seat in the house right here as far as watching horses that are going in to run and school. He walked right past us. He's got a different presence to him than what I've seen earlier in the year. He had that war face on, like, I'm ready to go to battle. He was composed, very, very focused. And that's something that I haven't seen earlier in the year. Maybe it's his surroundings here at Churchill Downs, but I liked what I saw, and we'll see if he looks the same or better today when we come to that race.
Well, that'll be the I guess, second to last leg in this pick 5, but we need to get the winner here, Gary. We were talking about 3 horses here, the 1, 5, and 7. I know you like the 1 a little bit. Explain.
Yeah, I love that Matt Shire, who's having a tremendous year, claimed this filly for $50,000 and raises up, actually, or claimed for $20,000, raises up to $50,000. And this filly, the only two times that she's run 5.5 and 6 furlongs, she's galloped. She's won by daylight. He claims her for 20, so he's protecting this filly. You know, he could have run her right back. He saw this spot. Looks like the speed down inside gets Tyler Gaffleon. So I like her.
You talk about protecting. You were talking about the 5, St. Arrow's Girl, who got protected first time out, then comes back off a little bit of a layoff and galloped last time out.
Yeah, Ron Moquette, another guy who's very, very aggressive and wins off the layoff. by 5.5 lengths. Jumps back in for the 50. Another one with speed in here. I like this move by Ron Moquette. He doesn't show his hand often, but I think he's showing his hand here.
I think another guy that a lot of people are starting to get used to is Whitman Beckman. He had 2 winners on the day. He had a 1.5-mile horse gallop the other day. He was a protege of Chad Brown, and the 7 in here getting on the dirt's kind of interesting.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, Whit was with Chad Brown for about 7 years, ran the New York division, and sharp guy, gets Florent Giroux, and I love the drop down in class today and trying dirt off of all these turf races.
So we're 157 down here, guys. Well, I give the edge to the 7. We want the price, right, at 9-2 for Whitman, Brett Beckman, and if I'm not mistaken, Florent Giroux. Let's get it home.
All right, gentlemen, good luck. And to everybody playing this late pick 5, starts right here, 6 furlong sprint to kick it off. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Can't be touched. Awkward out of there. Veered to the far outside rider. Really having a hard time staying aboard, but somehow did. Meanwhile, Sue Ellen Mishkin fires through toward the inside and grabs the lead, opens up by 2.5. Solitude is on the chase in second. St. Arrow's Girl comes away third. She's cold as ice, heads over to the rail to track the pace from fourth. The Charity is racing in fifth. Waters of Merrim is sixth. Can't be touched is back on track, but is trailing and is 8 lengths off the lead. 4 furlongs to go. The opening quarter for Sue Ellen Mishkin in 21-4. Far turn run in front by just a length now. Solid Tune is hard on the chase in second. St. Arrow's Girl spun out 3 wide, moving up from third. These 3 come together just outside the quarter pole. Legerity is back in fourth. She's cold as ice is racing fifth. They hit the top of the stretch. Sue Ellen Mishkin set down for the drive, turning for home. Short lead. St. Arrow's Girl is there. Solid Tune fights on between them. 1 furlong to go. Sue Ellen Mishkin hanging tough toward the rail. Short lead. Solid Tune desperately trying to get by. So too St. Arrow's Girl. Final 16th coming. Sue Ellen Mishkin digs down deep. And Sue Ellen Mishkin would not be denied, beating Solid Tune on the wire. St. Arrow's Girl was third, and it's a photo for fourth.
New York-bred filly. She was game down the stretch here under Tyler Gaffleone, holding off both Solid Tune and St. Arrow's Girl. It looked like they had great opportunities to go by.
Sue Ellen Mishkin was very game, showed that good speed from the inside, and just kept finding, refused to be passed. We saw 10 Strike Racing win the last here at Aqueduct with Strong Light coming with a relentless late run. Well, 10 Strike Racing wins with Sue Ellen Mishkin with a determined never say die ride from the inside from Tyler Gaffleone.
10 Strike took the Nightcap New York. They get the win here at Churchill to start the late pick 5. Watch the 10 outside here. All kinds of problems.
Wow, we talk about horses wanting to run towards empty space. Ooh. Wow, this horse just made an absolute right-hand turn. The apprentice, Rene Diaz, lost his stirrups. Did a good job to get back in the middle. It looked like he was going to come off.
And, I mean, he could have got smacked in the face by the mane there. How painful is that?
The way her head came up into his face, yeah. I wonder if he did get caught.
Dangerous situation there. Sue Ellen Mishkin has now won 3 of her last 4 starts. All against open company for this New York bred filly. She's went off the 9-5 favorite, and she obliges with a win here. She's now 4 for 8.
Yeah, and fast from the inside. And it's interesting. She still has a New York bred condition, doesn't she? She won one. No, yeah. She only won the 1 allowance race up at Finger Lakes, and that was open company also.
Still to come, the Kentucky Derby winner, second biggest upsetter in Derby history, Rich Strike, back under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Trying to add another grade 1 to the resume in the Clark against older company. We'll be back.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there and look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
final 16th of the Derby, and it's still epicenter. Zandon surging, and here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it! Wow! A shocker in the Kentucky Derby.
Shocker indeed. Second biggest upset in Kentucky Derby history. A horse that everyone dismissed. Barely got into the race until Dwayne Lucas and Ethereal Road scratched, and it was just down to the final minutes before he could even draw in. What a ride from Sonny Leon, and what a shocker. But he has backed it up with big performances since then.
Yeah, he has proven that was just not a one-hit wonder, that it was a fluke, that he has ability. His Travers was a very good race for him. His Breeders' Cup Classic was good. I believe he was the best horse, or should have won the Lucas Classic. As great as Sonny Leon rode him in the Kentucky Derby, and he did ride him great. A brilliant ride in the Derby. I thought he used some ill-judged tactics in the Lucas Classic, but if you learn from it, you move on, you can improve on it.
This is the field Rich Strike's going to line up against in today's Clark, race 11 on the program. Grade 1, older company he'll be tackling. And let's look at that Lucas Classic. He went toe-to-toe with a very, very talented older horse who we know loves a fight in Hot Rod Charlie.
Yeah, Hot Rod Charlie is tenacious. He would be the Ernie Shavers of this division. Ernie Shavers maybe wasn't the greatest, but had a knockout punch and would fight you for it. And right here, it looks like Rich Strike's going on his way to victory. Now, mind your own business. Stay away from him. Go forward. Go straight. Sonny Leon steers his horse down towards him to engage him, leans into him, puts his elbow out into Tyler Gaffleon. And I think just breaking his momentum, going down to that horse, slowed his forward momentum. But you also then poked the bear. You know, Gary had a lot of experience with Silver Charm. He knew that if someone came down to him, Silver Charm was going to fight him. And I think Hot Rod Charlie has some of those qualities.
This was him schooling yesterday at Churchill Downs, and it's just, we said so much, is he just a Churchill Downs super horse? No, he's performed elsewhere, but he looks sensational back at certainly his favorite racetrack.
He certainly does.
Sonny Leon, he'll be back aboard for Eric Reed and coming back in less than 3 weeks rest off the Breeders' Cup Classic. Eric Reed addresses that decision.
He hasn't missed a step, really. What we originally had planned was give him a break, as everybody knows, but we just feel like he didn't have to exert himself the way we thought in the Breeders' Cup. So I thought, let's give him a week of training on the track and just make sure that, this Clark is even remotely possible. And the second day out there, he was rearing up and acting like his old self. He's got a shot at another grade 1, which is going to help him in a lot of ways if he wins. And, there's a chance maybe if he wins that it gets him in the running maybe for the Eclipse. The thing to me is the 3-week turnaround. I wouldn't even have considered it if it was at another track, and I wouldn't probably have considered it 3 months ago. But he's a lot bigger, stronger horse now, and his mind is right. If he's ever going to do a 3-week turnaround, it would be now. And he won't ever have to do it again. This could be a way to end with a sunshiny day before winter sets in, but we don't know yet.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, that's why they originally passed on the Preakness with this horse and gave up a chance for a Triple Crown. Yes, he was a huge long shot, but he did win the Derby. Only one horse has a chance to win it, and you only get one shot at it. But that was 2 weeks. This is closer to 3 weeks. They didn't bring him back in that Preakness because they felt just more mentally than anything. He just wasn't ready as a horse to come back that quick. Well, maybe he's different now.
Well, horses change. They develop. They mature. 3 weeks. Also, it's the end of the season. There's nothing beyond this. So, when you still have a long season ahead of you, which they did after the Preakness, you could understand the concern about the 2 weeks. 3 weeks with a horse that looks as good as he does. And again, evolving, changing, just like people. They develop at different stages.
Usually comes from pretty far out of it. Eric Reed has spoke to the fact that he actually does possess some speed, but he never sees it from this horse. He says, maybe one day I will. He going to have a lot of work to do in that race?
Well, in the Lucas Classic, he actually did place himself a bit closer. And, as sharp as he looks, I'd be surprised if he was out the back. I mean, I don't think he'll be that far back.
Sue Ellen Michigan starts off the late pick 5. The New York bred filly, now 4 for 8. She's won 3 of her last 4.
Yeah, and was very good. Exploded out of the gate, took the lead, and then held off every challenge. And, was hounded pretty much every step of the way, just kept finding. And one of Tyler Gaffleon's strengths as a rider is just how strong he finishes, and all of his skills were evident right here.
9-5 beginning to the late pick 5. Tyler Gaffleone, Matt Shire, 10 Strike Racing. Again, took the Nightcap in New York as well with Strong Light. Start off this late pick 5 at Churchill Downs. Up next, graded stakes action on the lawn. Grade 2, Mrs. Revere, purse of $300,000, and Bubble Rock for Brad Cox. Going to try and do this on the front end, it looks like, under Joel Rosario. We'll have more on the Mrs. Revere when we return. Rich Strike, your Kentucky Derby winner, still to come as well, and the Grade 1 Clark. Stay with us.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Live coverage from Churchill Downs and the Aqueduct card in the books. Still to come, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike and the Grade 1 Clark. But we're going to be on the lawn next with a Grade 2 in the Mrs. Revere. Purse of $300,000, mile and a 16th next. And Bubble Rock for Brad Cox, Joel Rosario taking a lot of money. We'll get to this race more in a moment. We're going to look back to yesterday and what happened in the Distaff division at Churchill Downs. And the Falls City, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, played hard. This was expected. She went off at 2-5. Ran a big effort here to pick up the 5th win of her career.
Yeah, and we see Joel Rosario on the lead. You know he's going to be hard to get by, particularly on a quality horse like Played Hard. And he was playing cat and mouse pretty much the whole way. On the straightaways, he'd take her out to about the 4 or 5 path. He'd let her drop in for the turns and always kept finding best horse with a clever ride.
And Connections, we heard from them yesterday saying it's a 4-year-old filly, yet they're going to bring her back now as a 5-year-old and see if they can get some big ones. I would think Oakland, potentially, the Apple Blossoms out there, but a lot of big names in this division. Your likely champion, Malathot, retiring. Clariere has gone to the bench as well.
And it feels like this filly really found her form the second half of the season. So I'm glad they're giving her opportunity to show what she can do as a 5-year-old. Horse is fully mature by the age of 5.
Latruska's retired, or going to. Yeah, might be some big opportunities for Played Hard. She did a gate to wire yesterday in that Falls City. Meanwhile, in the Cardinal Stakes, Dalika, once she got the lead, you know she's going to be very tough here. 6-year-old mare for Alstall.
Yeah, when she established the lead and got as comfortable as she did, the race was essentially over halfway through, and she just is so tough when she makes the front. She just seems to be able to keep finding. It's amazing that she possesses the natural speed that she does, but she has the stamina that she possesses. She's really remarkable.
Heard from her connections afterwards, perhaps one more start and then off to the breeding shed, but we have had the privilege of watching her quite a bit on our program.
I remember you and I for a night card last year in the spring, watch her going 1.5 miles when she opened up about 15 lengths early. She wound up running second that night. But
the
to
Temple
me,
City Terror, by the way.
It's a Temple City Terror, but to me, that was the night kind of pointed out, like, oh, wait a second, she's actually really, really good, not just a speed horse.
It was fun to watch her do her thing and win on the front end in that race. And there was question, too. I mean, if she was going to get the lead over that Brad Cox filly with Rosario, that's 6. But she was just the quicker of the two. And you see how dangerous speed is.
You know, in gate speed, when you can kind of make the decision for your rivals that you're going to have to adjust around my plan. When a horse leaves the gate like that and a rider has a plan and executes it, I think riders make big mistakes, almost inviting people into the race without showing real intention.
Well, the speed of this next race coming up on the lawn at Churchill Downs, Joel Rosario will be aboard. It's Bubble Rock, certainly looks like, for Brad Cox. We tried to go gate to wire, got a little tired last time out. See if she can last this afternoon. 1.16 on the grass coming up in the Grade 2 Mrs. Revere next to kick off the Pick 4 at Churchill.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Grade 2, Mrs. Revere next on the turf at Churchill Downs here at 1.16 to kick off the late Pick 4. And that's a look at a filly that was moved to the lawn for the first time in her career last start for Kenny McPeak. She won impressively to break her maiden. She did it on this turf course. And she's a big price coming back, Sweet Lady Ivanka. California Angel, though, the 6th. This is the filly to beat. She is 5-2. She was just second in the Grade 3 Valley View at Keeneland.
Yeah, backing up a good effort in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth. And I thought her Valley View was very good. And I like the fact that Tyler Gaffleone's getting the mount for the first time. He just, to me, that's such a positive move forward at Churchill Downs.
I would wind up second here. Bubble Rock was the one leading the way with Ricardo Santana Jr. She would fade back to fourth. She's obviously, you would think, going to try and employ those tactics again today and see if she can last. Did not work in this occasion.
No, it didn't. You get Joel Rosario on Bubble Rock today, and Joel's got such a incredible set of hands, and horses seem to settle into his hands. And that's not to mean that he's going to have her off the pace, but if she's on the lead and she gets relaxed, it's such a gift that he has, and horses really respond to him. They don't get in a fight with him as much. Usually their ears come up, and they kind of settle into a better rhythm.
You know, prior to that, she was fourth, but only beat 2 lengths at Keeneland as well in a grade 1. So she has form that definitely warranted that she is the favorite. Meanwhile, she's gone. Oh, look, 2 starts back. This was at Kentucky Downs, an entry-level allowance win at a price. She's intriguing for Victoria Oliver.
Yeah, ran extremely well here, and you know, she was down inside. She's kind of looking for space. She sifted out over heels right there to get to the clear. She's on a wrong lead, but she keeps coming with this relentless grinding style. Gets up in the shadow of the wire. You get Rafael Bejarano back today, who was aboard her that day. She ran back in the Queen Elizabeth, was beaten 5 1/4 lengths. I kind of thought she ran evenly that day in the Queen Elizabeth. So now she comes back and has a little bit more time than California Angel, who ran in between the Queen Elizabeth and the Valley View.
She has, look, she's taken a big move forward, really her last 2 starts. We'll see if she can do it again. 10-1 right now in the 2 she's gone. Call to post for the grade 2 Mrs. Revere. And here's Take a Stand, Victoria Oliver as well.
Yeah, has been running steadily on the dirt after trying a turf sprint to start her career.
It was nowhere in that race. She's gone. We just showed you. And we'll see if she could take a step forward. She's really going in the right direction.
Yeah, she really is, and comes out of a much tougher heat in the Queen Elizabeth, although she was beaten a few lengths by California Angel that day.
Kenny McPeak with a pair of fillies in here. Here's the first of them, Lady Poochie.
The other one coming out of the Valley View, where she was fairly well beaten by California Angel.
Bubble Rock, if she wants the lead, it is hers. Joel Rosario rides.
Yeah, I just don't see a lot of the speed signed on as well. And again, Joel Rosario has such a knack of getting horses to kind of melt into his hands.
Sweet Lady Ivanka, this is the other Kenny McPeak filly. Switched her to the grass, career start number 6, and she broke her maiden on this turf course.
Yeah, 1 for 1 on the turf. I mean, this is considerably tougher, but she doesn't know how to lose yet on the grass, at least as of right now.
5-2 favorite. Here's California Angel, just second in that Valley View.
I think she just makes a lot of sense. I don't know that there's a lot that separates her and the 2 she's gone, who's a way bigger price, other than she has a bit more turn of foot. She can accelerate.
And the third McPeak filly, here's Lovely Princess, who just won at Keeneland on the grass.
And Brian Hernandez sticks here, and it feels like usually he's the go-to guy right now for Kenny McPeak.
Fancy Martini, 9-1.
Big run last time at Keeneland. Got up under Jimmy Graham. You get Louis Saez. I mean, big price last time.
12-1. I know you're a big fan of this barn, as am I. Paulo Lobo with Quality Star.
Just so much respect for Paulo Lobo. He's having a tremendous year, better than 22% on the year. Everything he's sending out's running well. And I actually think that filly at somewhat of a price could fill in some of your exotics.
Yeah, I think there's reasons to like her, no question. And then Joyful Applause. Broke her maiden, Horseshoe Indy, came back and ran a narrowly defeated second at Churchill, 22-1.
Yeah, is going to have to improve. Also has a tough post, but at least she's running well.
4 minutes away here for the Mrs. Revere. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I think Bubble Rock is interesting for a couple of reasons. One is it feels like she could get loose in here. I mean, look, the 8 Fancy Martini with Louis Saez could possibly get in the way there. This is a horse that showed some speed last time, but didn't show a ton previously in the career. So I'm hoping that the 8 Fancy Martini will just kind of sit off there. But the one thing I will say about Bubble Rock is that, and Joel Rosario and Brad Cox have done this better than anyone, they typically don't get in the way of horses that have speed. Look at a horse like Nick's Go. He was just an okay horse. Yeah, he was a good horse when he was with Ben Colbrick, but when he got with Brad Cox just started letting him roll. Brad Cox understands that when you have speed, taking it away from a horse is a big mistake. He will always allow his speed types to roll. So I would think that Joel Rosario will be under the impression that Bubble Rock should make the lead. Let's be aggressive in trying to get that lead. Let's take advantage of the fact that we have a pace edge here, and let's go to the front. If they do that, I think she'll be hard to beat. Her main competition is the 6 California Angel, who does not break well. If you look back through her past performances, she's always breaking slow, which is a little bit of a concern. She's going to have a lot to do, I think, in here. I like the 4 Bubble Rock, wire to wire.
All right, JK, thanks. She's 5-2, second choice on the board. For more on Bubble Rock's chances and the rest of this field, let's go back to Paul LaDuca and Gary Stevens.
Thanks, Greg. We were talking about the pace, Gary and I just don't see anybody going with Bubble Rock early here. I think, you know, she gets to the front end very easily here, but how would you handle her? We saw what happened with adventuring yesterday and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, listen, I'm not too critical too often about Joel Rosario. I don't know what the instructions were yesterday about with adventuring against Davika, but he took her out of her game going into the first turn, and she got rank with him. And now a jockey's got to be like a good pitcher who just somebody hit a grand slam off of him, or a good quarterback that just threw a pick six. You better forget about it. And Joel's good at that. He's got a short memory when it comes to a ride that's questionable or something that failed, and it failed yesterday. But the thing about Bubble Rock, they've tried her 3 times going around the ground. She had a clear lead last time out. So how much is too much of trying to get this filly to relax, and as Richie says, letting the field into her race? I'm not convinced this filly wants to run this far.
I'm kind of with you. The one thing I will say, it's so hard to go gate to wire at Keeneland. I have tried that whole meet, you could not go to gate to wire. This turf course, Gary, we've seen speed be very good. Obviously, Dalika got to walk on the lead, and she's such a quality mare. She just showed her class yesterday. So if they let Bubble Rock go, you know, JK mentioned California Angel. She's the other danger in here. She's in very good form. I thought she ran very well after being left at the gate from the 1 hole last time.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement. She's going to have a lot of ground to close accordingly, but she does close that ground. Her speed figures are very consistent for George Leonard. Listen, I got to take my hat off to Churchill Downs and this turf course during this break that we've had. They've got it under control. We've got a real turf course now. Whatever they did, you wouldn't have figured it was going to happen at this time of the year, but it's been consistent and it's played fair so far.
Yeah, it has played fair. We'll see what happens here, guys. I actually think Bubba Rock could take this field gate to wire. I just think that this racetrack will play towards her. California Angel is the other horse to beat. Anybody else you're interested in here at all?
Yeah, I'm always interested in Brian Hernandez and Kenny McPeak. They can strike when you least expect it, and she's getting some action right now at 5-1. Yeah, if there's going to be an upset, and it'd be a small upset, but Lovely Princess, I think it's a wide open race, Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. You know, the 2's the other horse. It seems like the 7 and the 2 guys have the same kind of running style. They're going to have things set up their way. But if Bubble Rock's just out there by herself on a lonely lead, I think they're going to be really tough to catch.
Couldn't last. Thanks, guys. Bubble Rock in that Valley View, but third off the bench today with Joel Rosario. Doesn't look like there's anyone to try and put pressure on her. Might be tough for California Angel, comes from so far out of it, the 6, or anyone else to close.
I agree with Gary, though. The question about Bubble Rock is the mile and the 16th. How far does she truly want to go? Now, pace makes the race. If she does make an easy lead and gets comfortable, doesn't get keen, you know, and gets relaxed, gets in a nice, efficient way of going, then maybe she'll be able to get the mile and the 16th under those circumstances. But truly, I feel like she's better going shorter.
Well, she's at 5-2, along with your slight favorite, California Angel, who was running down some pretty good 3-year-old fillies on the lawn her last couple of starts. She didn't win either of those races, but it was a grade 1 and grade 3, and she got pretty close.
She gets Tyler Gaffleone, who, again, is such an upgrade. And no offense to any other rider, Tyler Gaffleone has been riding lights out at Churchill Downs for a very long time. I'm in agreement, too. I think the 7 Lovely Princess is a major player here.
It's Brian Hernandez Jr., Kenny McPeak. McPeak with 3 in this field. Lady Poochie, the 3. Sweet Lady Ivanka come off that maiden win, and Lovely Princess, who picked up her second win on the turf. That was at Keeneland, October 27th. And a rider we say all the time, who will be on the 7, Lovely Princess, Brian Hernandez Jr., puts his mounts in the right spot where they need to win to be most effective to win.
Consistently. The guy puts his horses in position to win races consistently. He's a terrific rider, probably flies a little bit under the radar, doesn't maybe get the accolades that some other guys do, but he's my kind of rider. He shows up every single race.
Grade 2, Mrs. Revere, start of the pick 4. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a good start for Bubble Rock at mid-pack, out looking for the lead. Joyful Applause comes on from the far outside. Take a stand down toward the rail, gets a forward spot as well. But Bubble Rock right to the front, and she's cruising along out there. Leads by a length. Joyful Applause is stalking in second. Take a stand, settles in toward the rail third. Fancy Martini tucks in behind to be fourth early. Lovely Princess right up against the rail fifth. Quality Star sixth. Lady Pooch racing seventh. California Angels back in eighth and is already 9 lengths off Bubble Rock. Then it's She's Gone and 6 back to the trailing Sweet Lady Ivanka, who's a dozen lengths behind as they hit the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. And it's Bubble Rock coasting along down the backstretch run, unchallenged on a 2-length lead. Joyful Applause is a clear second, and Take a Stand is still third toward the rail. Fancy Martini, fourth, given a little nudge there past the half-mile pole. Lovely Princess buried at the inside, fifth. Quality Star, sixth. Lady Poochie toward the rail, seventh. California Angel still eighth. 8 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn, where Bubble Rock is the leader and continues to run on strongly. Clear a length and a half outside the quarter pole. Joyful Applause is set down. Take a Stand is there. Fancy Martini swings wide, so too Quality Star. Lovely Princess buried in behind horses as they race for the 8th pole. Bubble Rock is still in front by 2. Joyful Applause and Take a Stand from far back. Quality Star trying to muster up a late rally. California Angel got stopped. It is Bubble Rock in front and Joyful Applause and Take a Stand, and they virtually went that way all the way. Bubble Rock wire to wire. Joyful Applause, Take a Stand, and it was either Lovely Princess or also there was Lady Poochie.
Huge tactical edge we knew going in with Bubble Rock. The only question was, could she last the mile at 16th? Yes, she could.
Well, when you saw the fractions posted, 24-1, basically 49-1, and her ears were up, you said if she's not going to get the mile to 16th today, she'll never get it. This was a match made in heaven. Joel Rosario on Bubble Rock. Again, getting horses to settle into his hands so well. And nice run. How about from the 11 horse who had to be used from the outside? Guillermo Morales. Joyful Applause chased gamely throughout, and they basically ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Unlucky for California Angel. I don't know if she'd have been able to make up all that ground, particularly with the slow pace, but she got stymied in rush hour traffic.
Yeah, you heard that call from Travis Stone. 8-5. Bubble Rock went off your favorite, by the way, in the end. 8-5 over 34-1. Joyful Applause, the 11 in second.
Yeah, and listen, the public had it right. She had a tactical advantage for the lack of pace in this edition of the Mrs. Revere, and Joel Rosario on a speed type and gets them to relax enough in his hands to have enough left to finish the mile in the 16th. I'm still with Gary on I think our assessment's not far off. I don't really know how far she really wants to go, but under ideal circumstances, she certainly got the mile in the 16th today.
Wins is the 8-5 favorite, and that is her third win on the grass. The other 2 wins, they came sprinting, going 5.5 and 6. Able to do it, getting a mile of 16th today. Yeah, doing it very slow up front. Looked like the lone speed, and that was the case. Brad Cox, Shortleaf Stable, and Rosario in the Mrs. Revere. Prices when we come back. We'll get into race 10, and then it's Rich Strike, the Derby winner in the Grade 1 Clark.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, there's your two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox. Gets the win in the Grade 2 Mrs. Revere with Bobble Rock Gate-to-Wire ride from Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Joel Rosario is so tough when he's able to make the lead and get a horse so comfortable in such a beautiful rhythm. And when her ears were up down the backstretch and she was as relaxed as she was in the lead, you knew she was going to be tough to beat.
No program for us tomorrow. We're back on Sunday, but there are races on the road to the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks from Churchill Downs on their Stars of Tomorrow program. Kentucky Jockey Club, Grade 2, 1/16, and Curly Jack for our colleague Tom Amos. Upset winner of the Grade 3 Iroquois on this racetrack at Churchill. Returns to the Twin Spires and will be the one to beat.
Came from off the pace in the Iroquois, too, after showing good speed on debut, breaking his maiden at Churchill. 2 for 2 at Churchill Downs. I like the versatility he's shown. Gave it a good try in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, chasing the pace there, set by Cave Rock. Very well drawn inside, very short run to that first turn, and affinity for Churchill.
He showed big speed, actually, the first couple of starts of his career sprinting, but stretching out. He's actually become a horse that comes from off the pace.
Yeah, but you see that versatility, and it's always my contention, all good horses possess one characteristic they share, speed. It's how they learn to use it.
Edgar Morales, Tom's man, will be aboard. Meanwhile, 2-year-old fillies in the Goldenrod. And Tom with Hoosier Filly. And Hoosier Filly, even money, morning line as she tries to remain perfect. She was dominant in the Rags to Riches, now wet track.
Yeah, 2 for 2. It places herself well forward. And she just skipped over this wet track. I mean, she came backed up the same figure she got on a fast track sprinting, but she won as easy as a horse can win. She didn't come and gallop the last 1/16 of a mile.
And it was at 1.16 miles, same distance as the Goldenrod tomorrow. Meanwhile, Brad Cox with the win. And the Mrs. Revere, let's go to Paula Duca.
With winning trainer here, Brad Cox, checking out his text messages. Got to text some people because he just won the Miss Revere with Bubble Rock. And we were talking, she's a talented filly. She was giving Joelle a little bit of problems down the backside, but she ended up relaxing a little bit. And this is a horse that you've always tried at 2 turns, and she finally got it, Brad.
Yeah, she stayed on today. Joelle did a good job letting her, break, kind of finding her way around there. She does lean out a little bit. She's got a soft mouth, can be a little tough to train, but overall, this is a big victory today. He did a great job. Tessa Bishop has kind of managed this filly all year, our average 2- and 3-year-old season for the most part, and she's done a good job. training her because she's very, very tough to deal with.
And she's a horse you can back up in distance at any time that you want, too, if you wanted to sprint her, and even if you want to go long again. And she seems like she likes turf weight, too. Is that what she would be headed next?
It's possible. Listen, I mean, she's a grade 2 winner now. She's, like you said, a winner on synthetic. She's was able to win a grade 3 at 2 around one turn. So, she's versatile. She's talented. She's, beautiful filly. She's going to make a good broodmare. So excited about what she was able to accomplish today.
Okay, let's get to the Clark a little bit later. RC going against Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby winner, but you got a 2-prong attack in there with West Willpower, as long as your other horse in there as well. Is West Willpower going to be the punch in there, and is Folsom going to be the one that's going to be coming from behind, or do you want to get to the front end, or where are you seeing here?
We'll ask Louis to have West Willpower break running and kind of see how it plays out. There's a couple horses in there that might have a little speed to match him. I do like the draw for him, so he can set off if need be. Folsom won't be in the mix early. He's a late running horse, likes this track. I look for him to step forward today. They're both doing really well, but we'll see how it goes. I like them both. I mean, I have to say that, but I really do. They're both training well.
You think you got a shot to beat Rich Strike?
Absolutely. I mean, he's a good horse, but yeah, I mean, I'm not running him just to run. I'm not in here to run second, I promise you that.
Brad Cox is never in to run second. He gets the W here, and the Revere, he's got 2 shots in the Clark.
Bubble Rock, $5.32. Paulie, thanks. What do you think of Brad Cox's 2 runners in that Clark?
Well, I do think that West Willpower will be forward. I believe in my heart that 3 Injunction is just naturally faster. He's coming out of sharper paced races. And Folsom's more a closing type, so they do pretty well complement each other style-wise.
Bubble Rock with that victory to start off the pick 4. We move on to race 10. And this race, 7/8 of a mile. It is a first allowance condition race, Gulfstream Way. Taking a lot of money right here. Moving to the Brad Cox barn from Chris Hartman.
Yeah, coming out of a good barn, going into a good barn. Brad Cox reaches out for Florent Giroux. Inside speed. Florent's not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed.
How about call me fast, dangerous in this spot. Chased a good one named Marsalis last start, just missed in that race. Milliken, the 10 for Ian Wilkes off the bench. Second to Olympiad, second start of his career. Still to come, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike back in action. And the Grade 1 Clark. Will he get the pace to set it up for him? He just might. So that's still ahead. Stay with us.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Still have Rich Strike to come. The Kentucky Derby winner back in action. Grade 1 Clark. Up next, it's race 10. Saturday, we're not on air, but here's a look at our stakes action. Road to the Kentucky Derby in Oaks continues with the Jockey Club and Goldenrod. See that Ed Brown on there, and Sunday Commonwealth Turf we will be back on Sunday. Well, the Ed Brown Society has a clear-cut mission to celebrate the rich history of African Americans in this game, their contributions, and also creates opportunities and internships for those of color who want to get into the game in various types of jobs in horse racing.
Anything that had to do with racing really started with the direct contributions of African Americans. First Kentucky Derby winner was ridden and trained by African Americans. They were more than just the riders. They were the trainers, they were the owners. So around the time that we started the Ed Brown Society, the timing was sort of right. The industry as a whole has been willing to have those conversations.
So while I'm watching the Derby, I see someone who looks like me who's owning a Derby horse and is about to run in one of the most prestigious races in the world. So once I saw that, I had to reach out, and that was when I decided that this is something that I think could be a path to help me get exposure into the industry.
So we go partner with schools. We find the students who are interested in doing something ag or equine related, and we partner up with the particular track.
So the classes I'm taking right now are equine health and diseases, as well as thoroughbred investments, thoroughbred law. So really trying to get a collective overview of the industry operations and trying to learn as much as I can about how to be productive and contribute to this industry.
My grandfather owned a horse that ran in the Kentucky Derby, but due to the racial injustice at the time, he was unable to be listed as an owner or to attend the Kentucky Derby. So for Necker Island to bring that back home a generation later was a surreal moment. It's a moment that will be hard to top, but hopefully we can get back and bring other African Americans to the Kentucky Derby as well.
We look up one day, 5 or 10 years from now, a lot of our graduates out of the Ed Brown Society are working at horse tracks in significant roles, and they are in turn hiring other African American and minority interns to come work under their employment. I think that we'll look at that as a success.
The Brown Society doing great work to get more African Americans involved in this sport, and highlighting a group that really dominated the sport early on.
Absolutely, and the rich history of African Americans in horse racing, and the Kentucky Derby in particular. Early on, most of the horses were ridden by African American riders, and you want to read a great book. Read about Jimmy Winkfield, who was one of the greatest riders to ever live. And then he went on to an incredible career as a trainer, trained for the Tsar of Russia. I mean, it's just a fascinating, fabulous story. So I think it's fantastic what they're doing.
More terrific action coming up here on this Friday card from Churchill Downs. We're going to step aside for a timeout. Race 10 is next. Then it is the Grade 1 Clark in Rich Strike. But this 10th race, it is competitive. It is wide open. We'll talk through the field when we come back. Gulfstream Way, the 1, current favorite for Brad Cox.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 10 next under the Twin Spires at Churchill. 7/8 of a mile coming up in this first allowance condition. And this is Call Me Fast. 5-1 currently. Mike Pewitz trains. Declan Cannon will ride. And it's a rematch in a horse who he just finished ahead of with a troubled trip. Seal Beach is going to be in this race as well. Draws in from the also eligible list. Call Me Fast just missed against a very talented runner named Marsalis.
Yeah, Marsalis, is a really promising prospect who came back and wanted a very short price again the other day at Churchill Downs. And he gave him all he could handle here. I mean, he was only beaten half a length and made a big run at him. Marsalis kept finding, but 5-1 feels like a little bit of a too big a price for a horse that ran a very talented horse in Marsalis to a half a length.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that price. I think we'll see that come down. There he is. Senna dialed in. He was dominant the start before that to break his maiden, and that was going the distance he's going today, 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, and he was the one doing, I think, most of the hard work there, wasn't he? He was the one, like, really on the hard chase. And it feels like this horse has really just kind of found his form.
Seal Beach was just behind him in that race we showed you. And Seal Beach gets into this race, the 14. There he is in those 3 Diamonds Farm Silks for Mike Maker. Talented runner as well, even though the record really wouldn't suggest it, just 1 for 13. But he's run some big figures.
And he's a finishing type. He'll be closing from the outside.
Here's our post parade. We start with Gulfstream Way, 8-5 favorite, moving to the Brad Cox barn.
A horse that has speed from the inside. Florent Drew gets a call for Brad Cox, and I think Brad Cox probably getting a lot of the attention here.
Big price on the 3. It's a horse who was second to Cyberknife 2 starts back, and then he tried Epicenter in the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, and Brett Calhoun's having a really nice Churchill Downs fall stand. Horse comes back sprinting.
Appeal denied. 1 spurting at Churchill, 2 back to break his maiden.
Race at Churchill was very good before throwing in that clunker last time against Marsalis and Call Me Fast.
Had big trouble in that race, too. He had to check really hard in that race that did him in. Dr. Perry at 10-1, Tyler Gaffleone.
Horse that's shown some ability at times. Going to have to kind of put it all together, maybe take a step forward here.
Here's Angkor.
It's a beautiful son of Anchor Down. I've always had an eye for this horse when I saw him in Saratoga last year. Just a beautiful individual.
Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer with the 7 Angkor. Call Me Fast, here he is. So still 5-1.
I think very much the horse to beat off of that race against Marsalis, following up that big maiden win.
Legendary Lure, 53-1, biggest price on the board.
Yeah, from a really good trainer in Bill Morey, but just feels like he'd have to improve.
Milliken, interesting for a very sharp trainer in Ian Wilkes. He was second to the talented Reinvestment Risk. He was second to Olympiad, second start of his career.
Yeah, I mean, he's run against some really good horses, and he's run some very fast figures.
Hasn't raced since May 4th, though. Spartan Army, the 11, Brian Hernandez Jr., Dallas Stewart.
Horse that was good sprinting at Churchill last time, coming out of that same race, was fairly well beaten against Marsalis.
Zippin' Gigi's 15-1. Joe Talamo and Paul McGee has speed.
Yeah, might add some speed to this party. Don't really make him out as a win contender because I think he gets caught in that hard chase mode.
horse we expect to be making up ground late in the stretch, the 14 Seal Beach.
He would like to see a lot of pace on him to set up his late run.
What are you seeing from him, the way he's behaving right now?
Keen in the post race, you see he's got his head up, he's pulling and trying to get away from Luis Saez. He put his head up to break his hold. That's a precarious position for a rider.
And here's max time Dale Romans, 40-1.
Another one that's being very keen here on the Corey Lannery, who picked up the mount. Joe Talamo's other mount, Zippin' Gigi's in here, but this is Corey Lannery taking a big hold of him. You see how a rider uses body weight to try to use it as leverage to slow a horse down? These horses are really, really strong, and some of them get so tough.
Well, let's look at the favorite, Gulfstream Way. So 9-5 favoritism to the runner on the rail, who had been with the Chris Hartman barn. He's now with Brad Cox. He'll debut for the Cox barn coming up. This was at Keeneland. Forwardly placed her. Actually took the lead in the stretch and misses by a neck to run third.
Yeah, and this cavalry charge, like any one of 10 horses could win at this point. And he ran big. He hit the front, looked like he might be on his way to victory, just couldn't quite see it out, and wound up third, beating the neck for everything. But in a race that, honestly, it looked like any one of a dozen horses could have won at the 8th pole.
2-1 favorite, Gulfstream Way. A lot of options here in this 10th race. Let's go back to Paul and Gary.
There are some options to go in this race, Greg. You're 100% right. And Gulfstream Way is one of them. Gary and I have been talking about this. When you look, Embrace is a nice runner. Uber Kirk came up the rail for Dale Romans that day. And Meister came back to win just the other day. So the ones run against some good competition, Gary. And probably should be the speed of the speed. Florent Giroux and Brad Cox, obviously that potent combination.
Yeah, obviously a nice colt and a big contender in this spot. The thing is, he's had a lot of experience, a lot of races at this point in time, considering some of the competition. 11 starts, 3 wins, nothing to knock there. But you look at Call Me Fast. I mean, 6 races. He had a huge maiden break or 2 back, and I think he might have regressed a little bit according to the numbers in the second time out. And then we get down to the 10-horse Milliken, and look at the competition
I've never seen anything like it. Gary makes an unbelievable point. I can't believe Milliken right now is, what do we got now? 9-2. This horse has lost to Olympiad, Injunction, Bag Boss. You're kind of wondering what's going on here, but this 4-year-old keeps on running decent races. I don't know not what to do with the 10. You make a great point on the 8, Call Me Fast. The other part about this, Gary, Marcellus came back to run giant yesterday and win, and Call Me Fast was right behind him last time.
Yeah, and a big win yesterday.
Yeah.
Call Me Fast lost nothing in defeat, and I would expect him to improve today.
So we're down here we're looking for the 1 Gulfstream Way. We also like Call Me Fast the best. What say you, JK?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 10 Milliken. You're standing next to Gary, who likes my spendthrift shirt, but also into mischief for Milliken here as well. But that has nothing to do with it. This is a horse I loved McCracken. He was actually my Derby pick back in, I think, 2014 or 16, whenever he ran. This is a half to McCracken. This horse has fast numbers, is coming in off of a layoff. And I know that is a concern, but I will say this. When a horse, for the same connections, can win first time out, it makes me believe that trainer has a good hold on what it takes to get that horse ready off of a layoff, because obviously your first time start is the longest layoff you can come in off of. I think Milliken will be ready to run. I like the draw. That's who I'll play in this race, the 10.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. And he's taking a late hit here on the board, down to 7-2. But 7/8 distance, not easy to do off the layoff, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, he's extremely talented, and I do think that maybe he's gotten slightly lost in the shuffle, although he's coming down now to 7-2. But one concern for me is that he's had a steady diet of workouts, mostly on synthetic. And that just is a cause for pause for me. You know, he's coming back off a layoff. He has one strong work on a dirt racetrack. The rest are all on synthetic. And I just wonder if that's like an attempt just to keep him a little healthier.
There he is. Looks-wise, what are you seeing?
I mean, he looks tremendous. And listen, Ian Wilkes is a tremendous horse trainer. He's not noted for cranking horses up to win, but Jonathan made a great point. This horse won first time out, so that's the ultimate layoff, isn't it? And he just scooted wire to wire, basically, or just off the base, but then drew off by 8.
A trainer who's extremely patient doesn't usually win first time out.
No, so that speaks to this horse's precocity, his just natural ability. Look fit what I can see on the screen. Now I'm watching it on a TV screen. I really think the race goes through the 8 and the 10. The one horse, to me, there's questions. He was in a race where it looked like any one of 8 or 10 could win. It was a cavalry charge. It wasn't a lot of separation of the field, and he wasn't able to get it done when it looked like he was on his way to victory. I like the 8, Call Me Fast, and I like the 10, Milliken. That's going to be my exact one.
Let's not forget Seal Beach, too. He was just behind Call Me Fast. He was making up a lot of ground late. He's going to get a little extra ground to try and run him down today, too.
Yeah, and he wants to see pace on. He'd like to see 3 or 4 of them chewing on each other because that's going to definitely elevate his chances.
He's 6-1. Luis Saez for Mike Maker. There he is in those turquoise yellow diamond silks of Three Diamonds Farm. But Gulfstream Way, I guess, inside and likely the one to catch in this spot too, although Dr. Perry, the 5, maybe a horse who can put some pressure on him.
Yeah, and inside, too, that puts you under pressure. You have to get out of there. You can't let that wave kind of curl over and crash down around you. You've got to leave from the rail. And again, I've said it, Florent Drew is not bashful about using a horse's speed.
We could see the 11 and 12 try and sow some pace as well. 2-1 favorite, Gulfstream Way, going 7/8 of a mile here in the 10th. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off, and Anchor hustled hard right out of there. Zip and Gigi toward the outside is showing some speed as well as they race up the chute and they come for the main track and a scramble on early. Gulfstream Way punches through toward the rail to grab a narrow lead. Seal Beach is there on the far outside as well. Zip and Gigi in between them. Anchor's back into 4th. Max Time on the outside away 5th. Spartan Army comes out in 6th. Call Me Fast advancing inside 7th. Appeal Denied is 8th. Dr. Perry's running along in 9th, about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. And then it is Kapuna buried at the inside but within range for the far turn run. Milliken is second to last, and the trailer to the far turn is Legendary Lore. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 2/5 seconds. They round the far turn. Seal Beach is cranking up the pressure on Zip and Gigi. Anchor's hovering 3 wide, right there just off the pace. They come for the top of the stretch, and Seal Beach steps on it. Seal Beach, just like that, builds a 2-length lead and rolls off the turn in front. Anchor set down for the drive in second. Gulfstream Way is third. Kapuna's rallying 4th and now 3rd. 5 lengths to make up, 1 furlong to go. Seal Beach by 2.5. Anchor continues to fight on. Seal Beach still clear. Anchor second. Down to the wire, and Seal Beach got it. 3 lengths in the end, and a decisive winner there. Anchor held second, then it was Kapuna. And from far back, Milliken was 4th.
Seal Beach with the win now, 2 for 14. Lifetime also eligible, draws into this field. And Luis Saez, as we saw him all summer, 2 summers ago, he was so aggressive. That's why he won the riding title. Aggressive here.
Listen, I'm not surprised Seal Beach won. I'm just surprised in the manner he won. He was up on the pace throughout, aggressively handled, and just kept finding. And I said before they went to the gate, he'd like to see 3 or 4 of them chew on him. Well, he did. But he was one of the ones out there chewing on his rivals. The 7-horse, Anchor, ran really well, hard chase throughout. Again, a beautiful individual horse that I've always had just a really fond eye for. A lot went on in this race.
Call Me Fast didn't break well. Declan Cannon had to rush him up.
Yeah, Call Me Fast broke poorly, was rushed up into a tough spot, heading to the far turn. Had a no-chance trip there. You forgive him. And we get a look at the start here, and we'll check out Call Me Fast, who just was not fast away.
And keep your eyes on the 8 in here. Horse who's usually forward, breaks near dead last here. He is last, in fact, at this point.
Yeah.
And the Declan Cannon hand kind of forced.
Yeah, and then he kind of rushed up into a tough position. You can see he makes up a lot of this ground on the back stretch, the light blue silks, dark cap, and he's going to get into a really, really precarious position here because you don't have a lot of ownership of a spot. He's going to wind up inside the 1. until you get all the way up in here. Now you see he's got him running. Now he's like, I don't really want to go there, but now I'm almost too committed. Now he's got to rush him a little bit more to make sure he doesn't get shut off in that spot. Just a tough trip for him, trying to make up too much too soon. And another horse to keep an eye on here too, Milliken, who actually made a menacing run around the turn, was hanging on his left lead, lugged in a little bit, still wound up fourth, but definitely could move forward off of that effort.
And Capuna off the layoff horse, who was second to multiple Grade 1 winner Cyberknife. First start for him since late March for Brett Calhoun. Winds up third in here. 14-7, 3-10. Luis Saez, Mike Maker, Three Diamonds Farm, and Seal Beach, your winner at 9-2 in the 10th. Up next, Grade 1 Clark Friday feature, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike, second biggest upsetter in Derby history. Looking to add the Grade 1 Clark to his resume when we come back.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. The main event has come. We'll get to Rich Strike, Kentucky Derby winner in the Grade 1 Clark coming up next. It was Seal Beach drawing in from the also eligible list. Mike Maker, Luis Saez, and Three Diamonds Farm in the 10th.
And showing improved speed, better speed than he's ever really shown before in his life, and finished the deal in a very sharp 7 furlongs and 121-4. Luis Saez just got a knack for getting horses to really get involved in the race, get up into position early. This horse just kept finding. This was a stellar effort from Seal Beach. Angkor ran really well, chasing gamely to be second. Capuna off the bench ran well as also. And Seal Beach at $11.98 and $140 exact to 14/7.
Here we go. Grade 1 Clark is next at 1 mile and an eighth, and Rich Strike back in just under 3 weeks' time from his 4th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Kentucky Derby winner trying to add to his resume with the Grade 1 Clark here. And 4-5 here at first look.
And first time that he's ever been favored in his life in a Grade 1. He's run some stellar races all year, but certainly at Churchill Downs, site of his greatest glory, the Kentucky Derby.
And does he need to be placed more forward today to win this race?
Feel like it. I'm not seeing a ton of speed. I do think Injunction has speed from Carlo Vaccarezza. Obviously, the horse on the outside, West Will Power, but I don't think they're going to be flying.
Grade 1 Clark coming up, an incredible run for this horse. Back in December 2016, a fire at the Mercury Equine Center in Lexington, Kentucky, destroyed one of trainer Eric Reed's barns, claimed the lives of nearly 24 thoroughbreds under his care. He was devastated, even contemplated leaving the sport in the aftermath. But with the love and support of his family, friends, and the racing community, Reed picked himself up and learned a valuable lesson from that tragic loss.
I learned a lot from the fire. I mean, you learn when you get down to what you believe is probably the lowest point of your life. It's not. And I learned how much love and kindness is out there from strangers and from friends, because they build you back up and help you through those times. And, you know, I thought that was a horrible deal, and it was. It was 23, like our children. But you find a way to get through them, and then out of nowhere, God blesses us with Richie.
Rich Strike, now by 10, now by 12. Rich Strike, this race was never in doubt.
Reed and owner Rick Dawson claimed Rich Strike out of his second career start, a 17 1/4 length maiden victory beneath the twin spires at Churchill Downs. They paid $30,000 for the son of Keen Ice that day, and after his next start, Reed began thinking about the Kentucky Derby.
I thought at that point, you know, if I was ever going to have one, this could be the one. But it was still a big reach, but that's when I started thinking that way. Well, I thought at least we were going to get our money's worth out of him. And, you know, we turned out to be a little bit better than that.
An 11th hour scratch of Ethereal Road turned Reed's vision into reality. Rich Strike would now be one of the 20 horses to run for the Roses. And despite being the longest shot on the board, it was already a dream come true for Reed and those who supported him in his darkest hour.
I remember everything about the walkover because it was my dad and my crew, and I wanted those guys to be able to say they'd made the walkover. And I remember as we made the turn onto the track, and I looked at the grandstands, and I told my dad, I said, we are always those guys watching everybody. I said, this year they're watching us. And, you know, I was so happy for my dad to be able to make that walk, because, man, he paid his dues to, you know, he deserved that walk more than I did. And I was a winner at that point, no matter what happened in the race.
And here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it! Wow! A shocker in the Kentucky Derby!
He's changed a lot of lives, forever. Strictly just a gift from God. He just came into the barn in a crazy way, and he's changed every person's life associated with him.
Touching story that, you know, brought the community together and lend a hand to Eric Reed in a difficult time. And as a result, look what happens. Rich Strike wins the Kentucky Derby with the second biggest price in the history of the race. And here's what Rich Strike has done since that Derby win. 6th in the Belmont. Run Happy Travers, he ran a very big race, even though it was a 4th place finish. Lucas Classic, probably his best moment since that Derby win.
Yeah, he ran extremely well. He no match for a dominant winner in Epicenter, but showed that it was no fluke, and he ran on, and he easily could have been second. It was very close for second. I think that would have looked a lot better on his resume than the 4th shows, even though we're talking inches here, right? But Epicenter bounded away, and to me, this race stamped Epicenter as the top 3-year-old this year. I thought he was unlucky through the Triple Crown, and he ran all year pretty much. I guess a case could be made that, you know, some other 3-year-olds have won more Grade 1s than Epicenter. Epicenter was in dominant fashion.
It's an interesting argument. Yeah, Travers the only Grade 1 win for Epicenter this year, even though he was runner-up in the Derby, runner-up in the Preakness.
Well, so could you make the case Rich Strike wins today, he has a claim for 3-year-old champion?
That's a tough call to really make, isn't it? Grade 1 win, obviously you win the biggest race there is. And, tremendous story, and you beat older horses in a Grade 1.
I think that if he wins today, he still doesn't have a claim to 3-year-old champion because it's not the strongest Grade 1. If Tabor had shown up here and won, and that gave him his 3rd Grade 1 of the year, you'd have a better argument to make him 3-year-old champion over Epicenter.
Look at the Secretariat Vox Populi Award nominees. Rich Strike among those top 3. They're all terrific stories. Let's go to Paul and Gary for more out of Churchill.
Well, I am with trainer of Rich Strike here, Eric Reed, and you guys didn't tell me your secret behind the 80 to 1 upset in the Kentucky Derby. Please tell me.
It's right here in my hand, this gold nail polish. So you need to get ready. We need all the help we can get.
Wait a second, gold nail polish? Who came up with this?
I have no idea. I think it was Eric's manicurist.
So your daughter?
It was my daughter.
Okay, so now this is what's going to happen. I have to get my fingernail painted here. Hold on. Gold. This is the good luck for Rich. Oh, yeah, I'm shaking. What's going on here? I'm a little nervous, Eric. My goodness.
There you go.
I got a mani. Well, I didn't get a mani-pedi, but I got a mani from Rich Strike.
You got a Richie Petty.
A Richie Petty here.
Like Richard Petty. It's a Richie Petty.
Good luck to you. By the way, one question. You got your red on. More pressure on you today than the first Saturday in May?
I feel more pressure than any race, actually.
Do you really, Eric?
I do. They expect him to win today, so I need him to show up and do what is expected.
Well, he said he's changed almost all your lives in the barn. Hopefully he keeps on changing them. Good luck to you.
Thanks. Keep that out of your pocket for about 5 minutes.
I'm going to keep it tonight.
Now we know the secret. Good job, Paulie. We'll see what happens. And, he brings up that question of pressure. You brought it up earlier, too. First time in his racing career, Rich Strike is the favorite.
Yeah, and it kind of changes the dynamic. When you're a huge price, you're flying under the radar, there's no expectation. It frees the rider up to make the moves that Sonny Leone did, dive to the fence, come through traffic. Now you go from being the hunter to the hunted.
Well, let's go to Gary Stevens in the paddock.
Yeah, Greg, when Rich Strike walked in this paddock, he walked in with authority. He's got an aura of confidence about him. He made one trip around. He was the first horse into the paddock. They checked his tattoo, electronic tattoo, and he made that one trip around, put him into the box. You see him right now being saddled. He's behaving himself, staring down his competition a little bit, but he looks full of energy, no different than what I saw other than when they're strapping the saddle on him right now. He's grown about 2 sizes, it appears to me. Guys?
The big question with him, and thank you, Gary, again, is the quick comeback. Is it going to affect him? We know, as we said earlier in the year, that's why they passed on the Preakness. That's not easy to pass up when you've won the Kentucky Derby with a shot at the Triple Crown, even if you were 80 to 1.
No, it's very difficult to pass up. I have to say, from the footage that we've seen of him schooling this week at Churchill Downs, of the way he looks now in the paddock being saddled, he's carrying terrific weight. His coat is great, and he's high energy. I really don't think that 3 weeks turnaround is going to be the thing that gets him beat.
3-2 favorite, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike, trying to pull off the Derby Clark double for the first time since 1901. The Derby winner back in action when we come back.
Standing at Gainesway.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We were back at America's Day of the Races on FS2, Nightfall in New York. And again, no Saturday coverage for us. We're back on Sunday afternoon, though. But we still have our main event coming up at Churchill Downs tonight with a Derby winner in action in the Grade 1 Clark. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Match 200, that code to use at sign up for new members. So, Rich Strike, he has looked tremendous. We showed that video of him earlier, schooling. We'll get to him in a moment as we look at the Aqueduct Weekend Stakes schedule. That's the Saturday action. We're back on Sunday with the Discovery, Tepin, and Autumn Days.
A strong lineup of the weekend, and Irad Ortiz tied with Garrett Gomez for most stakes. Has got plenty of opportunities this weekend to break that tie and become the sole leader of that stakes record. A pretty amazing and impressive accomplishment.
So Rich Strike looked sensational back at Churchill, site of his Derby win. And we'll see, where Sonny Leone places him in this race. As you said, that Lucas Classic at Churchill, at 1 1/8. A lot closer than we've seen him in the past.
He really was well placed that day. He put himself up in the game. The pace was okay. It was honest. It wasn't fast. It wasn't slow. And I'll stick to my opinion. I think he was, on his way to victory, and just some ill-judged tactics might have cost him the victory. And Hot Rod Charlie was able to come back and outgame him.
There he is, 3-2 favorite, the Kentucky Derby winner. Meanwhile, his main competition, you would think in this spot, comes from, let's not leave out Proxy, but top 3 finishers in that Fayette at Keeneland. West Will Power has become really just a different horse last couple of starts. Gate to wire wins in each of the last 2, including this Grade 2 win.
Yeah, and he was a dominant winner of the Fayette here. He just really blitzed the field, and Joel Rosario was aboard this day. Luis Saez, you're getting a good rider who's obviously good with horses that want to be forward, but he loses Rosario to Proxy down on the inside, and Proxy has run against some good ones, but he is coming off a layoff. But man, West Will Power, he was straight and strong in the Fayette.
Yeah, both those wins, the last 2 starts too, going 1 1/8 on the lead every step of the way. But you feel he may not necessarily get to the front today.
I really feel like the 3 Injunction from the Carlo Vaccarezza stable is coming at a very sharp pace, 1-turn races. Look at the pace on in the ACAC where he was chasing the pace. 22-4, 45-2, 10. I know it was 1 turn. The time before, 45-3, 109-3. He's on the lead. I'd be surprised if he's not in front going 2 turns here.
Here comes our post parade, and we will start with Proxy. Joel Rosario shows up here from Mike Stidham.
Yeah, comes in off a layoff. Has run against some really good ones. Obviously, Olympiad jumps off the page. Looks fabulous on the track. Strong work tab into this.
Injunction. Rafael Bejarano, 14-1 for Carlo Vaccarezza.
Yeah, I think he's part of the pace. I think he has a lot to say of how this race is going to be run. I think Injunction has more of sprint-type speed.
Quick comeback for the Derby winner, Rich Strike. He's the only 3-year-old in this field.
He's made a nice impression physically, even with that short turnaround. Really looks like he's matured, filled into himself even more. Looks like he has a lot of energy, too.
Brad Cox sending out a couple of runners in here. Here's the first of them, Folsom with Florent Giroux.
Yeah, son of Into Mischief, more of a closing type, has won 8 of his 16 starts and earned over $1 million. If they go quick up front, at least he'll be going the right direction late.
Last Samurai at 14-1 for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
There's another horse that likes to be involved, not necessarily in front, but he definitely wants to be involved, and it gets Tyler Gaffleone, so I'd imagine he'd be well placed.
And West Will Power has gone gate to wire each of the last two, going this 1 and 8 mile distance.
In very strong form. He's 1 for 1 at Churchill, 2 for 3 at the distance, and he has tactical speed. If Injunction doesn't go and he gets to gallop to the lead, they're going to have a hard time reeling him in.
We're going to go to Jonathan right now. JK, is this just the popularity of the Kentucky Derby winner? Does Rich Strike deserve to be 8-5?
No, I mean, I don't think he does. I mean, obviously, people get really excited when there's a Derby winner, and that's the way you want it to be. I don't want to talk negatively about that. It's why the race is so much fun. It is the Kentucky Derby, and if you win the race, you go down in history. I just don't think Rich Strike is that good. If you look all the way back to his Kentucky Derby, he ran well that day, but he got a perfect setup and a dream ride. I just feel like he's just not that good. If you look at him from a speed figure standpoint, he's a low 100s type, but there's other horses in here that can run hundreds. Proxy can run low hundreds. The 7 to the outside, West Will Power can run low hundreds. So if you're looking at it from a pure betting standpoint, why take a short price on a horse that hasn't won since he got the best setup you could ever get in a race, the Kentucky Derby? He has been competitive-ish in some big races, but I think he just kind of, his style, he just kind of gets sucked along. He's never really in those races to win them, except for the last race against, or 2 races back against Hot Rod Charlie. But he's never really in him to win it. He was never going to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. He was just picking up pieces when there was a huge pace in front of him. I'm just not moved by this horse at a short price. I'm going to take the 7, West Will Power, towards the outside, who seems to be improving. Like we talked about, Brad Cox is the type of trainer that when he gets one going in the right direction, they usually continue to improve. And I think West Will Power will improve. I like the draw for him. He has some tactical speed, doesn't have to go to the front, but could go to the front. And just from a style standpoint, you hear me on the show talk about it all the time. I don't like deep closers in dirt races. Everything has to go right, especially when they're overbet like Rich Strike.
Jonathan, thanks. That is a short price, 8-5, and the only 3-year-old in this race. It is the Kentucky Derby winner. Let's go back to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you what. He looks great out on the racetrack. He's coming back on short notice, but let's not forget, there's still a 3-year-old championship on the line, and if he happens to win a second Grade 1 tonight, okay, he's running tough races ever since the Kentucky Derby. I don't think that this is the toughest race that he's been in since the Kentucky. Paul?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. You know, we're in the paddock. I was able to shake hands with Carlo Vaccarezza, and he said, "Listen, we're on the full send here with Injunction." He, when you look back, he was able to beat West Will Power. I know West Will Power was coming off the layoff that day, but Injunction, I think, is going to try to speed up this pace, or at least that's the way that he can win this race. Wouldn't you think so, Gary?
Absolutely. I think you're correct there. What the pace is going to be and the trip that Rich Strike, we never know what kind of trip Rich Strike is going to get. All I know is he looks well. I'm going to throw a bomb out there. My son, he works for Brad Cox. He gets on Folsom. He also gets on Caravel. He gave me, for 3 weeks after a short turnaround, said, "Dad, we're going to win the Breeders' Cup." I said, "You're nuts." I bet 100 on Caravel. He came back with pockets full. He gets on Folsom. He tells me he's going to win tonight. So just saying.
Well, the horse does like Churchill Downs and has won half of his races Folsom. Again, Gary, you were talking about Rich Strike. I mean, how has he looked to you? Again, you glowing reviews. He's looked well so far, yesterday to today.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't look like a horse that just fought it out in the Kentucky Derby, and he gets back to his home track. But as was mentioned earlier on our show today, that he's proved that he doesn't need to take Churchill Downs with him. He's ran great races up in New York, ran good at Keeneland. I think he's a colt that is still maturing right now, and I think he's matured even more. I like the way he's handling himself. Usually horses that are coming back on short notice, they'll get fidgety, they'll get on edge. He's on his toes, but he's behaving himself, and he was very focused when he came in the paddock and continues to look that way right now.
Yeah, as Gary's done with his analysis, West Will Power just went to your favoritism here, Greg. And we're not going to forget about Proxy here, too, the one horse. Listen, I don't know if Proxy can win this race, honest horse. 10 out of 12 in the trifecta. And that horse also with Joel Rosario, I would think would be coming late. Ran second to Olympiad. Olympiad didn't run bad in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, he actually is probably going to be your second choice. The Derby winner is going to wind up third choice, I believe, when the gates open. He's third choice in both the double and the pick 3.
Interesting that how it's kind of changed and rearranged. Listen, Rich Strikes has $2.5 million in earnings this year. He wins this, he'll go over $2.95 million, which will surpass Epicenter as $2.8. Taba has $1.7. So I think this race could actually play a pivotal role in 3-year-old championship, even though I think Epicenter, to me, was a better horse than him.
Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby winner, the only 3-year-old in the Grade 1 Clark. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. West Willpower broke alertly and is right to the front. Saez puts him right on the lead, right off the mark. Proxy showing speed toward the inside, but West Willpower secures the top spot with a circuit to go. Proxy backs off to be second. Injunction comes away third. Last Samurai on the outside in fourth. Rich Strike comes away down inside fifth. He's 5 lengths off West Willpower and 1 ahead of Folsom, who is the trailer in the early stages. So around the clubhouse turn they go. West Willpower the leader. Proxy has come off the rail now and is going to stalk the pace as they turn to the backstretch run. 6 furlongs remaining the opening quarter, 23-4. West Willpower down the backstretch run. Proxy pressing, 5 furlongs to go. 2 lengths back. Injunction coasting along while third. Rich Strike has moved up on the inside. He's now fourth. He's advancing down toward the rail. Last Samurai keeping him pinned down inside, but they're both catching up to West Willpower. Folsom is still the trailer. 4 furlongs to go. On to the far turn. West Willpower continues to show the way. Proxy has been right there throughout, and he's 3/4 behind with 3 furlongs to go. Last Samurai within range. So to Injunction. Rich Strike's coming under a ride. He's 5th and down inside. Folsom's going to switch to the outside for the final quarter mile. West Willpower set down for the drive. Proxy comes wide off the turn. These two head to head. Last Samurai 3rd. Folsom 4th and closing. Racing for the 8th pole. West Willpower bracing for Proxy. West Willpower digs in. Proxy surges. Nothing between them with a 16th to go. Proxy on the outside. West Willpower fights on, but Proxy got it. Proxy beats West Willpower right on the wire. Folsom was 3rd, and off the board was the Derby winner, Rich Strike.
Last time we saw Proxy 3rd in the Grade 2 Stephen Foster at Churchill Downs behind Olympiad. Wins the Grade 1 Clark at 5-2.
Some training job by Michael Stidham to have this horse ready from his last start in July, early July. West Willpower made an easy lead. Injunction, Rafael Bejarano grabbed him leaving the starting gate and slowed him down. So if his instructions were to go, he didn't follow instructions. And West Willpower had everything his own way. Proxy was on the hard chase. And when Joel Rosario steered Proxy out to about the 5-path turn in front of him, I was like, is that the right move? He got up, so I guess it was. I just didn't, really understand the tactic at that moment.
Let's go back to the beginning of this race when West Willpower established command. Looked like he was going to be real tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, he broke clean, and you can see, like right here, Rafael Bejarano said, okay, I'm just going to put on the brakes and allow West Willpower to clear. And he just barely cleared Proxy, who was able to ease out from behind him and put himself in the clear and stalk every step of the way. They put on quite a show, these two. Proxy outgaming West Willpower down the backstretch. Rich Strike made a little bit of a run into contention. He flattened out badly. The 5-horse Folsom came with a late rally. The 6, Last Samurai, looked like he was in with a chance leaving the quarter pole, but it became a 2-horse race, dominated on the front end, and Proxy gets it done off the layoff. Incredible training job by Michael Stidham for Godolphin.
And, those obviously who are Derby fans of this upset winner, Rich Strike, he's had a tremendous year. Not to be tonight, but can't take away what really a dream story that these connections put together this year.
Won the Kentucky Derby with a horse they claimed for $30,000. It's an incredible story with a rider that gave an incredible ride on the first Saturday in May, Sonny Leone, who went from basically anonymity to stardom overnight. and rightfully so, delivering that ride in the Kentucky Derby. They can never take that away.
Meanwhile, this story tonight, it's about Proxy, Godolphin homebred, Mike Stidham, son of Tappet, Joel Rosario, at 5-2 in a big effort to get by Wes Willpower, who had things his own way in the front end.
Yeah, when Wes Willpower was sailing along the lead, you knew he was going to be very tough, and Proxy was always in calling distance, but it took a major effort to get by a very good horse in Wes Willpower. These two put on quite a show.
He does this. This is a long layoff. We haven't seen him since a Stephen Foster early July. This horse could, if he comes back at 5, this could be a serious horse in the division.
Yeah, and especially if we get to see, you know, some more continuity in his ability to campaign. This was a major effort, though. It'd be interesting to see where they go from here with him.
He was on the Derby trail 2 years ago. Let's go to Paul, standing by with Sonny Leon.
Yeah, I'm with rider Sonny Leon of Rich Strike. Just didn't have it today, Sonny.
Oh, it wasn't a day today. No pace in the race, you know. He like when they were so fast in the beginning, they was in the hand the whole way. And then I think, I don't know, maybe he run too quick back from the last race.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's given you so much, Sonny. What could you say about this horse? I mean, he's been unbelievable.
Oh, he's a nice horse. He's been better. You know, today, you know, it wasn't our day, like I told you early. So, but, you know, for the future, next year, he's going to be fine.
Well, good luck to you, Sonny.
Dejected Sonny Leon, as you would expect, as Rich Strike doesn't fire the race I think many expected to see because he's been so good at Churchill Downs. As we take another look here at Proxy's victory, doing this off a layoff going back to early July.
Yeah, and listen.
So let's look at Rich Strike. They're now in last along the fence.
Yeah, but he got himself into good position down the backstretch, and he had every opportunity from there. And then the top two started to really assert themselves, and they put separation. Sonny Leon contributed a fine ride, just didn't have enough horse underneath him today. But Proxy and West Willpower, they put on quite a show. A lot of separation between the two and fought it out to the wire, and Proxy able to outgame him late.
1-7-5-6, not tonight for the Kentucky Derby winner. Grade 1 Clark goes to Proxy with Joel Rosario aboard for Mike Stidham. Homebred for Godolphin. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Tacoma broke well on the outside.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Tacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Tacoma the one to catch? Tacoma has a 5-length lead in
his Grade 1 honor. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Kentucky Derby winner does not hit the board. The Grade 1 Clark, it goes to the 4-year-old Proxy. Impressive effort off the bench. Let's go to Paul Duca.
I'm with winning rider here, Joel Rosario. We're having a little laugh here. Congratulations to Proxy Godolphin. Michael Stidham did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you what, Joel, you knew the 7 was his speed, but you stayed right on top of West Willpower.
Yeah, he did. He broke really good. So normally, he break good, but then he kind of, put himself a little bit back. So he was a little more game today, and yeah, he got the job done just right at the last part. It looked like the horse in the lead was tough for a little bit. I thought I'd have a little more easy, but he kept moving forward.
Yeah, I was saying, he just kept on grinding and grinding. He just would not quit. And I know this is a horse that always is very honest. What'd you learn from him last time that got you in this position this time?
Yes, I mean, he broke great, and they just let it be in his spot where he wanted to be. And it looked like, he was more professional today. He didn't try to just, take him the easy way, going into the backside. He was just moving forward the whole time with me. So, yeah, great job. And thanks to Michael and his, and Godolphin for the opportunity.
Well, congratulations, Joel. I asked Joel, he's got to take a flight back to New York tomorrow to ride. I said, are you going to have some champagne? And he said, I can't drink before I got to go to work. That's dedication.
These guys, as Mig well knows, put in the log the miles to do what they do.
You think about it, right? You win a Super Bowl, you win a Stanley Cup, you win a World Series championship. What are you doing? They go, oh, we're going to Disney World, and there's going to be a parade and a big party. You win the Kentucky Derby. What are you doing? Oh, I'm flying someplace to ride tomorrow.
One more coming up. Nightcap, Churchill Downs, maiden special weight, 7.5 furlongs. Distance we don't see a lot. We'll talk more about that race in just a little bit. We're going to look back from earlier today. Stakes action at Aqueduct on this Friday card. And Notebook Stakes looked like a 2-horse race between Acoustic Ave and Don't Lose Cruz. And Acoustic Ave, who outbattled Andiamo on Firenze, the very talented runner in that New York Breeders' Futurity at Finger Lakes last start, comes away with a win.
Acoustic Ave showed that he likes a fight, and he really enjoys the tussle. He did it last time, came out on the winning end of it, and he took all the worst of it today. When the runner-up left the gate, he really took the ground away from him, took the racetrack away from him, and he had to just keep on fighting and grinding, and he got it done. This was a knockdown, drag-out battle between these two.
Third consecutive as well stakes win for Acoustic Ave. Christophe Clement, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, and Manny Franco has been the pilot on board for all 4 of this runner's career, 4 career starts. This was a throwdown. This was fun to watch.
No, it really was. When you see 2 colts give it their all and fight it out at the wire, and a nice run, too, from the John Kimmel trainee, Starquist, who, once he kind of got those long legs unraveled, he came with a big run, but it was all about Acoustic Avenue. Don't Lose Cruz. Think Hagler-Hearns, round 1, and that incredible bout.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see them go at it again, become a nice little rivalry. Acoustic Ave, though, putting together a nice 2-year-old campaign. New York bred for Clement and Reeves Thoroughbreds. Meanwhile, Grade 3, Long Island on the turf at 1 mile and 3/8, and Temple City Terror, 6-year-old mare. She's coming off the biggest performance she has ever run in her career. She backs it up with a win here.
That worked out a beautiful trip onto Jose Ortiz. Look how easy he's getting to the leader. Watch Jose's right hand. He's going to reach up and pull some goggles down coming here. This is when you got so much horse. It's almost like you feel like you need to do something. You're on the turf. The goggles aren't dirty. Watch, he's going to reach up. Oh, you already did it. He pulled them down. And she just stride out. She has become an absolute killer at these marathon distances, and really enjoy watching her run Town and Country Racing. And she's Temple City Terror. Her first foal should be Town and Country Terror.
Keep in mind, too, this turf course still is playing to speed. Speed is doing really well on the turf, as we saw on the turf sprint. Little different story sometimes in a 1 mile and 3/8 marathon race.
She was
she's
always
just that
traveling, though. Always. You could see from a half mile out the way she was in the bridle and the way she was doing things as she was going to get there. Nice effort from the runner-up, Rocky Sky. But this is all about Temple City Terror, who is a true marathoner.
6 years old, and this is by far the best she's ever been. Her last couple of starts.
Absolutely, and this is the reward of seeing horses race into their latter years, so you see them at their full maturity. And also, Brendan Walsh just figuring out that she wants to go these routes of ground, that stamina is her key.
For Town and Country Racing. Grade 3 Comely, 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth. The return of Kathleen O, who was undefeated, 4 for 4. Going into the Kentucky Oaks, this was her first start back off the first defeat of her career. Tom Amos's filly, 63 caliber, 11-1 winner of the Seneca overnight at Churchill when we last saw her. Wins at 11-1 again.
This was a tremendous ride from Kendrick Carmouche, using that inside position, having the rail draw, short run to that first turn, made the outside filly go to the lead, show that speed Tizzy in the sky, but create separation. And she just was able to get the jump on Kathleen O, who was in behind horses, had to kind of wait to extricate herself from that kickback, and came with a nice run. But the filly, 63 caliber, who had tactically such a big edge, and you can see, look at her ears kind of flicking back and forth. See that inside ear? That's when a horse isn't really giving you all their best. You're kind of almost waiting on horses a little bit. Now she feels that horse coming. Look how her ears go back, flat. She realized, oh, I've got a challenge. I've got to dig in and find more. That was a clear illustration.
Kathleen O was not getting by her.
No, not that. When you watch that, you realize that she was idling when she was on the lead. And when that horse got closer and those ears went back, she was going to reach and get some more. That was such a clear illustration of when we talk about pay attention to their ears.
So 63 caliber. Well done, Tom Amos. My Racehorse Stable, Spendthrift Farm. Kendrick Carmouche, she's 5 for 7 now. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Huge scratch, a bad beat Brian. The other speed coming out, and Nothing Better alone on the front end, and really digs in the stretch.
And there is nothing better as a former rider when you're in front and a horse gets ahead in front of you and your horse responds and comes back. Nothing Better was very game, high speed. You called that shot early on with the scratch. You thought he could go gate to wire. He did it better than 9-1. Anaconda ran extremely well to be second best in. White Duke ran on well, finishing. And actually, Maggie Wolfendale pointed out Anaconda looked outstanding in the paddock. He went off 17-1, almost 18-1, but Nothing Better, fast and tenacious. That's a formidable combination.
Jorge Duarte Jr., Horacio Caramanos, Colts Neck Stable with Nothing Better. Back-to-back wins now on the lawn, and 6 win from 14 career starts on the grass.
Yeah, Jorge Duarte does a great job, was a jockey, rode a lot for Al Goldberg, who trains for Colts Neck Stable, Richard Santulli. He became his assistant when he stopped riding, and eventually became the head trainer there when Al Goldberg retired. So it's a really nice story, and he's doing a great job with this opportunity given him by the Santullis, and trained at that private Colts Neck Training Center.
Fun card we had on this Friday afternoon. Again, we are not going to have coverage. We're not going to have a show on Saturday. We're back on Sunday, but terrific card on Saturday, which we'll show you the lineup in a moment. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code MATCH200. Take a look at the Saturday lineup, and we're back on Sunday. We'll look at Sunday as well. Red Smith, another getting these final turf races in before we wrap up lawn racing for the year.
Yeah, this is it this weekend. We won't be seeing turf racing again till the spring. Turf racing's always great, so exciting. But this time of year, you know it's coming to an end. Just enjoy it while we have it.
We still have the Nightcap coming up from Churchill Downs. Again, maiden special weight to close out their Friday card. 7.5 furlong, kind of tweener distance here. That we'll get to coming up. Start table off the bench, the 2 interesting. 7, though, Shady Road, the 1 to beat for Rusty Arnold.
Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on this Friday evening here on the East Coast. We're going to close out coverage at Churchill Downs. Maiden special weight coming up, 7.5 furlong distance. And here is Star Table, who's been off since early March at Oaklawn, but showed some talent when she was last running. And 5-1 right now for the return.
Yeah, ran 1 mile and a 16th there and ran very well. And tough distance to come back at 7.5. It's, you know, the mile, I think guys come out with one mindset, 7 furlongs, maybe a little bit more forward, 7.5 in between. You know, don't want to make too much use, but don't want to get caught.
Is it tough when you ride a race like this, the distance you don't see a lot?
You know, I really think it is, because you're trying to hedge. You don't want to overuse your horse because it isn't quite a sprint, but it's not quite a route, and you've got to kind of walk that fine line, particularly with a horse that doesn't have recency.
Well, the favorite does. That's Shady Road. First 3 starts came on grass. And then Rusty Arnold switched him to dirt at Churchill. Mile distance. Actually took the lead in the stretch. You see this wide trip here around the turn. Would miss by a length in the end to run second.
Yeah, ran extremely well here and, you know, has that recency we're talking about. And off the turf here, her best race now has been on dirt, Shady Road. So 7 furlongs. I mean, 1 mile, now 7.5 furlongs. If it was the 16th less, she might have got it done this day.
Yeah. A lot to like. She's even money right now. For dirt start number 2, Martine Garcia back aboard. There she is. The 7 filly for a very good barn. Rusty Arnold, daughter of Curlin, 2-time horse of the year. And a homebred for Glen Hill Farm.
Yeah, nice to see Rusty Arnold have horses for Glen Hill. Rusty's one of those horsemen that have been around for so many years and has consistently been successful over the long haul. You know, it's not like he's had a brilliant season and then disappears. He is consistent, and I think that's the benchmark of how he approaches the game. He's just an old-school horseman. When he has success, I'm happy for him because it's well-deserved.
Coming through the tunnel in this 12th to close out this Friday card. Called a post. We'll hear Beyond. Wow, the 5's actually taking some money. That's intriguing. A first-time starter for Al Stahl. That's the other one on the board, I guess, to pay attention to. We'll get a look at in a moment for Altair Farms. Daughter Will Take Charge. Going to start, though, with Broadband. Big price inside. Has been on the turf the last 2 starts.
Yeah, and her dirt form needs, honestly would have to improve. I mean, even her turf races, she just looks a little light on form.
Dirt form is there. Start table, she ran second. That was going a mile and a 16th last time we saw her, but that was all the way back in March at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and if she's ready off the bench, she's definitely a contender, but it's a tough distance to come back at.
Barn, which is 3 wins on the year. Sweet Carolina, Ian Wilkes, first-time starter, Curlin filly.
I'm taking a little bit of money, well-bred filly. Get Chris Landaros, his son-in-law, aboard. Ian Wilkes, not noted for winning with firsters, but capable of winning with firsters.
2020 Hoax, some okay dirt form sprinting.
Yeah, and she's 0 for 21, and I just, as soon as I see that, I gravitate to other horses.
Here's the first-timer taking some money here for Al Stahl, Royal Take Charge.
Yeah, of a mare that's been a producer. She did produce Take Charge Row, who was more proficient on turf, though.
Mo Happy, she stretched out start number 2. It did not help.
Nah, she would just have to improve a lot.
4 to 5 favorite, Shady Road. Lot to like with this filly.
Lot to like. Her last run points are out, going a mile, did everything but win. She runs anywhere close to that race, she's tough.
Off the charts, this Gray at 11 to 1, going turf to dirt.
Yeah, has a couple of dirt races that are okay too, but another one that just feels like she'd have to move forward in the speed figure department.
And Awesome Alley V will stretch back out in distance, an extra furlong and a half.
Yeah, going from maiden claiming to maiden allowance. Her race going to mile in Saratoga was okay, but another one that just feels like she'd have to improve.
Nightcap coming up. First, let's get Paul and Gary's reaction from what we just saw on the Clark.
Yeah, the reaction is Gary and I were both impressed with Proxy. And let's not forget, everybody keeps on talking about all these new sires. Flightline sired by Tappet, Proxy sired by the great Tappet. It's just unbelievable the horses he throws out. But he really grinded away West Willpower. It was a good run, wasn't it, Gary?
Yeah, and I can't wait to see him race next year. 4-year-old, he's gritty. And look, I thought that JK was spot on at the 5/16 pole coming into the stretch.
Yeah.
I thought that West Willpower was
gone.
Was gone. And the fight, the grit, I loved what I saw, and it was an exciting race to run. And look, Folsom, he ran on big as well at the end of the race, but an exciting race to watch. Very impressed.
And you've been through the rigors of the Triple Crown. It just probably got to Rich Strike as a horse, too, as well, Gary, no?
Yeah, look, I was talking to some fans up here just after the race while you were doing your interviews, and they asked me what I thought, and I said, look, they had to do what they did. It's championship on the line. It was quick turnaround. He's had a long, hard season. I think he's a horse that we can look forward to in the older horse division as well next year. It's going to mature more now. He's going to get a break. He's needing this break. He must be a very sound horse because he's danced every dance. Yeah. He lost nothing tonight. I mean, chasing after, but they'll get back to the drying blocks. But at the end of the day, it was Godolphin and Proxy, and well-deserved.
Yeah, well-deserved to Godolphin. On to this last race. The favorite right now, Gary, is the 7, Shady Road, and ran really well first time that she got on the dirt, second time blinkers. And they're also betting a first-time starter, the 5 here for Al Stahl. Those are the 2 horses they're really focusing on in here.
Yeah, the 5, Listen, I'm going to announce to the public that I printed these PPs out, past performances, as soon as they had drawn the race and they were out on daily racing form. So I had no numbers. I had no odds or anything. I like handicapping like that. I'm not swayed by the odds. And I landed on the 5 and the 7. And look, this combination of Brian Hernandez and Al Stahl is ultra tough. They've had a great meet together. They're strong together. Workouts are good. Like everything I saw at 58 and change, coming from the gate, or 50 and change from the gate. Looks like, to me, one that is well met, and it's showing it on the board right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. When you look at this race, the 7 is the one to beat. I mean, if she runs her last race, I think she's the one to beat. The 5, we don't know. I think the other horse in here, Greg, could be the 2. The 2's got some decent numbers. Nice little second-place finish since Oaklawn, but hasn't been seen since March. 3-year-old filly that might have a shot here, Gary?
Yeah, 100%. And she doesn't have any speed, so if this race, if there's a lot of speed on early on, going at this distance, 7.5 furlongs, I think that Star Table, the 2-horse, can pick up the pieces.
Well, good luck if you're alive in your Derby City pick sixes, your pick fives as well. And we're going to be signing off. What a great day here. Rich Strike does not get it done, but Proxy gets it done in the Clark. Bubble Rock gets it done in the Miss Revere.
Great job, guys. Good having you out there, hustling after all those interviews. Really fun night of racing at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, great night of racing. They've got lights. They're using them now, so we're privileged to get a race 12 in here. Just something looking at, you look at past performances, you look at things as we prepare for shows. And the 4-horse, 2020 Hoax, who's making her 22nd career start, she ran 18 consecutive times on Lasix until her last race, and they took her off of Lasix. And she showed good speed going a 1.8 miles on the turf and hung around to about inside the 8th pole and then got a bit tired. Comes back without Lasix again, turning back in distance. And I just find that intriguing. Some horses don't respond positively to Lasix. It is a diuretic. They do get a bit dehydrated. I 21 starts, I'm going to look elsewhere, but I thought that was intriguing.
And shortening up 1.8 miles to 7.5. We'll see. That was turf, however. We're on dirt today. 3 to 5, though. Shady Road. The one to beat, Rusty Arnold. Second time on dirt, Martin Garcia rides. Nightcap under the lights at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Off the charts, an Awesome Alley V. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Mo Happy squeezed just a bit coming out of there. 2020 Hooks breaks right out on top and is racing for the lead. Rory'll Take Charge comes on to be second, and Shady Road is there. Oh, awkward stride there for 2020 Hoax. 2020 Hoax has been pulled up out of the race as they cross over onto the main track. And so that leaves Royal Take Charge with a narrow lead. Shady Road prompting second. Off the charts, right up on the pace on the outside third. Awesome Alley V in the clear while fourth. Star Table drafting in behind fifth. Mo Happy right there in the thick of it sixth. Broadband and a break of 6 back to Sweet Carolina the trailer. So down the backstretch run, Royal Take Charge hits the half-mile pole pressed by Shady Road. Royal Take Charge holding on to the lead so far. Shady Road is poised on the outside second. Off the chart, sent up 3 wide, third, 4 wide. Awesome Alley V. Awesome Alley V revving up quickly. And Star Table's right in behind while fifth, and Mo Happy's in sixth. So round the far turn, Royal Take Charge still in front. Quarter mile to go. Shady Road in a full-out drive, but it's second off the turn. Awesome Alley V now third, top of the lane. Royal Take Charge trying to fend off Shady Road. Shady Road's not done yet and is coming back for more. 1 furlong to go. Royal Take Charge digs in once again. Shady Road desperately trying to get by, but Royal Take Charge kicks away again, and Royal Take Charge does it. Royal Take Charge was first. Shady Road settles for second. Sweet Carolina rallied for third. Awesome Alley V was fourth, and Mo Happy was fifth.
The two Gary talked about, was excited to see. They run 1-2 in here. Royal Take Charge, 7-2. First time out for Al Stahl.
First time starter, Al Stahl, terrific job. Have her this filly ready to go 7.5 furlongs. Took them gate to wire. Was very professional. Took the lead under a hold with Brian Hernandez. Was stalked intently by Shady Road throughout, who had the benefit of racing under her belt and was just second best. It looked like a 2-horse race the way it was bet and on paper, and it ran like a 2-horse race with the first-time starter getting it done.
2 first-timers running first and third, actually. 5, 7, 3, 9. That 9 runner at 33-1, making this huge move wide around the turn, but flattened out.
That wide sweep that really doesn't work at Churchill Downs anyway, and then she did flatten out, but pretty formful last race, and the first-time starter at 7-2 turns out to be fairly generous.
Card in the books on this Friday Eve. Don't forget, no show for us on Saturday. There is obviously action all across the country, including South Ozone Park at Aqueduct. We're back on Sunday, however. 12 Eastern start time on FS2. Let's look at our Sunday stage schedule that we'll have for you in the program. Discovery, Tepin, Autumn Days. We'll have the Commonwealth Turf Grade 3 for $300,000. It's all part of our Sunday coverage on FS2. We might have found a major player in the handicap division going as we turn the calendar to 2023.
I hope Proxy comes back as a 5-year-old. He should be a player in this division. Nice run from him and a good day of racing.
Temple City Terror takes to Long Island. 63 caliber for Tom Amos. Another upset winner after winning the Seneca overnight at 11-1. Does it at 11-1 again in the Cumley. And Proxy, best in the Grade 1 Clark. Long layoff and a win. We'll see you Sunday.